And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session commences and your company is required. So that thing that we do round about this time is being done exactly at this time. So if you're about, then just be around for the session. Have I frozen? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the stream yard. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Holy, holy, another Savior, Holy, 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 holy,
well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigeria-Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigeria.
Right, we try again. I do beg your pardon. Is this nonsensical software that I'm using to broadcast? It's just absolutely, it's just completely and utterly useless. And by the way, it's a paid for service. It's not something that I'm getting for free. So anyone that knows a decent software for streaming, please let me know, because this StreamYard completely useless. So we try again. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 another Savior, holy, 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 holy,
well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigeria-Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigeria-Biafra War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 another great leader has risen up now. us to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, ana mekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another savior. Just sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another savior. When I sing along. Holy, 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 holy. It's another savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Is another savior.
Another savior. Holy, 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 holy. Holy, another savior. Another savior. Holy, 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 holy.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigeria-Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigeria-Biafra War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Oshiomhole is another savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Oshiomhole is another savior. Holy, 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 holy.
So there you heard it. Holy, holy, Odumegu, Ojoko, another savior, our cousins from the east. Holy, 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 Odumegu, Ojoko is another savior. As guys, let me just move this. As guys, I bring you this. Wike, actually, don't let me start with that one. Let me start with this one. Let me start with this one and then round it off with that one. Okay, so as guys, I bring you this. I did not shower for 3 days just to keep Obaseki as governor. So Wike, of course, our ongoing battle between Wike and Obaseki, people now within the PDP just getting somewhat fed up with Wike's braggadocious behavior, just straddling the space as though he was the Lord and mighty, like it was the Lord of the Manor. So that Lord of the Manor behavior is starting to rankle with a lot of people, and Obaseki no exception. So Obaseki takes Wike on, but Wike of course, he a street fighter. I did not shower for 3 days just to keep Obaseki as governor, a headline attributed to Yemson Wike. So quite why he did not shower for 3 days and how that kept Obaseki as governor, all of that we find out just fairly shortly. So we find this out fairly shortly. We find this out fairly shortly as well. Governor Wike's rift with Edo counterpart deepens, calls Obaseki a serial betrayer and ingrate. So there it is. Like I said, Ijaigboro street fighting. If you want to take on Yemson Wike, then prepare to roll in the mud. So mud slinging. Governor Wike's rift with Edo counterpart deepens, calls Obaseki's serial betrayer ingrate. So quite what all that is all about, we find out shortly. Wike apologizes to Oshiomhole, says APC ex-chairman truly saw betrayal in Obaseki's DNA. So there it is. It's just open warfare now. We thought PDP will seize the moment with with APC imploding. But after you, it seems to be what they are doing, copycat something or the other. Wike apologized to Oshiomhole, says APC ex-chairman truly saw betrayal in Obaseki's DNA. So is this the beginnings of the hemorrhaging of the APC? Rather than seize the opportunities, that's the implosion of the PDP, I did mean to say, the acronyms are so similar, you conflate them somewhat. So is this the hemorrhaging of the PDP instead of taking advantage of the implosion of the APC, was what I intended to say. But is the APC imploding? Osinbajo to challenge Tinubu for APC ticket as Vice President informs Buhari of presidential ambition. So there's been murmurings and speculations about that space, but it looks as though this guy has now come fully into play. NSAS, LCC Limited announces plan to resume tolling at Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge in April. So Lekki toll gate to resume, and have your cash card ready because they are about to start milking your money again. So campaign fundraising, I assume. NSAS LCC Limited announcing NSAS LCC Limited announces plan to resume tolling at Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge in April. So there it is right there, and that marks the end then of the entirety of all of that NSAS noise making. So they came, they saw, but they did not blow the house down. It's essentially the epitaph of the NSAS movement. They came, they saw, but they did not blow the house down. Nigeria's epileptic grid collapses, plunge country into darkness again. So the country, of course, going from bad to worse. There's been no good news throughout the entirety of the Buhari administration. Less than 12 months left, and still things just continue to announce in this tonality. This is the headline all the way through the administration of Muhammadu Buhari. One disaster after one catastrophe, followed by another savaging and yet more ravaging. This is just bad news after bad news. Nigeria's epileptic grid collapses, plunges country into darkness again. So what's changed there? That is just another Tuesday in the Buhari administration, isn't it? If that was Tuesday, this is Wednesday. Only 3 more days. All airlines in Nigeria will shut down. Chairman of Airpeace, so of course, they are squeezing the Nigerian space for fuel now, claiming that the Ukrainian crisis has led to a dearth or scarcity, and add that to the adulterated petroleum that they claimed to import. So now there's absolutely no fuel in the 5th largest oil exporting country on the planet. So there it is right there. We're prayerful that they don't start to pump adulterated fuel into airlines, into airplanes, because that is not beyond what Nigeria is capable of. Scarcity, we have fuel for only 3 days, airline operators. So there it is right there. It's just an absolute and a categorical mess. No good news to report from Nigeria, and there's never been any good news to report since their bookie from Daura came into situation. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, and we shall go through all of those headlines in detail one by one. But before we do that, let me provide a little musical backdrop as I invite you to click on the like button and the subscribe button. So as you are doing those clickings on the like and subscribe button, put on your dancing shoes and let's go do a little bit of a cha-cha-cha to the dulcet tones of the East as they present another Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi bu onye du for. O meriwo n'izu mbiro ya. Abakare, Mamanda Mura, Unapuri Meri Nandi. Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Unapuri Meri Nandi. Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Unapuri Meri Nandi. Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Unapuri Meri Nandi. Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Unapuri Meri Nandi. Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Now Python that's a three. Unapuri Meri Nandi.
And there you heard it. Our cousins from the east. Nnamdi wins the war. They continue to insist. Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. I did not shower for 3 days just to keep Obaseki as governor, a headline attributed to Yemsin Wike. In an outburst targeted at his Edo State counterpart, Godwin Obaseki, Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike on Monday highlighted his efforts leading up to Mr. Obaseki's re-election in 2020. At a launch of Community Secondary School Omanwa, Rivers State on Monday, Mr. Wike said he had served as Director General of Obaseki's campaign in 2020. I am not in the class of Obaseki, never. We are not the same. We cannot be the same. I was the DG of his campaign. I went 3 for 3 days, Mr. Wike said. I stayed there without having my bath. I have never seen somebody like that in my life. A serial betrayer. Mr. Wike's comment comes after Edo State Deputy Governor Philip Shaibu said PDP members who defected from the APC in Edo were not happy and do not feel accepted into the new party. Mr. Wike maintained that Mr. Obaseki has been ungrateful to the party and those who supported his re-election after he defected from the All Progressive Congress APC. Mr. Wike also demanded that the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party to constitute a disciplinary committee against Mr. Shahibu, emphasizing that he will invoke the sanctions of the party if it is not done. Mr. Obaseki had responded in a statement titled, PDP is not your personal property, Edo cannot be procured. So Mr. Obaseki had responded in a statement titled, let me try that again. Mr. Obaseki had responded in a statement titled, PDP is not your personal property, Edo cannot be procured, that the party belongs to all members and not to members and no member can claim ownership of it. So that is what Obaseki said. So let's just quickly have a quick read of the Obaseki comment. So let's just, because there's a hyperlink to it, so let's just have a quick read of that. Wike is PDP bully, can't intimidate us in Edo State. So this is Obaseki. This seems to be what has ignited that space somewhat and irritated Yemsin Wike. So let's see what Obaseki said. Governor Godwin Obaseki has replied to his Governor Godwin Obaseki has replied. Governor Godwin Obaseki has replied to his Governor Yemsin Wike's tirade, saying that the People's Democratic Party (PDP) does not belong to him, describing his Rivers State counterpart as a bully. While Governor Wike is free to use his resources as he deems fit in pursuit of his ambition, he should not attempt to cow, intimidate, cajole, and threaten others into doing his bidding. Edo State cannot and will not be procured by anyone's personal ambition, asserted Governor Obaseki. Mr. Obaseki said this in a statement titled, PDP is not your personal property, Edo State cannot be procured. It clearly amounts to delusion of grandeur for any one man to nurse the idea that he owns or has more stake in the PDP and everyone should pander to him, he added. In Edo, we don't accept political bullies and overlords, and historically, we have demonstrated our capacity to unshackle ourselves and dethrone bullies and high-handed leaders. The statement was in response to Mr. Wike's remarks regarding Deputy Governor Philip Shaibu, who hinted that he and Mr. Obaseki might leave PDP as they did not feel accepted and welcomed after defecting from the APC. Angered by the comment, Mr. Wike pointed out that the PDP provided Messrs. Obaseki and Shaibu a political shed, gave them the party's governorship ticket in 2020 when APC ditched them, threatening the party that there are alternatives to the PDP. This is the same people that were kneeling down to beg us to give them the umbrella. Today you have the effrontery to threaten the PDP. Such a shame, Mr. Wike said at the inauguration of the Eastern Bypass project in Port Harcourt. The governor added that PDP should sanction Mr. Shaibu. However, Mr. Obaseki noted that he, Edo State Deputy Governor, at no point threatened the party as Governor Wike had alleged. The recent personal attacks by His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, Right Honorable Yemson Wike, against my Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Comrade Philip Shaibu, is, to say the least, most unfortunate and totally uncalled for, Mr. Obaseki stated. If Governor Wike was one who is wont to show respect and courtesy to his colleague governors, he would ordinarily reach out to me to express his concerns about the views made by my deputy rather than embarking on this unwarranted public onslaught. My deputy governor was a former national president of the National Association of Nigerian Students, and his comment is representative of the essence of the nation's youth population who are inclined to openly speak up and question the status quo, noted Mr. Obaseki. If Governor Wike cannot understand and adequately respond to the style and character of the Nigerian youth, how can he aspire to lead them? According to him, the concern expressed by the Edo State Deputy Governor bordered on pertinent issues affecting the PDP in Edo State. He explained that since September 19, 2020 election, over 500,000 members were registered. To date, these new members have not been properly integrated into our party after 2 years, the Edo State governor pointed out. Mr. Obaseki accused Mr. Wike of colluding with a cabal purportedly led by Chief Dan Obi, who is your perpetual guest in Port Harcourt and is remotely used to orchestrate the destabilization of the party in Edo State. So there it is. That was the opening salvo. And of course, you've heard Wike's response that he did not bid for 3 days in his attempt to ensure the re-election of Obaseki. It doesn't stop there. Governor Wike's rift with Edo State counterpart deepens, calls Obaseki serial betrayer, ingrate. The rift between Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State and Governor Yemson Wike of Rivers State has taken a new twist as the Rivers State governor fired back at his Edo State counterpart. Addressing a crowd at an event on Monday in Rivers State, Governor Wike accused Governor Obaseki of betrayal and ingratitude. He alleged that the Edo State governor had refused to be grateful to the party and the people who supported him to be re-elected when he left the All Progressive Congress, APC. Governor Wike, however, apologized to former national leader Governor Wike, however, apologized to former national chairman of the APC, Adams Oshiomhole, whom he said had initially warned them about accepting Godwin Obaseki into the fold of the People's Democratic Party PDP. If you check the DNA of Obaseki, what you will see in that DNA is betrayal, serial betrayal, and ungratefulness. Let me take that paragraph again. Governor Wike, however, apologized to former national chairman of the APC, Adams Oshiomhole, whom he said had initially warned them about accepting Governor Obaseki into the fold of the People's Democratic Party PDP. If you check the DNA of Obaseki, what you will see in that DNA is betrayal, serial betrayal, and ungratefulness. He said whilst addressing a crowd at the commissioning of a secondary school in Rivers State. Let me stand today to apologize to Adams Oshiomhole, who had been vindicated by telling us that we will see the true color, the insecurity, the ungratefulness of Governor Obaseki. We have voted for PDP since 1999 till now. Ask Governor Obaseki if he has done anything for the PDP or voted for the PDP. The only election he voted was his own election, where we gave him an umbrella. Governor Obaseki had slammed Governor Wike over his reaction to comments by Edo State Deputy Governor Philip Shaibu that the People's Democratic Party members who defected from the APC in Edo were not happy and did not feel accepted in the new party. He had also said Nigeria needed strong democratic institutions and not strong men, stressing the need for the PDP to position itself to reclaim power at the center in 2023. Governor Wike, in his reaction, described the comments by his Edo State counterpart as a rant, saying governance was about feeling and touching and not memorandum of understanding. He went on to highlight his contribution to the efforts that led to Governor Obaseki's re-election, having served as the Director General of his campaign organization in 2020. Let me clearly say, without any apology to anybody, that one of the problems in this country is leadership. People who cannot stand firm and say, this is white, this is black all the time. The Rivers State governor said, I am not in the class of Obaseki. Never. We are not the same. We cannot be the same. I was the Director General of his campaign. I went there. I am not in the class of Obaseki. Never. We are not the same. We can't be the same. I was the Director General of his campaign. I went there to Edo for 3 days. I stayed there without having my bath. I have never seen somebody like that in my life. A serial betrayer. Let me tell you, Obaseki, I know your cohorts and I will smoke all of you out. This is not the Benin artifact that you are challenging the Oba. This is politics. Obaseki, I have more stakes in the PDP than you. I have fought for this party. Mention one thing that you have done for the PDP. So there it is, open warfare within the PDP. In Yoruba land, we say Entobag Badi Otoshika, Ogbe Talaroka. That is the narrative of Oyemsin Wike. Just for the palapa, you don't really want to get involved with him because he's a loudmouth and a street fighter, and those two combinations you can never defeat. Wike apologizes to Oshiomhole, says APC chairman truly saw betrayal in Obaseki's DNA. So I'm not going to read that out because it's essentially going to be a reread of what we've already now gleaned. So on to the next and on to this. Osinbajo to challenge Tinubu for APC ticket as Vice President informs Buhari of presidential ambition. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has finally informed President Muhammad Buhari of his presidential ambition. According to correspondents, Osinbajo told the president of his desire to take over from him at the expiration of his tenure in 2023. With the with the intent, which has not been made public, the vice president will fight for the ticket of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC with the national leader of the party, Bola Tinubu. Tinubu had a few months ago informed Buhari of his intention to also contest for the president in 2023. Osinbajo served as the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice in Lagos between 1999 and 2007 when Tinubu was the governor. There are reports that the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele, and Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayemi are also interested in joining the race. Minister of Labour, Chris Ngege, had also expressed interest in the race. Senate Chief Whip Oji Uzokalu and Senator Rocha Sokorocha have all declared their interest in the presidency on the platform of the APC amidst speculation that some aspirants from the north will soon join the race. Certainly, Vice President Osinbajo has told the president he wants to succeed him. Correspondents quoted a source as saying the vice president had first consulted some prominent Nigerians who encouraged him to vie for the presidency, and they also encouraged him to tell the president himself. They told him not to allow a third party to tell the president so that the ambition is not misconstrued. Another source said when Osinbajo approached the president with the story, Buhari was not surprised. Buhari smiled in his usual characteristic manner. He listened to the vice president carefully, and whilst responding, he gave him the green light and wished him well without giving him any commitment or assurance of supporting him ahead of other contenders. He blessed the intention just the way he blessed Tinubu when he visited him in the villa and unveiled his plan to vie for the presidency. And I think the president is being careful. Remember what he said whilst granting an interview to a national television platform. The source was quoted as saying, though Osinbajo has yet to openly declare his intention to run for the presidency in 2023, some support groups and individuals believed to be sponsored have been rooting for him. Some of them have been campaigning for Osinbajo, urging him to contest. So there it is right there. And one of the people that are certainly backing him is the Redeemed Christian Church of God, who have already opened up a campaign department for him in the church worldwide. So there it is. NSAS LCC Limited announces plans to resume tolling at Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge in April. 18 months after toll operations were suspended at the Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge, the Lekki Concession Company Limited on Monday announced that plans have been perfected to recommence tolling at the bridge. This was contained in a statement issued by the managing director of the LCC, Yomi Omomuwasan. According to him, tolling will commence on April the 1st, 2022 on the Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge. However, commuters plying the corridor will not be made to pay toll until April the 15th, 2022. Omomuwasan said the resumption of service at the Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge Toll Plaza comes after extensive consultation with and the support of key stakeholders, including the residents' associations, traditional rulers and community leaders, professional bodies, as well as the Lagos State government. Omomuwasan said the LCC is back to serve the commuters and the community better. We have introduced new technology and innovation to make passages at the toll plaza seamless and faster for commuters. We are replacing old toll devices with upgraded ones for faster throughput at the toll plaza, he said. The new devices have been configured to synchronize with the newly upgraded tolling system and will improve functionality whilst enabling a better experience at the toll plaza, he added. So that marks then the total end of EndSARS. So they've not ended SARS, so they've reopened Lekki Toll Gate, and that is the end of Solomon Grundy. Nigeria's epileptic grid collapses, plunges country into darkness again. The grid reportedly Nigeria's national grid, operated from Osogbo in Osun State, collapsed this morning, plunging the country into total darkness. The grid reportedly collapsed at about 10:40 a.m. Monday, sending the 11 distribution companies which supply the 36 and Federal Capital Territory, that should be the 36 states. So the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory FCT out of supply. As at 2:40 p.m. on Monday, multiple sources across the distribution companies told correspondents that although there were reports that the grid was being restored, some of them are yet to pick up energy load. The electricity situation in the country has been in its worst moment since the past months, as generation capacity dropped to 2,000 megawatts, with about 14 power plants shutting down. This is not the first time the grid will be collapsing. Since 2013, when the sector was privatized, the grid has failed electricity supplies. This is not the first time the grid will be collapsing. Since 2013, when the sector was privatized, the grid has failed electricity consumers more than 130 times. Although the federal government-owned Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, which manages the grid, had at some point said the grid collapse happens globally, the collapse of power supply, each time it occurs, comes with a huge economic loss for consumers, especially commercial entities. Is there more to this? So that is it. Nigeria plunged into darkness again after spending $40 billion dollars on that space. So it's just bad news after bad news. So the next few news, no different. Only 3 more days. All airlines in Nigeria will shut down. Chairman of Airpeace, Alan Oyema. Nigeria's airline operators are demanding operational licenses. Nigerian airline operators are demanding operational licenses from the federal government to begin importation of fuel following the recent fuel scarcity across the country. Airpeace chairman Alan Oyema warned that airlines in the country would shut down operations over the non-availability of aviation fuel to run their operations. We have only 3 more days. All airlines in Nigeria will shut down. We are not threatening the country. It is a fact, Onyema said. The Airpeace boss is currently speaking at a meeting of all marketers and airline operators at the National Assembly. Also in attendance at the meeting is the NNPC CEO, Mele Kyari. So it looks as though Kyari is the go-to name now in Nigeria. So Mele Kyari is the chairman of the Central Bank of Nigeria. The secretary to the government is Abba Kyari. The criminal police officer, Abba Kyari. So everybody Kyari. So also in attendance at the meeting is the NNPC CEO, Mele Kyari, and other stakeholders. I have the mandate of all airlines to demand that airlines begin importation of fuel. If we can buy planes of millions of dollars, we can also import fuel ourselves. Let NNPC give airlines licenses. We want to import ourselves, Onyema insisted. So there it is right there. It's just a total catastrophe all the way through. So the last story is just a recap. It's a re-echo of the last story is a re-echo of the one that I've just read out. So I'm just going to play you a video clip instead, which speaks even more to that space, and then I'll come into the room to see to hear to let the guys in. So there it is. Listen to this. This is Saraki.
Yesterday, I had a great opportunity of sharing my views, my thoughts on the fuel subsidy, on Sheun's program on channels. But lack of time did not allow me to also talk about something that's of great importance, that's really affecting the cost of living of all our people. And that is the cost of diesel and jet fuel at the moment. We've seen prices of diesel go up. We've seen prices of airfare go up as well. Has really impacted. Cost of food has gone up. Transportation has gone up. And really, I've got to ask the question, why has the cost of diesel gone up from 300, from 400 now to almost 900, 800? Cost of jet fuel also has gone up by double. When those products clearly must have been ordered, paid for, shipped before this Ukraine war started. It doesn't make sense. It's just that some people.
So there you heard Saraki pointing out the ridiculousness of it. So, gentlemen, I see you. Charlie Boy, I see you. Thomas, I see you. Chief Akpelua, I see you. Sam O, I see you. The mighty Ajande Koko, I see you. And the majestic Obina, I see you. So, good to see you all, gentlemen. So, let's go quickly first to... let's go to Charlie Boy because you start to harass me. So, Charles, you've already unmuted yourself. So, to you, what are you making? You sent in quite a few of these stories.
Yeah.
So, what are you making then of the fuel scarcity situation?
To me, it's kind of scary for AP to say that it's short than 3 days. That's scary. Doesn't affect people traveling to Nigeria. I don't know why can Nigeria use their own fear from the Delta
Well,
region?
you would think, wouldn't you? It's just basic common sense. So that's the biggest mystery that we have, Charles. Why can't Nigeria use their own fuel to power their own economy? Thank you for that question, but it's not an original question, but it's the biggest mystery that we have in Nigeria.
Because the election, I affect Nigeria economy very bad. The energy shut down 3 days. No one can get out from the country. People gonna be stuck there.
No, well, you'll be stuck if there's no fuel. But the greater concern, Charles, is that we went through like a space when they were selling adulterated fuels to motorists. So are they now going to sell adulterated fuel to airlines? This is really where the concern is.
And Nigeria are already struggling now. They're already struggling.
The fares have doubled. The fares have doubled because they've created an artificial scarcity. You heard Saraki. They are predicating the scarcity on the Ukrainian crisis. But Saraki was just informing us now because he's former Senate president. So everything that goes through passes through his desk. And it tells us that they ordered this petroleum 2 months or in advance traditionally. So the Ukrainian crisis is not 2 months; it's about 10 days or something. Is not even 2 weeks. So what has it got? But this is just they want to squeeze the space to heighten the price to squeeze the country for money as they bleed it in their final year.
Do you think it affects foreign airlines come to Nigeria? Would they be affected too?
They will be affected because when they come to Nigeria, they shared all their fuel in the flight to Nigeria, so they have to refuel from Nigeria in order to go to their next port of destination. So of course it will affect them now. But would they now not come if they know that they are not going to be able to live stranded in Nigeria?
To me, it's sad.
One man, please. Yeah. I want to ask a question, please. Good day. Do we derive the aviation fuel from crude oil? I don't know. I just want to know.
I don't know. That's somewhat of a technical question, but I think it comes off the crude oil system. But I think it's in the refining, isn't it? So they refine it differently from the petrol, the ones that are going cars, I'm assuming. But it's still from
everything comes from crude oil.
Yeah, that's it.
Everything comes from crude oil?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Kerosene, petrol, diesel, all of them. The crude oil is the mother of them all.
Even those
And one man,
tarmacs,
we have the back and we have the crude oil at the backyard of our house.
all over the
Oh
place.
my
They've even found some
goodness.
in Bauchi. There's no space that we don't have crude oil in Nigeria.
Oh my
But we can't.
goodness.
So this is Charles asked the question innocently, but he doesn't know that that is the question that has been bedeviling Nigeria for 50 years. Why can't Nigeria use
Oh
their own
my
oil?
goodness.
So back to Charles. So, but why can't Nigeria use their own oil to power their countries? What Charles is asking. But Charles, even before you were born, I'm presuming on your age, we have all been asking that question. Why can't we just use our oil to drive our economy? This is it.
And this also going to make fun another one fly to Nigeria. For them, why should fly to the country? We can't give them oil to fly for. Nigeria can stop using airlines. Stop flying to Nigeria. Because they cost money.
Inevitably, but the poor Nigerian, though, because you heard Saraki, the price of petrol has gone from 300 and a bit to 900 and a bit. And then the price of the jet fuels, the airline fuels, that's doubled. So if the price of petrol just in one snap of a finger, because this is just within 24, 48 hours, is doubled. If that's happened, the transporter, the commercial people, they are not going to bear the burden of that. So everybody suffers. Everybody suffers as if they have not suffered enough.
Same with the electricity power. It's shut down.
That's the joke, isn't it? What are we doing in that country? What are we doing?
I don't know.
No electricity, no petroleum, no food, nothing.
And
but Buhari is the best thing.
And Buhari is out of the country doing something, even though this crisis in the country can't be fixed.
It's unbelievable. It's a real tragedy, Charles. So where's that? Hold on. Well, that was Thomas. So it's a real tragedy, Charles.
Yeah.
Let me take you to this space then. Osinbajo declaring then, well, he's not formally declared, but he's told his pops that he wants to be president too. So a lot of people were asking that there are no contenders against Tinubu, but it looks as though the contenders are turning up now. And really, can we blame Osinbajo? Because the window of opportunity is there. So it will be remiss of him not to take that window. Everything is calibrated for him to take that opportunity. And if he doesn't try at it now, he will regret it for the rest of his life. So what are you then making of Osinbajo then? Signaling his intention to be president.
Yeah. When I'm seeing Tinubu might lose the APC. He might lose it because now the big boys are coming in now. Even Obasanjo told Buhari he won for president.
Who? Sorry, even who?
Obasanjo.
He wants to run for president?
Yeah.
Who told you that?
Huh?
Have you been drinking burukutu?
No,
what are you talking about?
I send you a top. I send you a news. It just break today.
Does he know what is burukutu?
Yes, you've been drinking burukutu. Obasanjo wants to run for president.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's one of the top I send you.
No, I didn't say that. And I was right not to say that. Obasanjo is not constitutionally allowed to run for president. He has served 2 terms, which is the same as in America. Once you've served 2 terms, that's it. That's the end of it for you. You cannot be president after that, which he has done.
You think Oshiomhole was a better candidate than Tinubu? What do you think, my man?
Than who?
Than Tinubu. Oshiomhole,
Osinbajo, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't think so, but a lot of people do. I don't think Osinbajo has the balls to be president. I think he has the intellect, but he doesn't have the balls. But you need really more balls than intellect. I think it's just going to be a wet boy for the Mallams. If he doesn't have the balls.
For PDP, I'm not going to win president. They're not going to do it. PDP, but, too many.
Not with the way Yemson Wike is carrying on. What are you making of the fight between Wike and Obaseki? Just street fighting, rolling around in the mud.
See, Wike, that would probably be a bad president. The guy should sit down Wike. Because the way he's acting show me he can be a good president.
He's a thug, isn't he? He's a thug.
Yeah, you're just attacking people like he like. Even the governor Umar got angry at him. He said Umar got angry, said we could send the judge to tell Umar to sit down, get up from Ebonyi State governor. Even if he's not from the state, even Umar got mad at him too.
Is that your home state, Ebonyi State? What's
No.
your home state? What's your home state? Are you an Anambra man?
Yeah.
Okay, same as our prof. No, yes, that Wike is rascality is somewhat getting, because you need to be strong and bombastic, but then you need to be able to manage it. I think he doesn't know where the chill button is. He doesn't know when to control it. He just wants to attack everything, and this will be his downfall.
But I bet a lot of
think.
probably scared of him. Since I told you, they don't want to mess with him. he might plan something. He's the type of guy he could plan to take you out of all means. So yeah,
Yes.
probably that's why that party are scared of him. But PDP should do something about him. He's affecting the party.
But he funds the party, you see,
yeah.
Charles. A lot of the finances of the party, he carries the weight of it because he is the richest, his state, the richest state amongst the PDP, and he probably the richest governor. So he funds the party almost single-handedly, and this is what emboldens him so.
I bet half his money is all corrupt money. I bet for that guy.
No, is that not the narrative of everybody in Nigeria? That is all of them now, Charles.
Yeah. But to me, that should have Buhari is incompetent president. How you can go to another country and there's no oil, you can't even fill the plane and electricity is shut down.
There's no petrol in Nigeria to the point that the aviation industry, they are alarming that they only have enough to last 3 days and they will all shut down. So that is sufficient enough for the petroleum minister to resign. But do you know who the petroleum minister is, Charles?
No, I don't know.
It's Buhari. He made himself the petroleum minister. And he's selling us, this is it now, and he's selling us adulterated petrol and then just turning off the taps so that they can squeeze money out of the suffering masses.
Yeah, I think once why the APC CEO is mad, he's gonna lose money. He probably gonna get bankrupt. He's just a new air study and there's no oil. He even affect the Nigerian and point is don't want to fight the country with no oil. It's gonna be ripple effect, affect the economy. People can be stuck.
It's a tragedy all the way through.
And just simple electricity, they can't even do it. Just one permit. Simple electricity.
You see, the reason why they cannot do that electricity is that they have a really convoluted system. So a different set of company generates it, a different set of company pipes it into the grid, and then a different set of company, they distribute it, and all of them want to milk as much as they can out of that space. And the Nigerian mentality of not being cooperative, everybody wants to be lorded over the other. So it's just total infighting all the way through.
The best way to fix electricity is just create a dam.
No, they have dams. They have one in Kanji. They have dams. What they really need is an energy mix. And what Nigeria really needs is nuclear plants. So maybe they can get the Russians to come and oversight that for them. But certainly, or this gas propelled something. All this gas that they should just do it. Whatever we need, we have enough to do it. Whatever needs to be done. I think the best way to fix
it, just each region have their own station. Election. That's the only way to fix it. Each region have their own station. You can't just go one station. That each region have their own electricity. That's the only way to fix it. Because that's sad.
It cannot carry on the way it is. It's just one of the 25th largest economy in the world languishing in perpetual darkness. What does that even mean? Even the countries lesser than Nigeria in any way, they've forgotten that such a thing as not having electricity. It's ludicrous, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and sad in a modern society with every country moving ahead. Electricity is a simple thing that Nigeria can't even do. We're backwards. Every country moving in the future.
No, we are backwards, actually. We are backwards. When airlines are telling us that they are running out of fuel 3 days, do you know what that means? 3 days. So that because they have to have a stock of of fuel just to insulate a scarcity. So what they are telling us then, and Onyema tells us that he's speaking on the authority of all of the airlines operating in Nigeria. So what they are telling us then is the stockpile of fuel that they have has been reduced only to 3 days now. So they're asking for licenses to import the petrol themselves because that is just a total condemnation that NNPC is not fit for purpose. They want to be able to import because the people saddled with that task, they've showed gross incompetence. And oh God, man, it's just unbelievable, Charles.
And she said, well, why should any import oil to a country that already have oil? That's kind of dumb.
You are asking some really quite thought-provoking. Why should a country that already has oil import oil? Thank you. That is the question again that we are. It's unbelievable to hear, isn't it, Charles? It doesn't compute, does it?
So what all this oil pipeline in Nigeria? What are they doing? Nothing.
I don't know.
Oil pipeline one, they keep exploding everywhere, and they can't be fixed. I think maybe the oil pipeline are not good. They can't even fix the pipeline. That's an issue. Probably not fixing the pipeline in Nigeria. It's affecting the airlines. Now he's speaking now because he's a new airline, APC, very new. He can lose money just because pays a simple oil. It's sad. What often happens with no oil in the future?
Nigerians will cannibalize themselves. Nigeria cannot survive without oil. But then that oil has been the curse of that country because if we did not have oil, we would have long forgotten anything called Nigeria. We would have either just agreed to part or we would have had some really brutal fight and then we part. But that country certainly would have broken up a long time ago if we did not have oil.
Yeah, but I think Nigeria need to fix electricity because what the world is heading to, I think by electric, that's what it's heading to. But Nigeria can fix electricity. So that's why only electrical is pointless in Nigeria. It's pointless. They can't fix the electricity in Nigeria. And that's a simple thing. If you put out like those wind mines they have in America, those
the windmills, not mines, but windmills.
Yeah.
That's part of the energy. They call it an energy mix. The windmills, that's part of the energy mix. Solar system, that's part of the energy mix. Gas propelled turbines, that's energy mix. Dam energy mix. There's just so much. We should be exporting electricity. We just have, and it's so easy to do. It's so relative. It's just a spend now. It's just get the right people to put the structures in there. It's not magic. It's not anything fantastically out of reach.
Dan could even do that. Which is guy, he can even do that.
He can do it, I'm sure.
But I don't know why he's not doing it. He has the money to do it. Just do it.
One man. This is my frustration yesterday. That make me mention all these white should come back. This is my frustration because it doesn't cost anything, one man, for electricity to work in that country. If electricity is there, one man, everything will fall in place.
It's not a conversation that we should even imagine a conversation. That this is a conversation we're still having. If it's not a conversation we should still be having, we should have abandoned. This is a conversation of 30 years ago. We should have packed it 30 years ago. Yeah, what are we talking about?
Charles, continue.
Total collapse of electricity. It's just unacceptable. But what can you do?
It doesn't even cost money. You just make it simple.
You know the spend will pay for itself almost immediately. If you provide electricity, you're not providing it for free now. The tariffs that people will pay for electricity, it will recover almost within probably no less than 5 years. The whatever the spend is, because Nigeria is a massive market. It will ratchet the economy up. The people will have more income. You will earn more income through that. It's just a win-win all the way through. And to put it in place is not anything magical or fantastical. Every country has done exactly the same thing. You are not reinventing. There's nothing new. I don't know what's going on in that space. It's just a nonsense. The whole country is a nonsense.
Yeah, And the sad part, only you see in cities that like we go to the war is worse because the
And then they'll
countryside.
go and tell you and be blowing grammar that is there something or the other and the something planned. Forget, nobody wants to hear
So
that.
what's all the money they using is pointless. All the money they using is just stealing the money, don't use it for good thing.
That's the Nigeria.
And it was
Welcome to
funny.
Nigeria.
What's funny? I saw a video about the train. They go from Lagos to it stopped in the middle of the forest. No oil in the train. That's sad.
Did you see the follow-on story, the follow-on clip? I can bring it for you. Then they went to get fuel, and then they were rolling barrels on the rail track to go and refill. This is what they do in Nigeria.
This is sad.
It's a tragedy. It is a tragedy.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Charlie boy. So there it is. We started on that note. Let's see where we head. So let's head then in the direction of Ajanle Koko to propel the conversation. And Ajanle Koko, then let's start you off. In fact, we can say they are all bombshell topics for today. Fuel scarcity. We have fuel to fly for only 3 days. Airline operators. But then, of course, you heard Saraki's response to that there's no need for it. So what do you think is going on? And hopefully they don't start selling them adulterated petrol.
I think yesterday I was saying it here that this administration importation of adulterated petrol to the country. I was saying that supposing it was an adulterated, what do you call it? This, what do you call the alien gas?
Aviation fuel.
Aviation. Aviation fuel. Supposing it's for.
Adale Koko, you see the question that I write on the private chat. Can you address that, please? So.
Okay. I will check it. All right. So supposing is for aviation fuel. Do you know how many people that these people will have been killed? Do you know how many airlines will have crashed? The nation will have been in a terrible, sorrowful mood now. But it's unfortunate that we have this administration that they display to us time and time again that the problem in their party, they couldn't solve it, an internal problem, a ruling party that couldn't solve an internal wrangling among themselves, where they have the president and they have all that call themselves the leaders and the leaders of the country, the internal wrangling within their party, they cannot solve it. How do we think? How do we think they will solve the problem of the country? Their incapability is what they are displaying at the level of government. They are very incapable. What is the economic effect of this? This unavailability of oil, of petrol in the country. What we're going to be seeing is that airlines are going to pack up. People are going to lose their job. Those that we manage to survive, we have to survive under a very strenuous economic condition. Maybe they'll be traveling. Maybe they'll be flying to Republic of Benin or flying to Ghana to buy aviation fuel, to refuel their aircraft. So they have to pay more to get the aviation fuel. And the fear, we have to increase. They have to double it, or already They've already doubled it now. What used to be the fare that used to be like 50,000, it has increased to 100. Some are 120. So if these aircraft have to go to Republic of Benin to refuel and come to Nigeria to operate, the people have to pay more. Already, a lot of people are traveling from one place to the other within the country by flight now because of insecurity that is constituted by road. So people are paying more. So what we are going to see, some that cannot operate under this harsh condition, they will pack up, people will lose job, and it's going to be the economic hardship on the people, on businesses, people that want to travel, they are going to pay more. People that want to run their business have to pay more. Even the food, the cost of food, like
everything goes up, because everything, from the moment you step into your, even from the moment you step out of your house, you are interacting with the petroleum economy. Your car that you drive is petroleum economy. The food that, everything goes up now, and Taraki is telling us that it's gone from 300 and something to 900 and something.
Yes.
Who is going to carry the burden of that? It's not the commercial people. Who's going to carry that? That's more than double. Who's going to carry the burden of that?
Let me tell you, if you own the small scale industry, we die, because there's no way they can operate when they have to spend more to run one. That is, the usage of what do you call it? The diesel is just one of their costs of operation. One. And if that only one is going to take like 50% of the operational cost, or more than 50% of the operational cost, what does that tell that business? That business have to close up. If one of various costs to operate a business is taking 50%, because look at the cost from 3,000, 30,000 to 90,000, and it's going to go more. It's going to go up more.
It never comes down in Nigeria. It never comes down in Nigeria. So even this fuel subsidy that they are saying they are going to remove, it's already been removed. But then when they do say they remove it, they will then add on to already this spiked new price. So they're going to squeeze the last drop of blood out of people in that country.
So if one of the various costs of operation is going to be taking like 50% of that is or more, that means that business cannot survive. That business have to close down. Already, the bread owner, the bread maker across the country, they are crying now that cost of running business, particularly with the operation of their generator with diesel costs, there's no way they can survive. A lot of them are closing down now. So the cost of everything is going to go up. It's going to go up in such a way that people won't be able to buy the product. So what is the point of producing what is not going to be affordable to people? So bread makers are going, they are closing down. Others are going to close down as well, and the economic effect downturn on the country, on the economy, is going to be so enormous, and it's just It's just shameful that we have people that are failure running the country, people that are liars, people that only run government by lying, by misinforming, by propaganda. That is all they do all the time. They never tell the people the truth. What they said earlier is that they have, when that incident of adaptation happened, is that they have in storage fuel that can last another 90 days. That is what they told the nation. Have we gone through 90 days? No. It's not even up to 30 days. It's not even more than 3 weeks. Everything is no more in storage. So it's just unfortunate that we have this kind of incompetent people that are running.
It's a real tragedy, because you just don't. It's just the weight of it on the, because if we go, I'm not sure if you heard Saraki's clip. He was telling us that what they are saying about the spike being as a result of the Ukrainian crisis, it is a lie, because he told us that they had already imported the petroleum 2 months ago, and the Ukrainian crisis started not even up to 2 weeks ago. So they don't meet at any point in time to create this scarcity. Maybe further down the line that might be the case, but not in this particular window. This is what Saraki is telling us. So these are people hoarding, these are people stockpiling, these are people sweating the country for just that last piece of. They are on their way out now, and they will squeeze every last kobo out of that country. And this is the squeezing of the last kobo. This is an artificial scarcity, by the way. It's not a market-led scarcity.
Well, whether it is marketplace, whether it is artificial, what it tells us is that we have incapable people in the position of government, people that are corrupt. Number one person among them all is the president of the country, who is the petroleum minister, who failed. This is a complete failure on Buhari as a person, a complete incompetence of his personality to run the state, a complete failure of their party, APC. They have failed the nation completely. They have run down the economy of the country. They have destroyed the diverse unity of that country. They fail on all fronts. What is it that you want to score these people high or score them average? There's nothing that you can score them average. Is the indebtedness, they increase the indebtedness to the highest that nobody can ever imagine in the history of that country. They destroy the value of the currency. What is it? Inflation on the high side, unemployment on the high side. What is it that you want to mention that they have not?
All right, Adani Koko. Let me take you on to another talking point for reasons of time. Let me take you to the PDP and this battle between Wike and Obaseki. So you take on Wike, then be prepared to roll around in the gutters, because that is where he operates. A betrayer, a serial chancer, an ingrate, even a bastard. So he just called all manners of abusive names, of course. This is what we expect of Yemson Wike, but it's coming off the back of a commentary made by Yemson Wike's deputy, Philip Shaubu. Sorry, we're getting a heavy feedback. So it's coming off the back of commentaries by Wike's deputy, Philip Shaubu, who is saying that the PDP have not welcomed them since they crossed over from the APC. So when Philip Shaibu is saying that, that's essentially signaling the language of carpet crossing again. So they're signaling essentially that they want to cross over back to the APC because that is the reading of that language. So Wike latches on to that and he gives him a good lashing to say that these people have not done anything of purpose since coming into that party. They are serial betrayers and they are people not to be trusted. That Oshiomhole was right about them all the way through. Not taking that line down, of course, Obaseki calls him a bully and tells him that Edo will not be bought. And this now open market square fight between two senior members of the PDP, Ajan Lekoko. Are you there?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay. First of all, let me address the question that Thomas posted on the commentary section. So I don't agree that we should surrender our country to Westerners to come and help us run it. We can do it better if we're, like I was saying yesterday, if we, the people, take the courage to vote these people out of power. If those of us that are educated can jump into this race, take up our civic responsibility to register, to vote, and then go out and sensitize our people and then participate in voting as well. So we can do it better. Then on the second one, that should we blame white people? No, we cannot blame them. We should blame ourselves. We failed ourselves. We failed the crop of leadership that in place across the federation are criminals. They are not the right people for that country, and so they cause all this problem, and that is why we, the people, have to do the right thing by voting against them. So that's number one. That's it to Thomas. Then on Wike and the party and Obaseki. Well, I think Wike should have taken it easy. It shouldn't be confrontational on everything, on every issue that is of interest to him. He should be acting like a real leader. A real leader should be a person that can handle situation in a very mature way and reach out to people and solve problem, and not to go on the air and issue a bombastic statement against people that he perceive as opposition or enemy. What is going on in PDP? What Shuaibu said, the vice president, the vice governor of Edo State, is a bad statement, but it's not too bad for Wike to respond the way he responded. He should have reached out to him or reached out to the governor without anybody knowing, and tell the governor to caution his boy the way he's speaking, and they should have resolved it in a more amicable manner, but not going to the press and attacking him that who is ordinary deputy governor, as if the position in O is not an important position, as if it's a position of elementary school. He shouldn't have attacked the deputy governor like that. And on the side of Obaseki too, as a governor of the state, shouldn't have attacked Yemsin Wike, both of them should have acted maturely as a leader and reach out to each other and see what they can do to settle the problem, in that party as it concerns Edo State. But Wike, we can know where Wike is coming from. Wike is trying to show that whatever the situation may be within the party in Edo State, is not what should be brought to the media. They should have, make efforts to resolve it, or reach out to the leadership of the party at the national level, or those that are concerned, those leaders they know at the national level, and let them see to the problem and not be, attacking, threatening the party. So I believe those Shuaibu and the rest, they have waited too long, as they claim, that they expected the party to...
Do you not just see that as an excuse? Does that not signal some sort of intention to defect from that party again? Because if you are saying they've not welcomed you for 2 years, that's just the language of defection, isn't it? So Wike quickly moved to address them frontally to say, look, we know that you are this type of people. Oshiomhole warned us about you.
Well, what I know is that when a governor moves from one party to another and to surrender the structure of that party, or let me say the leadership of that party to him, those that he met there that have been in that party for a long time surely pull up some resistance. Because they will look at it that, well, you are a governor that came from another party and they impose you on us. And then the structure of the party, which is the power base of the party, they won't want to surrender it to him, because that is the only thing they have as a real member of the party that they can use to sponsor their own candidate, to various level of government, maybe at councillor level, chairmanship, and other senate, and all the rest. So I believe, I want to agree with Shuaibu that the old member of PDP and really squeezing the governor and his team, they don't want them to take over the party from them, and that is what is really causing the problem. And you don't want to blame them for doing that. They just don't want to labor for loss. They don't want to. They build the party for so many years, only for you guys to run away from one party because some people were using almighty power against you, and come and use the ticket of the party freely and win the election. So the governor should have acted in a very mature way by inviting them, absorb them, to give them some appointment, political appointment. That is how they can see the Obaseki's group as a group that is willing to work with them as well. Because as the governor, you have power, you have a lot of political appointment in the state that you can slot them in by giving them that confidence, giving them some sense of belonging. Maybe Obaseki have not done so, and that is why they are resisting Obaseki that, okay, we won't let you people have no place in the party too. We will use, because they have all the register of the party. I mean, the registration membership registration and everything. The structure of the party is still in the hand of the old PDP people. So it's a problem they can easily resolve, and the national leadership of the party have to wade in. They have to come up with a formula on how Obaseki should shift ground for them and how they should shift ground for Obaseki, so that both of them will see themselves as partner in the party, and they can work together for one purpose or for the same cause. So the leadership of the party have to involve and settle it. But Wike and Obaseki and Shuaibu have not demonstrated leadership. They have not played a good leadership role in this crisis. They are just putting fuel.
Yes, it's ego, isn't it?
Ego.
It's always ego with Wike. And but I never knew that Obaseki has an ego, but being a governor, he must have. These are people that they are used to yes sir. So
yeah.
All right. Let me take you to the next talking point. But before I do that, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. I am beginning to subscribe to Akeredolu's assertion that Nigerian governors are Yahoo administrators, disgusting back and forth word exchanges. So, yes, Yahoo governors. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So, Yahoo governors, and in this instance, Yahoo Agbero governors. This is it's just nasty, isn't it? It's unbecoming, of people that are principals. These people, they oversight what on average 5 to 7 million people. They hold their destiny in their hands, and these are the sort of people that hold those destinies. So it's quite unbecoming. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So Adale Koko, very briefly on this one, so I can go on to Sam O from after you. Is the Lekki toll gate now? It looks as though they are going to be reopening. Well, certainly they will be opening that toll gate. They reopen it on the 1st of April to start to take tolls on the 15th of April. So that marks then the finality on that NSAS protest. So that's just the end totally of that narrative. It made a lot of noise. A few people got killed. There's a little non-committal response from the government. Nothing's changed, and back to as you were. So everything recalibrates. The police have come back under a different name, but still brutalizing the young Nigerians. The toll gate that they wanted torn down. They've even bought even more gadgets to milk even more money from them. So nothing has changed. And the reopening of that toll gate to start taking tolling now is the final note on that NSAS. So that's the end of it. Ajale Koko.
Well, NSAS has been ended for quite a while now. The investigating team that Lagos State set up submitted their report to the governor. The governor issued a white paper, and the white paper, if I could remember, stated that they are going to compensate people that were killed or people that are injured or something like that. So since then, we have not heard anything. I believe the NSAS.
But Ajale Koko, Lai Mohammed said nobody was killed. So what do you expect them to do? They are Lai Mohammed.
Well, Lai Mohammed, we know his character, we know who he is. So, but Lagos State set up investigating. They set up investigation and all. What do you call these people? The different organization. What do we call them? activists were involved, and they monitored that space. They were on the neck of Sanwo-Olu during that time to do the justice. And so Sanwo-Olu did some things. He made some payment to some of those people that were previously killed before NSAS by police brutality and all the rest. So, woman, they have killed that. NSAS is already gone, long time.
But has he achieved anything? Has there been, because it's been and gone, but has there been any consequence to it? Is there any positive thing that has come out of it? Is there any momentum that has been built? Is there any, is the government shaking somewhat? Has there been, what is the takeout? Because all I saw was a bunch of young people going on the street. They allowed them to have their carnival for a few days. They got a bit wayward. They shot a few of them, and they all went back to their campuses. And that's just the total. Nothing has. It's been 2 years now. Nothing. There's been no spin-offs. There's been no pressing the point. There's been no furtherance of it. There's been nothing of note that we can hold on to, that this was what those young people that died sacrificed their life for. And the opening of this toll gate now, it just marks now that as you were, as though nothing happened.
Well, as the name was called, NSAS was a demonstration or protest against police brutality, particularly that unit that they call SARS. So, like you asked, what have we got after that NSAS demonstration? Has those killer police been taken out of the street? No, they are still there. They're still committing their atrocities. As those army that came to kill people, have they been brought to justice? Nothing has been done. The presidency that ordered the what do you call the soldier to go,
the killings,
the killing, they didn't they refuse to abide by the rule of law. They don't even respect the rule of law. So every step taken by the people, by going to court, all the rest, and they never respected it. Lagos State government, even though we can blame Sanwo-Olu for some things, but that guy did his best. He cannot do more than what he did. Yeah, he set up investigating team. They submitted report. He paid compensation to families that have been killed by previously before that, and he did everything that he could do within this capacity. If he's the one in charge of the military, yeah, maybe he could hold himself responsible for not bringing them to justice, but he's not in charge of the military. It's the federal government that is in charge of the military, and the federal government refused. The guy that was invited to the, some officers were invited to, what do you call it? To
the panel. They just told them they told them to get lost.
Yeah, they told them to get lost. Nothing happened to them. The panel team tried to visit the army barrack in Ikoyi.
They told them they will slap them. They
told them we will kill you if you are not come out for this gate now. I've been at the craze. So what happened is a lawless country. So one man, that purpose have been killed since that day that the army went there and shoot and kill people. So it's been ended since that day. It's been ended.
The reopening of Lekki Toll Gate now, for me, it just marks a finality. But then it then makes me reflect back that what was the point? What was the point? What happened?
Yeah. What happened?
Mm.
Yeah, bad leadership, insensitive leadership that doesn't care about the plight of the people. I mean, these are the young people that are fighting for everybody, not only the youth, but for everybody. You know how police harass people everywhere across the country, particularly young people. The moment you have phone, they can take your phone from you. You dress, you have dreadlock, they will harass you. They will take you and go and take you to prison. They will.
Did you see that clip that we played the last time? Or was it even just a readout? Young men just traveling in the north. The army stopped them. They didn't like his hairstyle, and they cut it right
and they
there.
have to shave his head.
And that guy said that they broke his spirit just at that moment.
They are
he
criminals.
Was confident.
Yeah, this happened after the NSAS. It's just because that guy could report his case, his situation to the world. That is why there are several ones that cannot even say anything to us to hear anything. That have been harassed on daily basis across the country. So it's a jungle world right there. So it's just those guys just God will bless them. At least they open up. They put Nigeria on the world stage as a criminal, a country that is run by criminals that kill their citizens, criminals that kill the youth that they call the future of tomorrow. They kill them on the street every time they're coming out to demonstrate and fight for a better country. So we just have to pray to them, those that the family that lost some of their beloved one. We just have to continue praying for them. But it's the reason for that demonstration has been killed for a long time. 1 month they have killed it.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, let's go on from you to Sam, who hopefully is still with us. So Sam, are you still there?
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good to have you, Sam. So Sam, now a regular contributor on the platform. So Sam, to that space that Ajanle Koko just left, NSAS now, they are reopening, they've signaled that, they said they've spoken to all the stakeholders, including the Lagos State government, and they are reopening tolling so they're not reopening the toll gate because that's been open for a while now, but they are reopening tolling, which is to say you pay to go through the toll gates on April to start to collect 1st of April to start to collect the payments on 15th of April. So I'm saying that that's the final nail then on the NSAS space. So it came and it went, but what did it bring and what did it leave? So a lot of noise, a lot of people died, but what has been the consequences of it? Because this sounds like as you were. What are you making of that, Sam?
Indeed, like you said, it's as you are. It's very tragic, and I really blame the youth as well. As much as we always blame the government for most of our problems, that was a missed opportunity. What happened in 2020? It was a missed opportunity. And I like to see things from the political perspective most of the time. That would have been the turning point. That would have been the breaking point. You see, that would have been that point where the youth will have self-organized themselves in an agile way to take Nigeria back from these people, to insist. But they didn't do it cleverly. You remained on the street. The government representatives came to you. They wanted to speak to your coordinator. And you guys said you don't have anyone to represent you. Nobody to front for you. Nobody to speak to you. One thing they did very, very rightly for me, which I agreed with, was doing away with all the celebrities and all. I think Shiwore was going to join them. They sent them away.
It was an anarchist narrative now, so they couldn't have an arrowhead now. They were presenting like anarchists. They wanted, there was an anarchist narrative.
I understand that, but you need to understand those people you are dealing with. They know your elasticity threshold. They know how much you can take. They know, see, if you stay too long on that place, the thing almost became a carnival, like you said. It wasn't. At the end of the day, I was just thinking in my head. We saw what happened at Ojota in 2010 or 2011? At the end of the day, what happened? They know us as Nigerians. Then, if Nigeria was an Arab nation now, it would have been a different thing. With due respect to that religion, they don't take nonsense. See what happened at the Arab Spring. Maybe something will have sprung up from that development, but nothing happened. It was a missed opportunity. No one to speak for the youth. No one to speak there. It now became like a barbarian session where no one was coordinating. It was just a let loose situation. So it was a missed chance, and that the government is opening up that what's it called, that space again for tax collection.
But Sam, sorry, are you justifying the shooting that they stayed too long?
I'm not going to justify the shooting. I wasn't there. Everything we saw was on the news. Whether people were killed or not, I'm not sure. So I'm not defending anyone.
Look at that.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to defend anyone.
Samo is blaming the youth. Like, I don't understand. Blame for
what?
No,
it's not blaming the youth. It's saying it's a missed opportunity. Is it not a missed opportunity?
It is.
Well, it is, yeah.
I'm not blaming the youth. Rest in peace to those who have died. I mean, we really, condole with the families if truly people died. But see, I wasn't on ground. I would have loved to say things for myself.
Sam, no.
Please, can I go on, please?
No, I don't. That comment is not good. If truly people die,
it's not that it's not good. It's even that is a lie because government has even come out to say people died. So I don't know, what are you still defending when the government has said that people died?
Okay, let me move on from there.
It's not move on. You accept it. You don't want to accept the truth.
It's a delicate spot.
It's not delicate. It is
It's to Sam. It's to Sam.
Sam said it, and Sam is denying it. Now, wow. Someone who himself say it. One person died.
And you are still saying people truly died.
Don't worry. You don't have to behead the guy now. He's saying that.
We are talking of life. We are talking of life.
No, he's not denying it.
He's disrespectful to the people that died because his generation did not do anything.
Look at his generation did not do anything. How do you know what his generation is? How do you know what his generation is?
Because you can see the state of the nation. Obviously, they did nothing.
How do you know what his generation is? Were you there as his naming ceremony to know?
If people truly died, when even government that is so bad, even said
no.
That's why I asked the question. Hold on. Are you justifying the shooting?
No. What I suspect Sam is doing is to speak cautiously to what he knows factually. So he's not saying that people did not die. He is saying because it's a disputed area, isn't it? And
government has said people died. Government said it now.
All right.
What is disputed about it? You want to go and fight government too?
All right. I think Lai Mohammed is still insisting that you show me the body. Is he not asking you to show him the bodies?
You should go and meet Sanwo-Olu because Sanwo-Olu said they died. So it's not us that you should meet.
Okay, let me go on. Let me go
carry on, Sam.
Yeah, I understand.
It's a sensitive area, but I carry on.
Yeah. I understand. It's a very, very touching area. So, but like I said earlier, please let's be tolerant. Let's tolerate one another on this platform.
Sam, let me tell you, you didn't show empathy to those guys that were brutalized, even though some of them were. That is what these people. That is what Soli and Thomas are expressing here. That it look like you are speaking in the position of government as if you are their agent. We have to show empathy. No matter what the case, when people jump on the street fighting for one cause, they are not fighting for themselves alone. They are fighting for everybody. But for now to use a brutal force on them, not just by dispersing them with water cannon or what do you call this thing? Tear gas. But you use gun, military, in the dead of the night, and you don't want to show empathy.
I totally disagree. I don't think Sam is not showing empathy. Sam is just pinpointing where the mistake the youth have made for that thing, for what we are now saying on the platform now. Like,
no, you cannot. Let's go with what Sam said. Sam started with blaming the youth.
Because he said at some point, he said he didn't see people didn't die.
He said this with his own mouth, on this platform. So it's not, he said this. He said it.
And maybe we hear things differently. I don't think
rewind. It's not we hear things differently. He said it. Rewind. You hear it.
Okay, let's just carry on. I don't need to rewind. Let's carry on.
Okay, that I said I blame the youth in the first place. There was a context to that. That it was a missed opportunity. And I don't see how that is akin to the fact that people died or people did not die. I said I was not on ground. See, we need to be very careful about what we are throwing out there. If you believe people die, of course, if people die, I will believe it. I'm not saying whether I believed it or not. I was not there. We can't be too critical.
What of the brutality? What of the brutality?
No. Let's
He's not showing empathy at all. No. Blaming them. I don't, because you are not on ground. You saw everything online now.
Hold on, Ajale Koko, please.
Yes.
Let Sam carry on with his narrative, because I think he was trying to maintain a balanced tone to land at a point. That's my reading of it. So carry on from where you were interjected, and then progress as you were. So Sam.
Okay, so thank you. So, like I said, it was a missed opportunity. I don't want to risk sounding like a broken record. Everybody has intelligently responded to this topic you've just brought today about the answers and how the toll gate is going to be reopened. And I'm going to go further to say, yes, we sympathize with, if people died, truly, I sympathize with them. I'm a parent as well. Definitely, I'm not that callous. I'm not insensitive. A lot of things were destroyed in Lagos State. A lot. Running into billions. How do you expect the Lagos State government to make up for the lost grounds?
Oh, Sam,
how do you expect them?
Making another statement? A lot of
you are making another case in defense of the government now. You are making a case. You are making it in defense of the government now.
Also? Really? Oh my God!
You will not let me speak tonight.
The government is the cause of the destruction of government property in Lagos State. It was after the brutalization.
Hold on, please. We are not here to propagandize, and even though we hold strong opinions, we must allow a contrary opinion, even if it jars our senses. That is the whole point. Sam sees it somewhat differently, so let him express it how he sees it.
But one man, this is kind of...
Let Sam have some case. Do you mind?
He said you don't like this kind of Biafra talk. This is a kind of Biafra talk.
He has not landed. He has not landed, that's it. So let him land, and then we'll see where it's going. You don't even know how it's going to land, so carry on, please, Sam.
Okay, so a lot of things were destroyed, to the extent that people went to the court, destroyed the court book, destroyed the court records, buses were razed. Buildings were razed. People that didn't have business to be involved in what was going on. The economy was being paralyzed in that area, and the government was pleading with the youth or the organizers, to let's dialogue. The governor came out. Somebody said to the governor's face, I really commend that guy, the governor of Lagos State. He was he calmed down. He calmed himself. If it was the governor of Rivers State, I'm sure he would have dealt a big slap on that guy that said Sorosoke Wiri, a whole governor. I understand the emotions. I understand the passion.
Did you see them when someone went in their middle and they were singing Davido song Femme to him?
That's what I'm saying. I watched it. I saw it. He didn't do anything. He contained himself. That's the character of a good leader. He told them, I will take this forward for you. He went to Abuja to discuss with our Mallam there, the sitting duck at the Aso Rock. He told them, all your points, just put them forward. I will see what happened at Magodo Estate when the government was going to reclaim the land by one injunction one court case that has been going on for almost how many years. He stood and he went there to rally around them and then fight for them as their governor. He looks like someone that is very sensible and a listening type. He came there. He contained himself on that day. If tax has been taken or was being taken before the answers happened, for whatever reason, is an internally generated revenue, I believe. Everybody is looking for ways to not sit down and just be waiting for Abuja's largesse to come in every month without thinking out of the box. if that was what Lagos State government was doing to make money.
Are you saying they are right to reopen that toll gate? They've reopened it, but to restart the tolling on that road, the link bridge? And do you consider also that the NSAS, it just makes then the whole NSAS thing meaningless? Because what would have been a nice thought was for them to just pull down that toll completely and not toll that space anymore, just as an acknowledgement of what happened there or what the protest was. That would have been the elegant thing to do, but they've just gone back to where they were as though nothing happened. So does that finally rubbish the NSAS narrative?
No, it didn't rubbish it. Some positives came out of it. Okay, maybe not very far-reaching, maybe not very, very in-depth, maybe a bit superficial. Okay, but some things came out of it.
Name two or three positives that's come out of that.
At least there is people are being enlightened more now. People's eyes are being opened now. Politically, people are getting very consciously and they are very politically aware now about what's going on around them. That's one thing I would say. And number two, people are putting themselves forward now. Maybe not in the major parties, but in the scheme of things, they are getting involved, believe it or not. There is an APC guy that's going for the youth, Dada Olusegun, in front of mine. We met on Twitter, 31-year-old guy. Hopefully he's going to win. So young guys, and he's been in this thing when he was 23 years. He was actually working for Tampuwa the camp, and the guy told him, I can never decamp with you. A whole APC governor, no? It came back to the APC. So the youth are getting involved. So it was a missed opportunity, number one. Number two, let's actually, as humans, we empathize with what's happened. This is our country, Nigeria. Even the police that we're fighting for, the same police were the one that was used against us. What is wrong with Nigeria? About reopening that place is not going to be locked down forever. If Lagos State,
you don't think it should have been pulled down? The toll plaza.
I don't think so. Unfortunately, I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think so. Say, like I said earlier.
Okay, you're not conceding that people died there, but if people did die there, which seems to be what this general perception, including pronouncements from government that people did die. So if people died there in protestation against the way the country was being run, and that's Toll Plaza, a good example of what people are protesting against, should they not, as a matter of token and acknowledgement of what the people are saying, pull down that Toll Plaza? You don't think it should be pulled down?
If people truly died, yeah, maybe not closing the place down, maybe giving it enough time for, the wind to blow over whatever has happened. Unfortunately, maybe some.
You're a hard man.
Unfortunately, we have life has to go on.
If people die, you are still repeating if people die. Really, my brother? I'm disappointed.
Please, one question. Are you living abroad or in Nigeria?
Oh my goodness.
Are you living abroad or in Nigeria?
Sam lives about 4 streets from me.
And he's saying these things. If these things should happen in UK, will you be living there? Will you be living there?
I've not mentioned here tonight. It's like
they are calling you Odaju. Are you an Odaju? Are you an Odaju?
No.
If people truly die,
Sam is talking like real APC government agent.
APC from abroad is enjoying the qualities of the West, but does not want to live in Nigeria, yet endorsing what is going on there. Now, wow.
He's not endorsing it. He's just saying,
okay, let me ask Sam a question. Where do you know that they've ever sent Nigerian military to that they won't brutalize or kill? Do you have a record of anywhere in Nigeria that they ever send military in troops to go and crush or disperse or put a situation under control that they never killed? Can you tell me?
There's nowhere, to be honest. I
There's
remember
nowhere. Okay.
Obasanjo's destruction of OD the other time. Is it in Rivers State? I can't remember.
Okay. So if you know there is nowhere and you want to believe government story that they deploy military to that place and you think they won't kill anybody?
See, there's always two sides to stories.
Forget about two sides.
I'm not saying.
No, you have to ask him a question now. Let him address it.
Let me address
the question. Yeah.
Let me address this, sir. There's always two sides to a story. If you believe people died, that's what you believe. I'm not saying people did not die, but I'm seeing it from another perspective.
On the perspective of APC, right?
No, see. Oh God. I've always been on this platform.
That is perspective of Lai Mohammed. That is perspective of these people you are seeing it at. And you answered earlier when I asked you that where in Nigeria have you seen where they deploy military to go and crush demonstrator or anything like that they won't kill? You said there's none. And I can give you series of incidents. Fella,
you can't use the same paintbrush to paint everywhere.
What are you saying, Sam? For God's sake!
So this one time they did not brutalize. Is that what?
So this is the best time they never brutalized because APC is a friendly. Yes, they are very friendly to Nigeria. They send military not to go and brutalize Nigeria, but they crushed, they dispersed everybody, they crushed them, they did everything, and they swept the floor. They brought what do you call this thing? Water tanker to flush. To clean the blood stain and everything, and yet they did not clear. You are still on that position that it's not clear to you that they kill anybody.
But if it's not clear to him, he cannot say otherwise now. It can only be true to
many of us on this platform tonight responding. I'm sure 95% of us were not in Nigeria. Everything we saw was on the TV and whatever they projected to us. So I'm not supporting the government in any way.
It was doctored.
Let me ask you a question, Sam. Sam, have you heard the phrase Holocaust denier? Holocaust denier. Have you heard that phrase?
I've heard it.
Okay, what does it mean?
Like you're denying the obvious, something that happened or something.
It is. You know, during the Second World War, the Germans, they gathered a lot of Jews and they slaughtered them cold-bloodedly. This happened in open glare, but because of the time that has passed, a lot of people are now trying to rewrite that history to say nothing like that ever happened. They call them Holocaust deniers. So, you know where I'm going with that.
I'm not against the Jews. So
no, but are you an NSAS denier? Are you like a Holocaust denier, Nigeria branch, Nigeria style? What
to be honest, this is the first time I'm actually discussing this topic with anyone. I know people will be riled up with my own point of view, but that's the way I saw it.
No, that's fair enough. We cannot ask for more. We cannot ask you to speak as you don't feel. So even if if your opinion is unpopular, you have to hold it steady. It's your opinion. But thank you. Let me quickly move you from there before people start to reach through the computers to strangle you.
One man for Sam. At the boil, yeah. Sam.
One thing about Sam is that Sam is APC to the core, and he will defend their position no matter what. So
he has not declared. He has not declared the party affiliation now. I did declare.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Sam, did you declare any party affiliation when I was not on the screen? Did you declare yourself as a?
No, I've always been Bola Tinubu supporter, so maybe that's why you find
So
it.
what kí lẹ fẹ́ gbọ́?
I was ready to
Ó
open you a
ti
window,
la
but
bàtó là mọ́lẹ̀ fún yín kẹ́ gbọ́.
okay, all right.
Kí lẹ tún fẹ́?
All right.
Please help us here. Are we being sensitive? Am I crazy here?
No, let me move him from that page because Sam has already spoken. As I don't, you've given him the window to retract.
He's a Tinubu guy now,
and he's saying he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't know for certain categorically, and he's a man of fact. You have to know that Sam is a computer man, so he works on facts.
Mm-hmm.
So Sam, let me take you then to the first scarcity. Or did you want to say something quickly about Akure before I move Sam off? On. Okay, so let me move you quickly to the first scarcity space. We have fuel to fly for only 3 more days. Airline operators. So, I mean, it's almost unbelievable. Poor Charles, our American correspondent who sympathizes with Nigeria, he was asking that surely Nigeria should just use their own fuel to pump their own planes, which you think is a simplistic thing to say, but is actually just a factual thing. We have fuel, and the planes cannot fly because there's no fuel to. So what's going on there? Did you hear the Saraki clip that I played?
Yeah, I saw the video.
What's going on there? What is going on? It's telling us that the pump price has gone from 350 to 900. The aviation fuel has gone double. So that, of course, calibrates in all of the pricing for everything. And again, they squeeze the blood. They are trying to blame it on the Ukrainian situation, but he's telling us that they'd already imported this batch of petrol 2 months ago. What's going on there, Sam?
As far as I may not like the messenger, but the message should not be discarded. What Saraki says is he actually said it from the point of view of someone that has been at the top and in the governance of Nigeria, and I've seen things for himself, and someone that has been in the game as well. So I'm not going to stand here to discard what he has said, as much as I don't really like his personality. What I'm going to say is tragic. Nigeria is an irony of itself. Do you know my younger brother who lives in Canada studied geophysics in Nigeria at Unilag, and we're discussing many years ago about crude oil and all of it. He told me, because he did a lot of research in crude refining, that Nigeria's oil, you can get 114 products from Nigerian's crude. 114 different products from this crude oil. You can Google it. I checked it as well. 114 products from this crude. Yet, we do not deem it fit to have functional refineries in Nigeria. What is wrong with Nigeria, for Christ's sake? We ship our crude abroad. Those ones send maybe only 5 or 6 products back to us, and they retain the remaining product to develop their own system.
And they don't send it back to us for free. They sell it at extorbitant, extortionate prices.
So when they talk about this subsidy, is there truly subsidy? Who is subsidizing who? Is the government? See, Nigerians have made billionaires from this oil sector, from this so-called. When Buhari came in, he told us he didn't believe in this subsidy. That once he comes in, he's going to do away with it. And I mean, like I said the other day, they will tell us different stories in poetry. But once they get onto that seat, that's when the reality dawns on them. Can you imagine the next 3 days now? There won't be aviation fuel. Do you know the chaos that will cause? People who work in Abuja that live in Lagos who need to travel, I mean, intra-city from one place to another.
What about international freight? Because when these planes fly in, they refuel in Nigeria to fly on to wherever or fly back. So what about international freight?
That economy...
They'll chase you, the Boko Haram chase you from the roads onto the plane, and then the plane, they chase you back from the plane back to the road to go and meet Boko Haram again. Is this the plan?
If truly, we all knew Buhari was under the military government, was a petroleum minister thereabout, and now we still have petroleum minister. Just put Dixon. What's that guy's name from Bayelsa State? This Minister of State for Petroleum. Yet we don't have a solution. Can you imagine the adulterated petroleum that was brought into the country? A lot of people's cars' engines were knocked.
Yeah,
If like
can you
like
imagine it? Yeah, go on, sorry.
like Majari Kuku rightly said, if that had happened and that kind of adulterated fuel has gone into an aircraft, what would we be saying today in Nigeria? What would we be saying? A lot of lives will have just been lost like that because of some people's incompetence, and head has not rose till today. And people are still sitting pretty in their offices. These are the little things that people should do and be in jail. You're just going to kill people needlessly just for nothing because of your own greed and incompetence. And we have people manning and people overseeing those sectors, the DPR, NNPC, all of these people. They are just feeding fat on the country.
But this is we are saying Buhari, but this of course has been the situation in Nigeria since year dot. You know, it's just
What's it
the
going to cost?
injustice of it. You know,
even the refineries that are working in, I'm not sure none is working again at this point in time. The one in Kaduna, I'm not sure it's working. The one in River State, I'm not sure it's working. Do you know how much turnaround maintenance? Do you know how much fund that goes into
it's
that?
hundreds of millions of dollars.
Oh my
This is
God.
what they invoice every day. No productivity from it. And they keep talking about maintenance, but it's not producing anything. And they talk about every single year maintenance.
It's
Port
so
Harcourt, Kaduna, maintenance.
The federal government spent $1.2 billion on turnaround maintenance last year. Turnaround maintenance on something that is not functioning, is not working.
Is maribound, is obsolete,
that's
is
fraud
maribound.
That's fraud.
What are you talking about?
And they already obtained loan now for $5.9 billion again. They said for repair to bring it back to a functioning state. That is what they said.
Do you know, I don't even envy whoever will be the next president of Nigeria, because they have set a trap for whoever is going to become the president now. When you get in there, that's when I just pray whoever is going to win, let them win, because my spirit is broken when I see a lot of things that happen back home. I've been in this country for almost 11 years. They don't have fuel, for Christ's sake. It is the taxing system is what they use in developing the UK. And sometimes I just sit down.
They have fuel, they have it in Scotland.
Yeah, but is that in abundance as Nigeria?
No, yeah, not sufficient enough to meet.
Not sufficient enough now.
Yeah.
Not sufficient enough. We are sitting on wealth.
Can I talk to this guy, Sam? And you think your man Tinubu can do it, right? Looking at the magnitude of problem that country
is a Yoruba man now. Of course, he can do it.
My brother, as much as I want him to be our president,
let's see this issue of Yoruba. I mean, looking at his mental capacity at this time.
There's nothing wrong with him mentally.
What do you mean his mental capacity? What assessment have you made of it?
There's nothing.
The man is sinner.
You just make all these comments, man. You can't say sinner now. You are not.
Listen. The Tinubu you showed us on one of the clips you played here on your platform some few weeks ago, when he was a governor. Is it the same Tinubu that you know now? Of course, we know he's older.
No, that is exactly. Okay. So there it is.
So he's older. Now, listen. Yes. He's older, and then people with this old age issue, like the one that we have there currently right now.
It's 69. It's 69.
He doesn't care. Listen. He doesn't care.
You end at 69. Do you know? that 69? Do you know that 69 is the new 45?
Woman, don't spin anything around here for me.
What are you talking about?
You are the one not saying things.
It's just 69 now. What are you talking about?
You are the one.
You saw his hand shaking the other day. Now we watched the video.
Look at the way he
came up
talks.
with 150,000 reasons why his hand should shake. My hands are shaking now.
Where's your hand shaking? Your hand is not shaking. You are just demon.
One man is good at spinning things around.
This is it now. Look at that.
One man. We need a somebody with a vibrant mind to come and
let me tell you.
You cannot say that his mind is not vibrant. There's nothing that suggests or call it. You can't say that now.
Vibrant. He doesn't have a mind.
How can you say that? You can't say that.
I say that because of the way he talks, the way he's acting. That is why I'm saying that.
What way is he talking?
Listen, I'm looking at this current situation right now.
Tinubu has always spoken in broad strokes.
No, he has not.
He has
No.
never known him not to. When has he ever been articulate? It has never been articulate. He's always spoken in broad strokes.
If you're able to dig out a clip of when he was campaigning for this man that is there now, what's his name? Look at the way he spoke compared to what he is now.
That was 3 years ago. What are you talking about?
That's to tell you that event has overtaken this guy
in 3 years.
Yeah, it's possible.
What are you talking about now?
It's possible. That's what I'm saying. Look at it. You look at the past and you compare it to the present. That's how you can judge. That there's a mental decline. There's something declining in this guy.
Okay.
And we need somebody who is happy.
I'm not sure that you should be saying that because
I should say that because we have a current.
You are diagnosing him not even having probably. I don't know what your credentials are. Or you've not told us you're a medical doctor. Also,
we have a current president who chooses to use your base there where you are there in the UK as a second home. He goes there virtually.
Okay, so Banjo is 84, and you're saying that Tinubu is the same age.
Banjo is the one ruling us. Let's don't bring Banjo.
Because you are saying Tinubu is the same age as Banjo. What are you talking about?
I don't. Who said that?
Who said that? That's what you're saying now. But
don't start spinning things around. Let's be objective.
I'm spinning things. You are the one
you're spinning things around. Yeah, I'm talking about Tinubu.
You're plucking abstracts from thin air, and you're
what is abstract?
You are telling us of a mental decline in somebody that you have not met physically. And you've not told us you're a medical doctor to diagnose it.
I don't need to meet him physically.
Just because you don't like the guy, you just come here and assault his character all the time.
Going to keep on going round and round. They are not going to go for this argument.
But one man, I can guess your age as you are now. I don't know you, but I can guess your age.
Don't worry. If I'd abused myself and I'd... It's a victim of it. You know that Tinubu used to have a drug habit if it doesn't steal. Did you know that?
Yes, they said that.
I do.
Yeah. So all of these things debilitate you somewhat physically. Yeah. So I don't know, but you cannot...
An ex-druggie to become your leader.
Well, who is not an ex-druggie in Nigeria? Who is not an ex-druggie?
What a country.
Who is not an ex-druggie in Nigeria? Who is not a druggie in Nigeria?
Ex-druggie president.
Who is not a druggie in Nigeria? Is Atiku not an ex-druggie? Who is not an ex-druggie?
No, I'm not. I don't use drugs. Never use drugs.
Himself not an ex-druggie. I'm
not a druggie. I never use drugs, so I will never use drugs. So
where have you seen Joreto Mugo?
Is that him smoker now? He was not a student union asked. It was not all students union not Amugos.
But one man, this is my argument over Tinubu. I'm not using age, I'm not using his old age, I'm not using his thoughts or whatever. What I want to argue is that for thing, they obviously are not using the refinery in Nigeria because they do not want to be selling it to people in Nigeria in naira. They want to be importing it in dollars and then using that dollar amount to make more profits by selling it to their own people. That's my argument. Now, if Tinubu gets there, knowing how he used to, how do I put it? How he get into one sector of the business and then make it in a corrupt way where he will gain a certain advantage, like a business. If Tinubu is going to get there, knowing the way how he used to run government organizations, he can bastardize this thing, make fuel up to even 800, 1,000, 1,200 naira per barrel and not have any mess.
Sorry, you know his brother is a
for the first time. You know his brother is Tinubu.
Wale Tinubu has is it Owando or is it Owando?
Ohando.
So what are we talking about? Conflict of interest. So you see,
what do you mean conflict of interest?
How is that a conflict of interest? Is it the president?
Well, when he has a brother, and probably know that I'm not saying he has a share there.
Can I come back to the?
Go on, my friend.
Black to you, Sam. This is rational mind. Though he hears the word Tinubu and it just makes but back to you, Sam.
Yeah, I'm not.
What bad?
You think we have not noticed? We have noticed that as soon as you hear Tinubu, you're just.
It's just what people campaign for this guy that this guy should be. I don't just understand what people are thinking. You see that country that the way it is, and then
yes,
we
but rational mind, you have to understand that the Nigerian space is not going to argue based on age or this kind of things.
No, that is the kind of people we have there. The bastards are the mental. I mean,
yes, but they are not
you know here on one man show that we had
all this kind of argument.
A mental expert that goes to Nigerians. Yes, Nigerians they have mental issues.
Yes, you may argue it
even we come in here discussing. Don't you think it's mentally tasking for us to be discussing all these things?
Yes.
Why do you think I took a break for 2-3 days from here?
It will not work for the average Nigerian.
No, because we don't let you. It's because we don't let you push your. We don't let you push your agenda.
No, that's not I just took a break because mentally I'm not doing well myself. I won't lie to you. Because
there you are.
Discussing Nigeria matter is.
So let's hear from Sam then, who is of sound mind. So Sam, back to you.
Okay, so I'm not gonna begrudge whoever doesn't like Bola Tinubu. I do not like some politicians as well. So I mean that's the way life is. Everybody's not gonna like you. So that's aside. Secondly, about the mental stability, I'm not sure my brother is a psychoanalyst. Or if he's one, he should let us know whether you can judge someone from very far away and then just trying to judge him by seeing him on TV. That's left to be seen. So I won't believe that until we see a report that says he's senile. Then we'll start picking up a conversation from there. But for now, it is what it is, you see. So there's not much to talk on that sector, so that other people can come in to add their own voice as well. So it's just, if we can get our refineries working, it's just unfortunate that we do not have patriotic Nigerians. Our political class are not patriotic. That's the unfortunate thing. If they are patriotic, we should be buying fuel for lesser than what is being sold to us at this point in time. We are sitting on natural resources. On the exclusive list, there are some things the states cannot tap into until they get approval from Abuja. What kind of economy is that? What kind of a unitary system is that? The Chinese are in Nigeria now, mining away.
Those people are just bastard. They are just God. If you see what they are doing in that country, you will cry.
Anyone that takes over Nigeria now is a setup, man.
Do you want to blame the Chinese? Who are you to blame?
Is
it not the bad leadership?
That's what I'm saying, that we do not have patriotic leaders. That's what I'm saying.
Then when Ajan Lekoko is saying that, let us vote these people out, if we say, it's not possible.
Let's not.
What are you guys complaining for? You want to continue supporting Tinubu and you think something to change.
Please, Ajan Lekoko, we did that for 6 hours yesterday. Let's hear from Sam. Sam, back to you.
No, I'm just letting you shouldn't complain.
No. Can you please stop? We must hear other voices apart from yours. We did it for 6 hours yesterday. So let me. No, but I don't want us to go through the whole of yesterday again today. So let's stay on topic today. So yes. Sam, let me take you to the Obaseki Wike space, that fight that is brewing.
Okay, so with them, I saw the video this afternoon, even before you started the program tonight. I saw Wike and this former Minister of Information during the military, Jerry Ghana, was there and sit while Wike was lambasting the whole governor. I think is the in thing in Nigeria now, whereby governors are coming out there to attack themselves. It's very plural. You don't do that as leaders of a state. What these people don't realize is tomorrow you can become whatever. You can become the president of Nigeria. You can become a global leader. People will be referencing all of these things and just pick these things and let it work against you. Especially the same way all of us are on this line tonight. And many of us that have spoken previously in the previous time past. We don't know people, but we just judge them from afar. That's what happens. We need to be cautious what we say. You are in the public space. He was attacked. Say, I am Obaseki. I'm not a friend of his at all. Everybody knows my stand on this platform. But what has happened to PDP? Yeah, it's just that. God, it's very painful. If that the youth were so self-organizing, this is the best time for us to hijack this country from these guys. PDP is going to implode. APC is going to implode. If there was a third force,
Do you not think that PDP, they are somewhat missing a step? They are seeing what is happening in APC. They are hemorrhaging. Instead to them present a clean cut thing that contrasts us with these people who cannot even organize their party. Wike is just letting his ego override the greater good of the party. Because even though I don't agree with that Shaibu fella, Wike, is it just getting a little bit too out of control, Wike?
No, it's say it will pay the piper, calls the shot.
Oh, there it is.
That's what's happening.
The money man.
That's it. It's unfortunate what Nigeria's resources is going into. They are not even hiding it from us again. They are using the state resources and funding themselves. And it's not limited to PDP alone. Across board. He's the one that's got the structure of PDP in hand now. Using their state resources to fund party structures. Did you see what he said? Or did you hear what he said? He went to Edo State, left governance in his own state. He was in Edo State for 3 days. Can you imagine? He even said he didn't take his bath for 3 days.
Yeah, but that was during the campaign for Obaseki, though. So he had to do that.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Do you know how much was spent from the coffers of government of the government of Rivers State to help Obaseki win that election? And the same thing applies to APC as well. They are not even afraid to say it outside again. It has become a norm. Nigeria is a banana republic now.
Do you think, off the back of what you said, he is entitled to expect some level of gratitude from Obaseki?
I'm not
because without Wike, Obaseki would not be governor of that state. He pushed every single thing to make him governor.
But while Oshiomhole too was trying to what's it called? When he was very, very angry about what was going on, how it was gonna be taken apart from the world level. He didn't know who was sponsoring it. If it was, I'm sure it wasn't Wike. I'm sure it was Amechi. I heard Amechi was against Oshiomhole and some other guys to take him out, just to block. But everything was pointing towards the fact that Bola Tinubu is trying to come out of somewhere. So they are trying to block all his own emissaries. That was why, all of these things is just around Bola Tinubu. Take it or leave it. They don't want him to get there. And I don't have any problem. Let me finish, please. I'm not interrupting people. Let me just quickly finish my point in 5 minutes so another person can come in. Everything is around, believe it or not. That's my own thinking. And I'm in a media group with some with a political party, APC definitely, in a WhatsApp group. We discuss a lot. So I'm telling you firsthand what's happening. Bashir Ahmed is my friend, that guy with the presidency. Everything is around.
Is it the idiot that was fighting homosexy?
Yeah, that guy.
People name. That guy said it's a dumbass.
Yeah, it's an idiot. Yeah, once they get to Aso Rock, they feel like they're gonna be there forever. They don't know it's pre-tempo. It's just for a time being. Everybody's gonna go back home.
All right, Sam, take a question from Solly, because we do interject sometimes even when So Solly, you wanted to...
Yes, you were saying that this is the right time for the youth to have hijacked. First question is, how do you expect the youth to hijack? Like, what plan, if you were a youth and you were in that country, what would have been your plan? Secondly, which youths are you talking about? Is it the northern youths, the eastern youths, or the western youths, or youths in general? And if it's youths in general, how do you expect them to work together? What is your plan? What would you have done if you were in that position?
If I was in that position,
let me ask you that question too. When you are saying that this is the time for youth, why are you supporting Tinubu then? If you believe it's the time for youth,
see, I'm supporting him because. Let me land. Now, why are you laughing? I'm supporting him because I'm looking for someone that's got the capacity to deliver votes for APC. APC wins the next election.
Because you're on the payroll.
No, I'm not on the payroll. I'm not a BMC. I'm not Buhari media. What's it called? I don't see. Well, we don't know ourselves. All of us are here. Whatever I'm doing, I'm happy to the glory of God. I'm not struggling. I don't need any money anywhere.
Because what I'm trying to say.
It's not because I'm in UK. Do you know how much? Do you know all of us are on this platform? Do you know how much we send home every month? Do you know how much we send home every month to help our parents? I'm from a polygamous family. I've got nine brothers behind, 9 siblings behind me.
I have never sent home money this year because I don't have.
Don't worry. So let me go back to that question. So what I would have done if I was a youth? The youth are very, very angry on the street now. Any politician that comes and just dangle any carrot before them, they will take it. It's because we have been conditioned to be that way. It's a deliberate impoverishment, like I used to say. It will have been a perfect opportunity. They will have self-organized after the NSAS.
How is
wait? They will have come together. At least you will have a leader at the end of the day when the NSAS finish. Okay, even if you don't want government to liaise with anyone as your face, after the whole NSAS thing and the panel report came in and everything came in, that was an opportunity for you guys to come together. What can we do? Let's take this thing further. Let's make it political. Let's go to the north. Let's have representative in the north central, in the geopolitical zones. Let's begin to have meetings at the world levels. Begin to visit places. Sam, who says funds will not come? Do you know how much was sent into Nigeria during the NSAS?
Sam, can I interject there?
No, somebody was asking a question. Let me finish this question.
It was me that asked this question. It was me.
Okay.
Now, it seems like you have lived in UK for too long. You have forgotten the Nigerian space. The reason why the government was looking for a leader was because they were looking for somebody to arrest and lock up so that the protest will end. Don't argue this kind of thing because you know this is what goes on in Nigeria.
What I'm saying is...
No. Your statement sounds good and dandy for an Englishman to hear, but in all reality, this does not work in Nigeria. Okay. Not having a leader was the best strategy and best plan, but carry on.
Yeah, see, that was good. At least we all saw what happened at the end. What I'm saying now is, what happens after? At the end of the day, you will not continue to not have a leader. Let somebody be your face. Have leaders in the geopolitical zones come together. You guys on the voting day, you constitute at least, let's say randomly, on the average 50-something% of the voting block. You can move things, even if not presidency. You can flood the assemblies. You can flood the reps. You can flood the National Assembly, damning whatever money they're going to give to you. I know definitely we play money politics in Nigeria. It's going to play a factor. But that will have been the best opportunity. Now that these parties are imploding, it will have been the best shot. All of these Mogalu and every one of them, and the motivational speaker and every one of them coming together. Let's form a bond against these guys. It's just unfortunate that I don't know if the INEC is still going to take any registration for any new political party to be bettered. I don't know about that. Maybe towards 2027. Let's start organizing now. The problem with Nigerians youth is lack of organization. Is it that we are not smart? We are very smart now, for Christ's sake. We are smart. We know what we are doing. Yes, the political
class with everything you are saying now is being defeated.
How?
Supporting Tinubu and are saying this. It's being defeated.
Yes, your action is killing the dream of the youth now. Yeah, you are not promoting the youth. You are not promoting the effort of the youth. When you are with Tinubu or you are supporting APC, or you are killing, because this is the party with the president that sent army out to go and kill the youth.
No,
so
don't say that.
What is your position?
Nice. His actions are not going with his words.
Yeah.
Let me say something Ajale Koko just said now. Yeah. Because I'm supporting Tinubu, if he loses the election, do you think my life will stop? My life will not stop. I'll carry on with my life now.
Voting Tinubu now.
What?
That is why you are voting Tinubu, because you will not live in Nigeria. If you are going to live in Nigeria,
what I'm saying is you don't get the narrative I'm trying to say. If I'm a supporter of APC, would I want PDP to win the election? Of course not. So whoever APC is going to present,
supports the party. Whoever they put forward, even if it's Buhari 2.2, as long as the party wins.
Yeah, that is what they are saying. So if Tinubu does not win the primary, are you saying you are not going to vote APC or support APC anymore?
You vote.
I don't even have a voting card. All of us here.
No. You are supporting Tinubu. Okay.
Yes.
If Tinubu should loses that bid, what are you going to do? Are you still going to go forward to support any candidate they put forward, or what are you going to do?
If Tinubu loses and whoever is presented forward, if the person has the capacity to win the election, I'm going to support that person. If not, I'm going to stay out. What's the point wasting your vote, for Christ's sake?
Okay, why can't you devote your time now for the youth organization to start organizing and start promoting youth to start organizing and let's see somebody with a mental capacity we know that is a youth that can do the job. Why can't we just start looking for somebody?
Okay, we can. But
We
it
know
looks like the way I'm sounding tonight, I'm being an idealist, like someone said, and I'm being a realist almost all the time. In the current Nigeria that we have today, you cannot hijack this thing from these two parties. Though I have said it's the best time for the youth to self-organize, but that doesn't mean to win the next election. To self-organize for 2027, to self-organize for the 2021.
But
Let's start thinking for the
Sam,
future. That's what
you
I'm
keep
saying.
saying let
I
the
don't
youth
want APC to
organize.
lose to PDP. That's my
Do you
realistic part
think
of it.
APC have any good plan for the youth of that country?
I'm not in the mind of this political.
No. Do you think by what we have seen them done for the past 8 years
Yes or
or
no
7
question.
years, are they promoting the future of the youth of today? What do you see? Or do you see anybody around the corridor of power that look like a youth that we can say, okay, this one should be the best bet for the future? Who do you see?
You see, sorry, Sam. The other thing is, do you see this current government as a Buhari administration or an APC administration? Because there's a school of thought to say that Buhari is essentially running the administration according to his own philosophy and not necessarily according to a party template. Because the party, as you know, has been pushed back by the cabal that have seized charge of Buhari. So is this even an APC administration or a Buhari administration? So wrap that into your commentaries, Sam, and then I'll go on from you to Ete of Africa. So yeah, wrap that up in your commentaries, Sam.
Like I said, it's just that we're not going to agree tonight on maybe on another night something like this will come forward. But what I'm trying to say is I'm not shying from the fact that I'm supporting Bola Tinubu. Let's give someone a chance. If we have had good leaders in the past, we're not going to be where we are today. If Obasanjo had done electricity, where's the system?
Can you remind us why you do support Tinubu? Can you just in a short summary? Why do you support Tinubu?
I see him as someone that will not be an ethnic jingoist. I see him as someone that will be detribalized. I see him as someone that will give the person that can do the job to do it. Even if you think, like my friend said now, that he's got some mental problems. Let's assume, for argument's sake, that he has. But he knows the right people that can do the job. Let's give him a chance to put the right people, the square peg in the square holes. See, how old is Joe Biden? How old was Donald Trump when they became president? Let's not be fooled towards this line that, oh, somebody is too old. He's not the one that will sit down as the Minister of Education. Though I understand we are not budgeting enough for education. It's paltry some fortunate. We should be doing more. I agree with that. We should be doing more in housing. I agree with that. If they are done more infrastructure-wise, we will not be where we are today. So Buhari is not Nigeria's problem today. It's a systemic dysfunction. That's how I'm going to round that off.
Do you think Tinubu was a success in Lagos State?
He was dealing with powers that were higher than him, but still, I think he performed. Obasanjo was really out to destroy him.
Can you list, because this is what people usually ask, can you give us a feel of what you think his achievements were when he was the governor of Lagos State? What exactly did he achieve?
And I remember you asked me the same question the other day when I started on this platform. I may not have it at hand, but see,
you still don't have it. Well, you are now
no,
what?
You didn't tell me you were going to ask me this question.
You are 6 weeks in. Yeah?
No. You didn't tell me you were going to ask me this question. And he governed Nigeria in Lagos State almost 20-something years ago. I'm not even going to remember everything he did. But let's speak to the fact. This guy will give anybody a chance to do the job. That's why I like him. That's it.
Nothing to do with him being a Yoruba man like you.
No. I'm not like that, though. I'm not like that. No.
Look at this guy. Yeah,
Let
look
me
at
tell you
this
the
guy.
truth. Let me tell you
Who
the
do you
truth.
think? Well, you look at we're
when
experienced
Sam
people
said
here.
when Sam said no, it sounded like somebody that has been caught.
That we caught in the act. Yes,
Ah,
you
no,
heard
no, no,
that.
no, 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 no.
It
No,
was.
see
It
that.
wasn't. It
See,
wasn't no. It wasn't no. It was no. No.
no, no,
No,
no.
Egba
It
mi o,
was.
Egba
It
mi
was
o.
no.
No,
No.
no.
Emiko.
Let,
Emiko.
Emi
no,
ko.
let
Look
me
at
say.
this guy. Look
Let,
at this guy.
let me say something. No, let me say something.
We are Lagos people, you know. We are not from the interiors. Look at
Oh
this guy.
God, no,
Go
no,
on.
no, no,
Go.
no.
Go.
Let,
Go
let
on.
me let me say something. I may be sounding very tough, yeah, but if I see a good thing, yeah, I will support it. If it is Mogalu, if it is the guy that is it the same one from the CBN? If it's anyone that would do good, that I believe would do good to Nigerians, I will support him now for Christ's sake.
Between Peter Obi and Tinubu, who would he go for?
Do you know the truth of the matter is, I'm not going to go for someone that will be manipulated. Bola Tinubu has a plan. That's what I believe.
Oh, really? You think that
Yes.
Peter Obi is a person that can be manipulated?
How is it different from Jonathan, for Christ's sake?
Oh my God! Just.
He was a
You don't know.
governor in
You don't know.
Anambra
You
State.
don't know. You don't know
No.
him.
Don't
You
tell
don't know. You
don't
don't
tell
know.
me I don't know politics, sir. He was a governor in
No,
Anambra
you.
State. He has
Oh, okay.
not. Bola Tinubu looks like someone that you will not be a push around.
So Peter Obi look like a person you can push around.
Who is Peter Obi? Is he even popular in the southeast? What are you saying, sir? Does that one have the political clout to win election?
Oh, really? He doesn't have
my
clout to
God.
win election, and he was a governor. Was it
But
not a governor
not
like
at the
Tinubu
national,
was a
not at the
governor as well?
national level, though.
At the national level.
At the national level, let us have him one-on-one with Tinubu on a national debate, and you will know
he
the
will
true
defeat
leader.
him in a debate because
That is where
Tinubu
you
is
will
not
know.
articulate.
Let us have them
But
one-on-one
it won't
on a
defeat
national
him.
debate.
It won't
Let
defeat
them
him in the
present.
field, though. It won't
Let
defeat
them
him in the
present
field, though. It won't defeat him in an election.
Corrupt field
What
that is
you-
corrupted,
what-
field that
I-
will be bribed their way into power. Let
used
us
to say-
bring them on one-on-one debate, and let
I
us
used to-
both of them put before us the agenda for the nation. Then you will know the true leadership.
Let me tell you the truth, sir, and I know you know this. You're just trying to be a devil's advocate.
Okay.
The capacity to win the election is what matters in Nigeria. Forget all this grammar. Whether he's articulate or
that
not.
is where you guys are getting it wrong. Capacity to win election, capacity not to present to you what your agenda for the country.
Electioneering has not started yet. They have not started presenting their manifestos. Let's wait till then now.
Is Bola Tinubu open up to the media?
See, it's because you don't like this guy. That's why you're speaking
No.
this.
I'm just asking. Look, why would I like him? Is he open up to the media now? Have we seen media asking him questions? Has he come before the media and talk? And that is the person you want to have as your president? Somebody that is not open to the public?
Do you know what
he
he's
just
doing?
got himself surrounded by sometimes visiting the Obas. Is that what we want to be?
Tell you what
is that the way to be president of a nation?
I'll tell you what he's doing. Can I tell you what he's doing?
Yes.
He's consulting at the moment. When it's time to speak, when it's time to speak and present manifestos, he would definitely do that. What he's trying to do as well that you don't know is trying to catch APC unawares. He knows he may not get the support. He knows he may not get the support of the governors and those power brokers in the APC, but by himself throwing himself forward to the party and to Nigerians that please, I want to rescue this country. It may be difficult for Buhari to change his mind. Maybe he's going to change it later. All the best to Nigeria. But then I think that guy deserves a shot at the presidency. He has made a lot of people has come through him, and they have Tunde Fowler, the guy that was taken.
Why would we be speaking like this? He has made a lot of people.
He made a lot of people for himself, not for the greater good of the country.
How is it for himself?
You should know that you should know that clearly for himself, for his personal ambition. Yes.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Sorry, rational mind. Is it wrong to say he has made a lot of people? Has it not?
It's not wrong.
You guys are ingrate. You guys sound like ingrate, man.
Yeah, you're not grateful.
Ingrate. What did you say?
Your own now.
Are you just too emotional about Tinubu? Are you just too emotional about him?
What should we be grateful for?
What has it done for us? What has it done for the people of Yoruba land?
What has it done for us? That's like Ajalego
What
said. What
has it done for the people of Yoruba land? What has it ever been in the front protecting the...
Do you know how many
Eh?
Yoruba people are in this administration that this guy propelled forward?
Oh my
Though
God! And
may
who
not
are
be.
they serving? Whose interest?
Ìjẹ̀bú ni mí, paraku.
It's from Anambra, but he grew up in Lagos.
No. I'm from Ogun State.
I mean, I can tell that it's an Igbo. He has that Igbo.
But one man, rational man. What I like Sam for is holding to his position. Everybody cannot be the same. Let's just give it to him.
Of course, we give it to him.
What he's saying tonight, I'm very marvel.
No, is Marvel is not in delight. It's just alarm. It's more. Let's say. But Sam, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Wear a helmet tomorrow because people will be throwing stones at you on the streets. But
Sam, don't take it personal. We're not attacking you here.
It's a big boy now. He knows the game. He knows. But thank you, Sam. So for going in that direction, especially because I think you woke a lot of people up that, there's a contrary view out there. But let's go from Sam to Ete of Africa because he's a new person and you know how we like to hear new names, new voices. So hopefully still with us. Are you still there, Ete of Africa?
Yes, I am.
Brilliant. Good to have you. So you've been following the conversation. Let me take you then to that space that Sam just left, which is we're hearing that they are now going to reintroduce tolling at Lekki Toll Gate. And I'm saying that marks now the final and absolute end of the NSAS narrative. But what has been the result of it? It came and it went, but it never blew the house down. Nothing changes, and it's as you were. So what are you then making then of the reintroduction of tolling to the Lekki Toll Gate?
I feel it's just a matter of time for them to reinstall it because I felt they were never going to dismantle it. Even if 100 people died there, they are never going to dismantle it. That's just the reality of Nigeria. So, and concerning the NSAS, basically, I felt that the drive and the organization was good, but the follow-up was bad because there was no better time to build a third force party in Nigeria. There's absolutely no better time to have a third force party because we had a lot of youth, especially in the southern part of Nigeria and in the middle belt of Nigeria, that was politically aware. And
are you playing daddy as well as commenting? We can hear your daughter how old is she?
Oh, she's one. She's playing.
Okay, that's good. Well done.
Sorry for that.
So no, it's good. We delight in that. Everybody, we hear from Professor Datao's daughter as well. So carry on. I could tell from the tone that it's a girl because I have a daughter too. So, but carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The thing is, this was the right time for a third force. That's why I'm not happy with the Patutomi, Moguli, and co. They're just coming online on TV to speak English. See, Nigerian politics is not Twitter, Facebook, and social media. That is not Nigerian politics. Majority of people that vote and change and bring leaders in Nigeria, they are not even in these platforms. Most people in Twitter, they don't even have this so-called PPC or anything like that. They don't. So the thing is, you can't tell the Lagos state government not to open up the toll gates and say because of people died there, that's why you will not open up the toll gate and it's insensitive and this and that. How are they going to continue maintaining the toll gate?
Do you think Tinubu will suffer? Ete, do you think Tinubu will suffer a backlash for this? Because the toll gate, of course, the company running it is linked with him, so he is the company that runs the toll. So do you think he will suffer a backlash for this?
Yes, he's definitely going to suffer a backlash, and you're going to see it if he's going to be the APC candidate, you're going to see it. Even if he's going to win, it's going to be very slim. And the truth is, Tinubu himself is a very, I don't know how to put it, he's a very tricky person to be a Nigerian president. For me, that's just my view. Because if Tinubu becomes a Nigerian president, it's going to be make the Nigerian company is family business, because we've seen what he did in Lagos. Lagos is his family business. That's just a fact. Even after he has left being a governor for years now, it's still his family business. In fact, I'm 100% sure that there are key decisions in Lagos that he still takes till today. So is that the kind of person we want as a president? That when he gets there, he will make it a family business, and he will.
What if he makes it? What if he makes it a family business, but it makes the country better as well? Would you accept that?
Based on what I'm seeing now, obviously I would accept it, because of the country is a mess. But in the long run, it is not. Nigeria is too diverse to be like a country that a one man is controlling. Nigeria is not Cameroon or Congo or some African country. Nigeria has a lot of ethnic going on the ground. So it might work for maybe 8 years, 16 years, but after that, what next? Because the way Tinubu is right now, I am not sure if he's going to reach 30 years more. It's not. Maybe maximum 15 years, or by God's grace 20 years. It's not going to be more than that. So what will happen after he goes?
Are you a maker? What are you talking about?
You said?
Sorry, carry on, yeah.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
No, I was asking, are you his maker? What are you talking about when you are putting a timeline on his a time cap on his life?
It's old. It's obvious. It looks like he has Parkinson.
Why do you keep saying? What is this thing that you guys are doing? That he looks like? Why are you diagnosing this guy?
Because he looks unhealthy. That's just the fact. When you see an healthy person, you know.
He is rosy of cheek, is steady of body, his eyes are bright and sparkling.
I said
he can't walk straight.
I said
he can't
walk straight.
What do you mean he can't walk straight?
He can't walk straight. He almost fell down the other day.
Have you never missed a step?
He needed a walking stick.
Yes, because he had knee surgery. You do know that he had knee surgery?
I don't know that. I didn't know that.
No, he had knee surgery. If you remember when Buhari went to visit him in London, that was to visit him when he came out of his knee surgery. So he's recuperating from knee surgery.
But let's be factual here. Him and Buhari, they are constant visitors to UK for medical trip. That's just the truth. Even he's not even the president yet. He has already started the medical trip. So
yeah, but that's where his doctors are. So what do you want him to do? That's where his medical record is.
That is not an excuse. We need people that will be healthy to run Nigeria. Nigeria is not something you come with a walking stick to come.
Yeah, but it's not bricklaying now. It's not bricklaying. It's mental work, not physical work.
The way I see him is not even mentally fit. Because
hey God, is this rational mind that is leading you?
You could see his behavior. His behavior is obvious that this man is just, people are just pushing him because they feel like he has the name. I feel like people are pushing him because they feel like, oh, he has the name, it's Tinubu, he can pull this off.
You mean the same way they did with Buhari, Abi?
Yes, and look at Buhari today. He's uninterested. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. That's just the fact. If Nigeria burns tomorrow, he has been a president. He has been a president. We don't need people that their dream is just to be president, nothing else. And Tinubu is like Buhari in that light. Their dream is just to be president. They just want their name to be on that record that they were once president of Nigeria.
All right. If you won't accept Tinubu, would you accept Osinbajo? So Osinbajo challenges Tinubu's for APC ticket as vice president informs President Buhari of his presidential ambitions. So Osinbajo has now gone to inform. This is from all sources, so almost categorical. So Oshiomhole has now gone to formally, as Tinubu did, inform Buhari that he is interested in that position. So, what do you make of that? Do you have sympathy for him? Do you think he has within him what it takes to be a president? And do you think this is some form of treachery, Tinubu that made him man and boy, him now looking to stab him in the back? So, what are you making of the thoughts of Oshiomhole informing Buhari that he wants to be president?
But one man, is this story true? Is this
hold
story
on,
true?
hold on, Thomas. Now, please, just let's hear.
asking.
Just let's hear from it. Yeah, please. Yeah.
You see, I feel that Osinbajo will be a good president, but the question is it the right president for Nigeria at this time? That is the question. Because the truth is, right now we don't need another good luck Jonathan. To me, Osinbajo is just a good luck Jonathan from Southwest.
It's too weak, isn't it? Does it strike you as presidential? Does it command? Does it strike? Because presidents, they often strike so much fear. There's an element of fear and intimidation to a president. If you look at somebody like Trump, fear and intimidation. If you look at Buhari, fear and intimidation. If you look at Putin, fear and intimidation. So they have to make your heart shudder as a president. Does Osinbajo strike fear in you, Ete?
No, not at all. Not at all. To me, it looks more like a Jonathan. To me,
it looks like somebody you sent to go and buy cigar or something.
You understand? I feel if Osinbajo gets there, he will be controlled by the Northern Cabal. That's what I feel. And he will be threatened and he will succumb. Because the truth is, based on what we are seeing of him, he doesn't have the kind of strength to say, no, I want this policy and it must be this way. He doesn't have it. And right now, the way Nigeria is with this disunity we have, we don't need that kind of person at all. Because if we have a soft person at this point of our history, I'm sorry to say, Nigeria will break up.
Who would you like to see in that seat, Tete? And is it Tete, by the way? Am I pronouncing your name?
Yes, it's Tete.
So who would you like to see in that seat? So what is your permutation or really your wish for 2023, the president?
Okay, me basically, my candidates are probably Wike. I'm more of a Wike fan because I feel like if Wike is there, definitely this banditry and all this nonsense we're hearing, and people are finding it hard to declare bandits terrorists, they are beating around the bush, would end. That's just a fact. It will end. And he proved it in River State when issues of security were coming up. He stepped up. That's the kind of people we need. We don't need the kind of people that are looking for what people say. Nigeria don't know what they want yet. That's just the fact. We don't know what we want yet. We need somebody to come and say, look, this is the way forward, and everybody will follow. You understand? And Nigeria don't need a should I stand or should I sit or what do you want kind of president.
Are you talking about Peter Obi? Or who are you talking about? Who is should I stand?
And to me, Nigeria don't even need Peter Obi at this point. That's what I feel. I feel these guys are going to be nice presidents when Nigeria is a bit calmer. We are in a very bad state presently that we can break even tomorrow morning. You can wake up tomorrow morning and you hear that Nigeria is broken.
Do you think only a strong man can rule Nigeria? Only a strong man?
Presently, yes. That's just the fact. Presently, yes. Only a strong man can rule Nigeria at this stage. Even Atiku, I don't even feel Atiku is somebody that can even unite Nigeria because he's also after his own selfish interest. And to me,
who do you think will get the ticket in PDP?
I think is between Peter Obi and Atiku. Any of them will get it for sure.
But Wike you are mentioning, so is that's just wishful thinking? Is it? Yeah.
Wike is not showing any ambition to be president at now. He's not. If he wanted to be president, he would have declared by now. He's not a person that will hide his voice. He would have said, "Look, I want to be president now." So Wike is out of it.
Okay, looking at what is realistically in play as of today, when we're not talking about tomorrow or something that has not happened. So, what is realistically in play to today? Who do you see realistically sitting on that seat come February 2023?
To me, I feel it's between Tinubu and Peter Obi.
Okay, and who do you think will sit there between the two of them?
I feel Peter Obi will sit there because
Peter will defeat him.
Yeah, I feel it will defeat him. Why I said so is because of this. You see, people are feeling that the Southwest, Tinubu has the Southwest. But the truth is, Tinubu doesn't have the Southwest. Tinubu have Lagos. That's just the truth. Tinubu doesn't have the Southwest. He has Lagos. And we all know how other leaders from other regions of the Southwest secretly or even openly don't like Tinubu. That is a fact. You understand?
So in a straight fight, the Southwest will go for Peter Obi over Tinubu?
Yes, because APC has failed.
Or your state will vote for Peter Obi over Tinubu?
It was very close.
Ekiti State.
It was very close the last time. Even Atiku had good numbers there. Atiku did have good numbers there. Atiku had good numbers in the Southwest in a whole. So it's not like the Northwest that will say, the margin is wide. His margin is not that wide.
Do you not concede that Nigerians vote the politic along ethnic lines?
Yeah, they do to a point. Because the truth is, most educated people in the Southwest are seeing APC as a failure. That's just the fact. And they feel like giving APC a second chance is a slap on their face. That's why you don't see any of them coming out to talk about APC the way they were talking in 2015.
Samo is talking.
We could see how 2015 they were all talking about APC and the party and Buhari and all that. But it has died down. It has died down a lot. It's only very few people that we know is because of selfish interest that they are coming to talk. There's no sane person in this life that will say that APC is doing a good job or APC is the right thing for Nigeria. Right now, there's no sane person. So to me, I feel it's either it goes back to the PDP or to a third choice. That's how I feel. Because we need to show politicians that if you mess up, you lose our vote. We need to build that ideology that, look, if we're not happy with you, it will be obvious. Not this one that happened this 2019, when it was obvious that we were not happy with Buhari and still some people went to vote for him, which I know that rigging was involved to a certain extent because he was the sitting president. But now it's an open game.
What about the young space, Ete? Do you find anybody within that space that you can vest hope in? So you don't see any young coming through.
There's no young person. There's no young person.
Ete,
why?
Can I
because
ask you a
of
question?
Okay.
What do you think about Sowore?
What do I think about Sowore?
Yeah.
What I think about Sowore is this: he has not understand Nigerian politics. Nigerian politics is not Fela's style of activism. It's not like that. It doesn't work like that. If you see how APC tackled the PDP to come to power, that is how Nigerian politics work. Nigerian politics doesn't work by you showing up in courts anyhow, trying to make noise like you're Femi Kuti or something. You're not a musician. He's acting like an entertainer to me.
Well, this is what I said. He's a poser. So are you saying then you cannot win Nigerian presidency on Twitter and Facebook?
It's obvious you can't. How many people are on Twitter? How many people are on Facebook? How many people are there? That's just the truth. A large percentage of Nigeria, not on Twitter and not on Facebook. A large percentage. People that vote are in the market women, the people in the rural areas. How many people are even in the city in Nigeria? How many? Most people are in the villages. It's not by going to Abuja to make noise or coming to social media to say, speak articulated words and speak big English. That is not how election is won in Nigeria. Nobody should deceive themselves by coming to say, we need to YPP. I was hearing the laughter answers. People were doing YPP. Where is YPP today? It's not done like that. It's not. You need to go to the grassroots. You need to build. You need to pick strong men from different regions that you know that this strong man has numbers. How many young people have numbers? Even the Showore, will he win the senatorial seat in his state? He will not. He will not. Even Magolu, this guy, I don't know where he's from. He will not win governor in his state.
Okay. Even though you said that Showore doesn't understand the Nigerian politics, and I somewhat agree with you because this is what I have been saying too. But do you think his message is the message that Nigeria needs at the moment? This revolutionary, we must not accept the way it is, language that he speaks. Do you think this is the language that we badly need at the moment?
The thing is, we've always been hearing this language since. This language is not language of Showore. This language has been language of every opposition in Nigeria. So there's no guarantee that if Showore comes to power, he will even deliver. We all know these things. We've seen it with Buhari. We've seen it with all the big English and all the people that came behind them to say some certain things. And 7 years later, look at where we are. So to me, Nigeria don't need to hear language. To me, Nigeria needs action. Nigeria needs people that will go to the grassroots, and when they get there, they will build good institutions. See,
do you think Showore is just a distraction and he should just get out of the way? Do you think it's just constituting a nuisance to the space?
Basically, that's what I feel. I feel like, to me, it's not contributing anything to Nigerian politics. It's not. How many people knows him even outside the Southwest? How many? You're always going to Abuja court to make noise. How many? Can you win an election like that? You can't. How many people know him in South? How many people know him in Southeast? How many people know him in Northeast and the rest region? They don't. They don't know him at all. He doesn't even have numbers. Can Showore boast of 8 million votes? He can't.
Let me ask you a question. 8 million votes. Do you know that is restricted in Abuja? Do you know that?
That is what?
That they restricted his movement only to Abuja. Do you know that?
I don't know that they restricted his movement only to Abuja. I don't know that.
Oh, you don't know? Okay. I believe that is why you are speaking like this. Are they being that?
Even if see, Showore didn't start contesting to be president yesterday. He has been contesting to be president since. So he's not even now.
Since when? Since when? What do you mean by since? They have been contesting since when?
What did he not try to contest 2019? He did.
Okay.
How many numbers did he get? Was he restricted by 2019? Only Abuja? Was he?
Okay, fine. So, but it's been restricted now to Abuja. You didn't even know.
I didn't know. He's been restricted because of his style of politics. It doesn't work in Nigeria. That style of politics doesn't work.
What is the style of politics that doesn't work? Tell me. That
grab see this entertainment kind of politics, Idris Dukarim, Nigeria Jaga kind of politics doesn't work.
Okay.
It doesn't. It works for only musicians, making them legends. It works for them. It doesn't work for politicians.
So, do you think you are practicing democracy in Nigeria?
That is highly debatable. You definitely Nigerian Nigerian democracy is not US democracy. We should understand that.
Hold on. What is democracy? What is the meaning of democracy?
Democracy is when the people choose or vote and choose their leader. That's democracy.
Government of the people, by the people, for the people. Okay. When you have such system of governance, why should government restrict somebody to just one city?
I am not defending the government on that. I'm not saying what the government is doing is right.
Yes. So government restricted him. They did not allow him to move around, to campaign, to mobilize, to sensitize people. But you can come here and said the kind of politics he's playing is a jaga jaga. We don't need that in Nigeria. So you don't see that on the, you don't see that the government for restricting him are killing, does not allow the principle of democracy to work in that country. You don't see that. You don't consider that at all.
I see all that. See, the thing is, if Showore had numbers,
but you don't want to.
If Showore had numbers,
hold on. How do you get the number? Is it not by going around campaigning to people, meeting the people that will make you get number? The government restricted him there. They didn't allow him, but you are blaming him. You don't want to look at the government for not allowing him to do what he's supposed to do.
Ete, you say you don't know that Showore was restricted to Abuja. He is restricted to Abuja, and that's been the situation for about 2 years. But they restricted him because he was calling for a revolution.
It's more than 2 years.
Well, for a long time then. But they restricted him because he was calling for a revolution, and it was inviting people onto the streets to come and demonstrate against the so that was why it wasn't to say he can't campaign. So there was that reason why it was restricted. But back to you, Ete, you were discussing that there's nobody in the youth space.
The truth is, before you say you want to be president in Nigeria, we're not even talking about local government chairman here or even House of Reps or Senator. We're talking about president in Nigeria. First of all, you should have numbers. In his region, what are his numbers first?
Describe to us what you mean by numbers.
No, for example, Buhari has at least 12 million votes, constant. He does. Those are numbers. You should have followers. You should have people.
Hold on. That 12 million votes Buhari you are talking about. So you can confidently say Nigerian truly vote 12 million for Buhari.
That's what the statistics says. I'm not saying anything based on sentiment. I'm just saying the things based on what the statistics says.
Okay. Buhari had 12 million votes. People voted him in.
Yes.
The election was transparent. The last election between him and Abubakar Atiku, would you say that election was a transparent election?
Now, this is what I said. See, this is what I said. I said it was in power. So I'm 100% sure that there was rigging involved. Now I'm talking about now. He's not in power. He's not going to be in power in the next presidential election. He's not.
Do you see future for Nigeria?
Do I see future as Nigeria as a country?
Yes.
Yeah, for Nigeria. Do you see a future for Nigeria?
Do you see a future for Nigeria?
The truth is, yes, I do. Do you know why I say I see a future for Nigeria?
Carry on.
I say I see a future for Nigeria because of Nigerian problem has been the people that was handed power to. Like if you check since independence now, it's almost the same caucus that's been ruling us. So I see it as a caucus problem. When this caucus leaves and die off, naturally Nigeria will rise. Because I feel we have enough young people that are still right now in the political system that when that time reach that they have the numbers per se, they will bring change. Because
So,
I
like,
see a lot of people saying that Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that, Nigeria might not work, corruption this, corruption that. But truth be told, even in all our states, they've been corruption, they've been backwardness in all our states. How many states can boast of any tangible thing? None. No state can boast of any tangible thing in Nigeria.
and,
It's
and
not
yet
the
you say,
president.
and yet
It's
you
not
say
the.
you
It's not the
see
president
the
that's
future for
controlling those
Nigeria,
states. You said?
and yet
All right, no, that's what he thinks. Ete, let me ask you: if you had the option for Nigeria to power through, or to split it into what seems to be the popular mantra at the moment, Yoruba nation, Biafra nation, Midwest nation, etc., which one would you go for? To struggle through with one Nigeria, or to balkanize it into ethnic nations? Which one would you go for?
And the truth is, going for ethnic nations, I don't think it's going to work per se, because your foundation determines how your country is going to be. Because if your foundation is found on this ethnicity thing, the truth is, when you now become an ethnic country, you start finding out that inside that ethnic countries, there are other ethnic groups within, and the fight will continue like that. That's just the truth. Already, we can
And I
see.
agree with you somewhat, by the way. Yeah.
We can see that the so-called Biafra or Duduwa nation, which are the most popular ones, there's no real unity there. Probably you just see people uniting because of they feel like, oh, they have a common enemy. Immediately they have that power, you will see civil war. You will see all sort of manner of things. All these people have, to me, they are chasing selfish interests. If you feel like you want the interest of your people, to me,
which
if you
part
feel
of
like you
the
want
country are you from?
Hold on. Let him land. Go on. Say it. Sorry, let him land. Yeah.
To me, if you feel you want your interest of your people, why don't you start from the local level? Why don't people see what you can do? Not just come and say, just because, for example, I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba, and whatever, and we should gather together. It doesn't work like that. The truth is, it doesn't work like that anywhere.
Which side of the country are you from?
No, it's not
I'll have
obliged to say
interject.
that. Don't answer that.
I'll
But
have to
take Solly's question.
Yes,
Yeah.
Ete, you said it doesn't work like that anywhere. Oh my God. I live in Europe. This is how it is done. Let me explain the narrative
Europe is
of...
not Africa. Mind you, Europe is not Africa.
I know. I'm not stupid. I know it's not Africa. Please, listen. This is the narrative of having your own nation, okay? For example, when you leave Nigeria, you go to Dubai, you tell them that in Dubai, if they tell you, or you go to Qatar, for example, in Qatar, they tell you you don't stay in the same room with a woman. You won't object, right? You would follow the laws of the people. It wouldn't sound somehow to you. You understand where you are, and you accept the notions that they tell you, and you accept it, and you see this is their way of life, and you are not going to be on the street protesting and battling their way of life. You accept it, and you do your business, or you spend your holiday as you please right there in Qatar with their rules, right? And nobody has problem. You don't have problem, they will have problem. Now you go to UK. In UK, they tell you don't stay in the same room with a woman. How would you feel? You would feel like, what? What are these people telling me? How would they tell me that? You will feel very offended. You will not want to accept it. Why? Because they are telling you that in UK. If the North has little to no similarity to a Yoruba man, a Yoruba, an Igbo man has little to no similarity to someone from the North. And even though in the South, we are kind of similar, but we are only similar in terms of progression. We still have lots of differences. Now, would you look at this notion as saying, for example, you say that the North likes one Nigeria? I will refute that statement because they have ISPA in the North. ISPA is a sign that they don't even like Nigerian law, because this goes against Nigerian law. So it shows that
I thought you were asking him a question. You are
no. He was saying
campaigning.
it's not possible, and I'm putting this narrative to him so that he sees it how
I did say it's not possible.
You said that.
I said, see, this is what I said. I said that
I don't put words to rewind.
I don't put words into people's mouths. You said
I said it's not, to me, it's not
you
a
said
guarantee
you don't see
of
it working,
success.
and you've not seen
It's
it
not
working.
No, that's how he sees it now.
Yes.
See,
for me, I'm giving him an example of how it works and how it will work if we have our own nation. If we
okay, let me
have
ask
our
you a
own,
question.
wait,
Let me ask you a question.
wait.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, Solly. I think you've made your point. Let him put a counterpoint to you. Put that counterpoint to him, Ete.
Can you tell me any top country in the world that is a superpower of any sort that is one tribe?
All of them. All of them are. All of them.
They are not. They are not one tribe.
Saying? What are you
saying?
Now,
you see, UK is not a one tribe country.
Have you left Nigeria before?
You need to know that first. UK is not a one tribe country.
Have you left Nigeria before?
Russia is not even a one tribe country. Russia is not.
Oh God.
US is not a one tribe country.
Simple question.
Is it a one tribe country?
Have you left Nigeria before? Yes or no?
I'm not in Nigeria presently.
Okay, where are you?
And leave him alone now. Why are you asking
personal
questions?
He cannot say this. This is not the kind of talk that somebody that has left Nigeria will say. That is saying superpower have one tribe.
You can tell
what
from
the
most
of the countries that have superpower
Can I use one man's word? That's a factual inexactitude. Is that it?
Well, that wasn't a word. That was a term.
Yeah, your term, whatever you call it.
So look at this guy.
I'm turning to this guy. Listen.
Superpowers are one tribe.
The superpower you're talking about, China. Even though people speak Chinese, there are other parts of China that don't speak Chinese. Forget China, Chinese being the common language. There are other parts of China, they don't speak Chinese. Russia is not, it's also diverse. It's not just one single Russian that they speak. If you go to the east, you find the Kazakhstans and all those republics there, other smaller republics within China, within Russia. They don't speak Russian. They have their own language. The United States here, it's a melting pot. So I don't know what the example you're trying to bring that about superpower not being homogeneous.
No. That's what they said. They said they are not homogeneous. I don't know. That's what Ete said.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I said.
Yeah.
It was solely that I was saying that Yoruba country is a guarantee of Yoruba success.
You didn't let me finish my narrative.
Okay, continue.
Now, there are a lot of clashes between the north, southwest, and east that majorly unnecessary. If they have issues with the south, why can't we have our own country that you go to the north, you abide by their laws? If they want to be rehabilitating Boko Haram in the north, let them do it and let it affect them. We will not complain if we are in our own country. It will not affect us because if they dare touch our border, we light them up.
But I agree with what Ete is saying somewhat, that all these ethnic agitations, if it ever happens, it's only going to localize all the problems you're running away to your own ethnic space. There'll still be intra-tribal clashes.
Yes,
the queries versus the robos versus the Rubus and the Dudus.
One man.
So it's not going to change much.
Majority of the problems that we are facing are because of ethnic issues. They are because of if these problems are removed and they are unnecessary. If this, for example, what is zoning? What kind of nonsense is this? We have to first face this one before we even face a good candidate. This is the problem. All this kind of unnecessary things.
Sorry, let me let you understand something.
You think the Nigerian problem is ethnic? Is that what you think?
I'm not saying it is ethnic. I'm saying it is a major problem, an unnecessary major problem. It is not the whole problem.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You mentioned Boko Haram, and you said that if they not have issue about Boko Haram, they should sort it out. And if they're near your border, you will do this and you do that. Is Boko Haram? Where do you stay in Nigeria? You stay probably in Lagos.
Mm-hmm.
Is Boko Haram disturbing you in Lagos?
Is it not a potential threat? They have no border.
Hold on right there. Hold on right there. Is Boko Haram not a threat to Nigerian state security? Is it not a threat to Nigerian state security?
Okay, let me ask you a question now. Is agitation not a threat to Nigerian state security?
It is not.
It is not.
How?
It is not. Okay, let me tell you this. What the question you should ask? The question you ask yourself is that what is the cause? I mean, what driven people to agitating for a country of their own in Nigeria?
See, let me tell you what is driving people from saying they want their own country.
Hold on. Yes, that's the question you have to ask. Why are people?
Let me answer your question.
The question you have to ask is why are people agitating for Yoruba nation? Why are people agitating for Biafra nation? That is the question you have to ask and investigate why people agitating for that country, for their own country. Why? It's not a threat.
See, it's a threat to the state of Nigeria. That is a fact. There is no country in this world that would take agitation lightly. There is no country in this world.
What are they agitating for?
Britain went out of Europe. So should Europe have attacked UK? Should Europe have said, oh, they are agitating, they want to go out of EU, so we must destroy them? Is that what they did? You don't even know your human rights.
Did Scotland not agitate for their own country? Did the United Kingdom kill them? Did they kill the Scottish people?
You are saying agitation.
Let me ask you a question. When the Scottish were agitating for their own country,
yes,
who had the administrative power?
Hold on. When the Scottish asking for their homeland, what did they do? They did referendum to know
because
whether
they knew the outcome. See, do you think these people are not smart? They knew the outcome.
Hold on. With the United Kingdom, when Scottish said we want to go, they said,
are you talking about the same United Kingdom that
Britain? United Kingdom.
Ireland?
Yes.
Are you talking about the same one that was fighting Ireland?
United Kingdom. You know what I mean by United Kingdom?
No, do you not hear the point he's making, Najan Lekoko? He's telling you that the United Kingdom took arms against Northern Ireland, which wanted to secede, but they held them by force.
I wasn't talking about Northern Ireland.
No,
Northern
Ireland is part of the United Kingdom now. It's part of the United Kingdom.
No, I'm not talking about that. I am focusing on Scotland.
Only Scotland. That they knew the outcome. You're focusing on only Scotland that they knew the outcome.
Forget about Northern Ireland. I don't want to talk about because those ones they carry up arms.
Northern Ireland? Why?
They carry up arms.
About secession. Why would you forget about Northern Ireland?
It's Yoruba. Yoruba. Look, hold on. When the Scottish are asking for their own state, they did referendum, right?
They knew the outcome.
Hold on now.
They knew the outcome.
What is the outcome?
Why did they do referendum for Northern Ireland?
Hold on. Biafra was calling for referendum. Let us do referendum among us in Igbo land. Let the Igbos talk. Let Igbo make their decision whether they want to go or not. Nigeria said no. Yoruba nation were asking for the same thing. They said no. And Nigeria is a signatory to self-determination, United Nations Charter that gives every group of people or tribe in any country the right to agitate for their homeland.
The same United Nations that is against Donetsk and in eastern Ukraine.
Don't go, you are going too far.
It's not going too far now. It's presenting a counter narrative.
We're talking about agitation here.
That's the thing now. He gave you Northern Ireland, it's giving you Donetsk.
Look, let us focus on what we know that relate to us. We are talking about Nigeria.
How does Scotland relate to us?
How does Scotland? I have given you Scotland as an example, and what did they do? They did
referendum. Given you Donetsk as an example.
Donetsk.
I've given you Donetsk as an example.
Because
Northern Ireland.
Where? Donetsk. You know the politics behind Donetsk between
Do
Russia
you know the
and Western
politics
region.
behind Yoruba Nation and Biafra? Do you know?
You don't know
You
what
want
you're
to tell me
talking.
that
I think
politics is not behind
you are just blabbing, man. You don't really know what you're talking about.
No, all right.
You don't really know what you are supporting.
No,
you are
I'm not supporting
No, hold on.
tribe or anything. I'm telling you, it's politics not behind it.
You are supporting your slavery, your slavery. That is what you are saying here. Yes, you are supporting your slavery.
Hold on.
When people are fighting for their right.
Can you hold on, please? Here, I think Ete has presented his argument eloquently, backed up with facts. So I think we have to
credit. He doesn't have no facts, man. He's saying that Yoruba nation. No, hold on. Yeah. How can you expect us to allow him to just talk and walk away like they say? People that are agitating for Yoruba nation, Biafra, they are talking. They are just acting nonsense. Doesn't he know the reason? What pushes?
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
I said, look, there's no country that will support agitation. There's no country.
Okay, when I ask you what led them to that agitation?
Coming out and saying that
do you know what led them to that?
Do you know what you are disagreeing with because I've not.
Do you know what led them to that?
What led them to what? To what? To agitation.
Agitating for their own sake. Yeah. So for agitating for their own country. Do you know what led them to that?
What? They've always been
you don't know. No, I'm asking you. Do you know?
Anytime
things doesn't go,
do you know?
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Now you don't steamroll.
Do you know at all?
Can you no, Ajanle Koko, please.
Let me tell you something.
No. I'm asking you a question. Do you know what led?
Okay, let me answer you. Can I answer you?
Yes.
No. Before you answer him, Ajanle Koko, please don't steamroll this guy, please. Don't steamroll him.
Where are you?
No, he has a position. Let him articulate.
You don't disappear.
No, nobody has disappeared.
This is the way.
No.
Okay, we are not hearing you now.
I'm going to excuse him for a moment. This is too much for me. Don't steamroll him. Don't steamroll.
I think he cannot hear you. He could not hear.
No, he can't hear me. But he tries to steamroll people who don't agree. Don't steamroll now. So let him articulate himself, please, Ajanle Koko. So let's hear from Ete.
Ajani Koko, let me tell you this. I've noticed something about the Nigerian people. Anytime something doesn't go on the elite way, they bring in tribalism. The way people are acting these days, me, I'm not a fan of Buhari. I don't like Buhari at all. But the way people are acting these days is like Buhari has been the president for 60 years. Oh, Buhari is the issue. Oh, that's why everybody wants to leave Nigeria and everybody wants to break up. And with this old Fulani narrative that everybody is pushing. Even when somebody a northerner does something that is not even from a Fulani extraction, everybody will blame it on Fulani. Everybody will say it's Fulani. Look, just because of things are not going to your way, that doesn't mean that every single time you should threaten the country with agitation. Every single time that things are not going to the elite way, they will start threatening people with agitation. Why did you agitate when Obasanjo was president? Why did you come during Obasanjo time and say you want this thing? Even the same Tinubu that some of you are supporting here was one time agitating for Yoruba Nation because he was feeling like he was marginalized because he did not have the power that he has today, that is singing one Nigeria.
You're not putting things in. Can I address this guy? Sorry, can I address this guy?
Nobody mentioned that. I never mentioned Fulani. I never mentioned Buhari. I never mentioned all those things that you said. Well, you didn't.
When did agitation start? This big agitation that all of you are having now. When did it start? Did it start under Goodluck or under Obasanjo? It started under Buhari.
It didn't start under Buhari. It didn't start under Buhari. The way you talk just without facts. It has started years ago.
It more or less did. The real
years ago. So what are you saying?
It started when?
Under Obasanjo. Hold on. Let me answer this guy.
Under Obasanjo. I did not mention that. I never mentioned all those things you are saying. So what other narrative can you use? The things you are saying, you are putting words into people's mouths. People are saying this. People are saying other
settle
things
down,
too.
Solly. No,
People are
let him
saying
speak.
you can't just come and be saying they are saying this and that and be using it to
you
back
can
up.
say as
But
a
who
likes
said
now.
that? Who said that?
What are you? Why are you holding on to that
that's
now?
not
Just
what I
let
said.
it go.
Was the stop? Was the
By the way, your daughter is making more sense than you at the moment, but there you are.
Agitation started since that Biafra war, even for the Yoruba nation. So don't say that it started under Buhari.
Was the Yoruba nation part of? Why did Yoruba nation not come out?
Now let me address you.
They came out.
With the
They came
Biafra.
out. What are you saying?
Can you allow me to talk to this guy? Sorry.
Yoruba nation came out to fight with Biafra.
Hold on.
They came out to protest. Didn't you see their
Where
protest?
did Yoruba nation come out to fight with Biafra? That Obasanjo was leading a battalion to Owerri. Where did Yoruba nation come out to fight with Biafra? Where?
Ete does not know his history. That's why.
Can I speak to this guy?
Where?
Sorry, if
Where?
hold on.
How many people came to join the Biafran army from the west?
All right, one at a time, though. One at a time.
Sorry, let rational man address him.
Let's hear from rational mind. Solly,
yeah. Our friend here, Ete, under Obasanjo, there was an agitation, the Odua Congress.
Oh, come off it, man.
There was an agitation for a Yoruba nation.
In some intellectual space, in some university.
Hold on now.
With few elites.
Hold on.
That was probably feeling the
but your defense was that it was not there, right? And they are telling you and you're
it was not there.
Hold on.
Was the Yoruba nation as big as now?
Are you telling us Sunday Igboho was attacking Obasanjo's administration? Was Sunday Igboho? Yeah, I'm asking you, rational mind. Was Sunday Igboho attacking?
You're extremely low. You're something you're accusing. That's what you're trying to do to me. Now,
I'm asking you a question.
This is the point. I'll address your question. There was no Sunday Igboho during Obasanjo's time. We have Gani. We have Gani. This Gani that is there right now. And we have Fashion. Gani Adams, and we have Fashion. Then they have what was known as OPC then, Odua People's Congress. And what they were fighting for at that time was some kind of like a kind of independence for Yoruba people. So if you're talking about agitation, there was agitation. That was why Gani Adams and some people were arrested during that time. Well, there was this ethnic crisis in Lagos in Southwest then between the Ijaws and the Yorubas in places like Apapa Road, Ajegunle area. Then, if any of you who know that time, and there was this crisis everywhere. And so it all comes from this Yoruba supremacists, which is the Odua People's Congress. They were fighting Ijaw people, and then they were just killing everywhere in Lagos. In Apapa Road there, Malu Road there, near ExxonMobil, it was just all kind of killing. And there was just reprisal. So, yes, there was agitation, but maybe not in the scale as what we're seeing right now. And just another thing I want to address in what you said again is this, that why we didn't experience it at the scale we're experiencing it right now with this guy that is there is because it took the one of those guys right now. It became so glaring to everybody that there's an agenda somewhere. The agenda with the Fulanis in encroaching and invading other people's space, having no respect for other people's space, wanting to force their own lifestyle on other people, and wanting to live the way they want to live. They want to come into your farms, which is unheard of, even though we hear of it in the past, just here and there, maybe once in a while. But it became a recurrent thing in virtually every part of where, not even just South, not even in South, even in the Middle Belt, like places like Kaduna. They will go into people's farm, they will eat their crops, and even in the corner too, that were never reported until we recently started hearing cases of people, the Fulanis, because maybe they've dealt with those people over there, then they are now making incursion down south. And that is why we start hearing of this agitation here and there. That is like there's an ethnic coloration to all this thing. And with the man that is there, with his body language, keeping mute, that also gave rise to the agitation. So the point is, you need to get your history right and put things in context.
Yes.
Obasanjo's context was that he was there. The Yoruba don't like him. The Yorubas did not vote for him during that for his first tenure. And even after his second tenure, some people still begrudge him that he was not their person that they wanted him to represent the Yorubas. And the OPC then were kind of like the kind of Yoruba supremacists then they started this fight here and there with other tribes, especially with the Ijos in Lagos and some other parts of Southwest. So what you should understand is Obasanjo's context is different from that of, we don't have this ethnic marauding Fulanis that goes about killing people and doing all kinds of atrocities like we have now. So we need to put this in context.
Boko Haram started on Obasanjo. Boko Haram started on Obasanjo.
It was religious. It's not ethnic.
I get what you're saying. If the Yoruba candidate won that election in court, would they be agitating?
Possibly not. Possibly not.
So see, my main point is this, that all this ethnic agitation is because of they are disgruntled. Their candidate is not there. Anytime anybody's candidate is not there, they start shouting, "We want to leave Nigeria." Every time.
Ete, can I interject you 1 minute? Sunday Igboho does not have any candidate. Nnamdi Kanu does not have any candidate for election, for an elective office. Rational man just explained to you.
Who's told you that Sunday Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu doesn't have their own candidates? Are you 100% sure of that?
Tell us their candidate.
Tell us their candidate. Okay, tell us.
Okay, now let me give you this example. Why is it that immediately PDP left power? Nigeria has not been good. It's not today Nigeria has not been good. Nigeria has always been like this. Always been like this. Why is it that when PDP left power, all of a sudden agitation is everywhere? Why?
Okay. All right. So that is your question.
I believe, see, these are elite problems.
Okay.
These are not common man problems. I just want to address something that was said.
Elite?
Wait. I want to say something. I want to address something that was said about the Fulani herdsmen and their atrocities and all that. Look, the fact still remains. If Fulani herdsmen is the real problem of all these things, we could form a bloc and use a legislative arm of government to enforce the laws. No way any section of Nigeria will stop it if we join together and put a law to say, okay, there should not be open grazing. Nobody will stop it. Nobody will. But why is it that when you were in power, you didn't do it? Now another person is there, you're shouting agitation and shouting all these things. Why don't you put the legislature there? See, the way everybody's acting, they're acting like, see, the way everybody's acting, they're acting like nothing, they have no say in the Nigerian story, which is wrong.
Okay, let me tell you this. Look, do you know that the land in each state of the federation belong to each state and not the federal government? Every state of the federation belong to each state of the federation, and the governor is the one in administration of the land of their state. All right. So when most of the states in the south, let me tell you, the entire state in the south pass law in their legislative arm of government against open grazing, what did the president say? He did not agree with them. He said he's going to bring out
the old route.
What did he say?
The old grazing route. Like
the grazing route. He said he's going to dig into archive and bring out the old grazing routes, and that is what he is going to implement. Do you know they took him to court on that? So
did he implement it?
Hold on. When governors were making effort to secure their state, to do something against the incursion of their state by these criminals, herdsmen, the president was pushing back against it. He was coming out with various legislation, to give this Fulani some settlement in various states of the federation. These are the things that were cropping up, and the appointment of Fulani in all the strategic positions in the country. And so many things were happening. And when somebody in the south, from the south, is taken out from any political appointment, instead of replacing that person with a southerner, he will replace them with a northerner. Anytime he take out a northerner, he will replace that person with another. So that violation of the principle of what do you call this thing?
Federal character.
Federal character. This guy continued to violate it, and people were feeling disenchanted and feeling, are we in a country that belongs to all of us, or are we in a country that belongs to only the Fulanis? And a lot of things. People were killed in their farmland. The president will say, oh, it's a dispute between them and not Fulani. He was doing everything to protect the Fulani herdsmen because they are his tribal men. So these are the things. And when on the Sunday Igboho, when they came to Igogon and they killed people at Igogon, and these people, this Sunday Igboho rose up and said, no, enough is enough. We have to drive out this criminal out of our state. That was when he did it. And then the agitation started, I begun from there, but not to the medial celebration like that. But when he did that, that agitation went to the roof and to the whole world. Nnamdi Kanu was doing himself too, his own in the east, when they were killing people in the farmland, and when they sent military there to go after Biafran IPOB members who were killed. Those are the things that people feel that we are under democracy, for God's sake. Whatever people are agitating for, government have the responsibility to lobby with them, to negotiate with them, to invite them, and not the use of brutal force and kill people. And you have Boko Haram, you don't use the military to go after them and kill these people that constitute threats to the security of the country. Nigeria is ruining billions of dollars in pursuit of this thing, in pursuit of war against insurgency that is not yielding results. But you can use military to come and kill people in the south. These are the things that make people to stand up that this country, it looks like it does not belong to all of us. This man is turning this country to Fulani.
Ajani Koko, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
First of all, do you agree with that statement? Do you agree with that statement?
I'm not disputing any statement. I just want to ask him
then why did you say that? Is when something does not favor people,
now.
that is when they come up with agitation.
Let me ask you the question.
Yes, ask the question.
Do all the regions, in quote, even the Middle Belt region, have voted in people to represent them? What are those people doing?
Do you know how many times that they pass legislation at the federal level for government to declare this banditry as terrorists, that the federal government did not do anything? Have you seen
them as terrorists now? You were talking about Fulani headsmen.
You are just saying they declared. Do you know how many years it took? The Fulani herdsmen, they voted money, big money all the time, for the federal government to buy arms and do something about this. Is not working. They voted several times. Hold on.
What are the people you voted to represent your interest?
Let me talk now. Then they voted that, okay, change the service chief, that these people, Buratai and the others, that they are not yielding result. All their effort is not yielding result. Change these people. Let us try new hand and let's try new strategy. Do you know how long it took? These people,
didn't you bow down to pressure?
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Okay.
According to Constitution, they are not supposed to stay more than 3 years once they are at the service chief. At the end of 3 years, they're supposed to go.
This man did not change then. The assembly continue to pass resolution upon resolution. It's like they turn to a beggar begging the president. He did not do it, and they are losing at war. They continue to kill more people in our villages in the north. They continue to kill more soldiers, and all these things were happening. And these people are going down the south here, killing our people all over. And you say people should not agitate?
See,
when
and what I asked you was this: what did the people you elected to represent you, what did they do?
I am just telling you all these things. You keep on asking me questions.
To me, you didn't say anything that did to represent your interest. Your interest.
All right, this conversation could go around in circles, but well done, Ete. I have to say, you have a position and you stuck with it. So that's what we like to see. Not necessarily that I agree with your position, but I agree that you should stick with your position. So thank you, Ete, for that. For reasons of progressing the conversation, let me go from you, Ete. Let me go to Soli and sample his opinion on a different talking point. So stay with us, Ete. Good to meet you and your daughter, but stay with us for as long as you can. I'll come back to you in the closing phases. So that was Ete, who comes in with quite a controversial point of view, but it held his position. So a man that is also noted for holding his position solely, they say it's only 3 days now before they run out of aviation fuel in Nigeria, and the country grounds to a halt in the aviation sector. It's no less a person than Alan Oyema saying this. The country, of course, the top 5, top 7 oil exporting country in the world. So how do those two situations go together? Should the Minister of Petroleum be sacked and the Minister of Petroleum, of course, who doubles as the president? What are you then making of this alarm by Alan Oyema?
It's just terrible. It's just a pure sign of corruption, an oil-producing nation. If all these Western nations could produce oil, the kind of marvels that they would create, but no, Nigeria, Africa, problem. Just because they want to sell the oil in dollars, just because they want to make dollars, they are making the aviation industry suffer. And they don't care because they are not directly affected. We do not have laws that make these people directly affected to their actions. So obviously, in their mind, they are just doing business. They don't care. They are not going to let this refinery runs, not because of ethnic lines or whatever. They are just not going to let it run because they want to import that fuel so they can sell it back to Nigerians in dollar rates. If those planes crashes while carrying people, these people will not care. They will just keep silent as long as they've missed their money. That money has chichinged and entered and been credited in their accounts. They don't care what happens afterwards. These kind of things need to be traced, and nobody is doing anything about it because I feel is lack of education. If most Nigerians knew that they could do something about this, maybe sign a petition or something like that, just do something administrative that will get to the top authority so that somebody can be removed, we would be able to do it. But the people are not even educated on their rights. You can even hear some of them even defending their slavery that is going on with them, always trying to have some reason to back up what is going on. They don't want to fight. They don't want to have a reason to fight. They want to say, okay, this is how it has been. This is how it will always be. So like Femi Adesina said they should do, they should get used to it. This is nonsense. The people should be able to recognize what is going on and stop being lazy and saying another person will do it or will vote somebody in that will do it. Blah, blah. We know these things don't work, but we want to have hope that somebody will make a change instead of them to be making a change themselves. This thing, if it leads to plane crashes, I will not be surprised. Nigeria has mentally scarred me because I saw a plane crash in Nigeria with my own 2 koro eyes. So just all those kind of things. Imagine what other people are going through that are consistently seeing all these things happen. It's just bad, just bad. The people need to be educated. They need to be educated on their rights. They need to be educated on the laws. They can't just keep letting politicians use the laws and everything to manipulate the people. The people too can also use the laws to manipulate the political representatives and to give themselves power. Even if they are oppressing you, educate yourself too. Fight back. That is something that I know we do in the West. I know people in Yoruba nation can do it, but when you have other people in other ethnic lines that immediately you want to start complaining, they start saying, "Oh, you are doing it for selfish reasons." Selfish, so we should just suffer. We should all suffer. So anytime you have a reason to want something from the country that is good, they will always not focus on the main goal. What they want to focus on is, why didn't you do this then? Why didn't you? We're doing it now. We're doing it now. What is your problem with why didn't they do it then? So now change should not come because they did not do it in the past. Like the kind of nonsense. People just are fighting to be slaves in that country. And the worst part is that the people that fight to be slaves in that country have never experienced freedom in their life. They've never experienced a good. It's just like somebody that is happy to have a dirty slippers that is torn and everything, infection is entering your leg just because they've never worn good shoe. They are just happy to have shoe. They are just fighting to be slaves in their country. And it will keep on affecting everybody. If plane crashes, we will now come back here on this platform and be shocked. I didn't know that plane was going to, always acting shocked. Why are we always acting shocked when something bad happens? I can't even understand it. It doesn't make sense. Why every time we come on this platform, we are always acting shocked, like Buhari. I am shocked. Why are you shocked? What else did you think was going to happen? It's just terrible, and I'm not surprised. And I feel like it's going to get worse because those people in that country, they will keep quiet again instead of doing something about it. And when we did something about it during EdSAT, they say, we did it wrong. We should have done it this way. They should have done. Meanwhile, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. They didn't advise us. They didn't teach us anything. We used our own common sense to protest. Nobody taught us. Nobody showed us this before. We did it ourselves. The people that we did it for are still complaining. They did nothing. They are still complaining that we didn't do it the right way. How will we do it the right way if we have no experience? And you don't want to teach us anything, yet you want to complain about the people that are trying. What nonsense? I just don't understand.
All right. Apologies. My connection dropped somewhat. I'm not sure if you even noticed that. But let me take from wherever you were, Solly, to Edo State. This beef between Wike and Obaseki. A plague on both their houses, I say. Wike somewhat now getting a bit too big for his boots. And Obaseki, of course, notorious for treachery. So nothing to recommend the two of them. But which winner are you picking then in this part between the two Easterners?
Well, that's their problem. They are fighting to be the best slaves. That's all I can see. They are fighting to be the best slaves, and the two of them, they don't know how to play the political game. This is why Tinubu always beats them, hands down. You may not support him, but the guys, it's just like Messi. I don't like Messi. I hate the guy. But does it mean
Why?
that because
are you a Ronaldo man?
No, I support Arsenal, and Barcelona has really dealt with us. I don't even watch football again because of that. But you get
but
what
you
I
guys
mean.
are picking up now.
No, one man, please. I'm out of football. I don't. They cannot give me
the depression
pressure.
is too much.
I don't watch football again.
Look at this guy. You are
Because of
overpowered. Do you know who
Arsenal.
I support? Do you know who I support?
Who do you support?
I support Newcastle. So that is the real meaning of suffering.
Newcastle. There's a difference. Arsenal has gotten the chance. We've gotten to Champions League, and we fail from stupid, honest. Just like
we used to be regular fixtures in the champ. Anyway, don't worry. Wait till next year. We have Arab money now, but carry on.
Yes, I wish we had Arab money too. But one man, I just don't want to enter football again. I've suffered years of Arsenal. They will bring you up high. No,
you don't know how emotionally. You know that it can ruin your whole week if your team loses. It used to really bother me.
Because you allow it. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I used to be a fanatic too. I used to be a football fanatic, but you see, the thing is, I don't just understand why people are just so fanatic about football. Still, but I understand, I get it. But then
It's a tribal thing, isn't it? You know, your
yeah, it
football,
is,
your
yeah.
team is your tribe, but
Yeah.
yeah, go on.
So with Obaseki and Wike, they are just distracting each other. And this is, I don't want to sound tribal, but this is what I see going on in the East. Even during Biafra, you people should come together as one. You will be so powerful and so strong. But anytime they try to come together, some people say, no, I am not Igbo, I am Bayelsa. No, I am not this one, I am this one. You are even fighting yourself. So how do you want the nation to take you guys serious? Join together, become one, and people will listen. But you want to fight, 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 fight. See what we do in the West. We fight though, but after we reconcile because we want to keep moving forward.
But
That is how
Solely, do you know what is going on there? Superiority. So the South don't want the Igbos or to the Southwest to dominate them. That is just the problem. That is just the problem. It's just the superiority.
So that's just it. They have too
Oh,
many issues like that. It's not going to work out for them. I don't see Biafra happening. Even when they try to get it, their own people even let Nigerian government pass through. If you look through the history, so you need to first look for how to come together as one, or you need to just have an agreement. Even if you are not going to come together as one, have an agreement that you come together to come out and you are separate after that. But
do you think, Solly, do you think the Yoruba people especially care about the southeast, south, or anything really south of their land? Do you think the Yorubas really care
one
about
man,
any other ethnic tribes in Nigeria? Do you think
I
they
li-
care?
I like that you asked that question because I keep seeing it in the comment section. Let me tell you, the average Yoruba man does not care about the southeast. They don't even care. It doesn't. We don't care. We are not trying to marginalize you people. We are not trying to go against you people. We literally, do you understand when someone does not care at all? We don't care. We don't, if you want your referendum, we don't care. You can have it if you want. If you want to stay in Nigeria, we don't care. We don't care about anything or your opinion. As long as you are not bringing violence, as long as you are not do whatever you want. We are very liberal people. We don't attach and say we are going to hold these people down or we are going to hold these people up. We just want to move forward and progress, with or without you. That is why you have so many Igbo people in Lagos progressing. We are not saying, oh, they are coming to come and buy our ancestral land. We just want to do business and want to move forward. We don't care. We're not against you and we're not for you. But, do your thing and don't let it affect others. It's just simple as that.
All right. So to the space that you couldn't hold yourself back from when Sam was speaking about it, to the NSA space. So the Lagos State, the company that actually runs it, with the agreement of Lagos State, hashtag NSAS, LCC Limited announces plan to resume tolling at Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge in April. So I was suggesting that this marks the end then of the totality of that narrative. It came and it went, but it never blew the house down. What was all the fuss about? NSAS, they made a lot of noise, a lot of people got killed, a lot of promises were made, but we're back to where we were even before it started. So they reopened Lekki Toll Gate and they continue to take your money. So what was all the fuss about?
Well, I'm not surprised again that it was just a matter of time. This is how the game is played. Give them some time, let it pass. You see how it took 1 year for them to admit that. Just waste time, let people forget about it. But what is going on now is that people can't forget anymore. Nigeria has reached a stage where history has started being recorded and written, and you cannot sweep it under the rug again. So, yes, obviously, for money's sake,
The
they were
internet
going
never
to.
forgets, Abby.
Yes, but for money's sake, obviously they were going to open that gate back. There was nothing most people were going to do about it because they were distracted, and the government put so many distractions in front of them, which was very easy, you know. So
Do you think the more
what the
elegant
hype?
thing to have done was what I suggested, that they should have just removed all the tolling booths, just as a monument to that space, just as an acknowledgement of what happened, and then make that road toll free? They would have earned every single penny 10 times over that they used to build that space. So it's no longer to recover investment, it's now just to make money. And I don't think that was the essence of it. What are you making of that?
Yes, it has always been to make money. What I expected them was at least to just put something there to show, solidarity with the people and represent something that, okay, we understood what happened, we are sorry, let's just put maybe a statue there or something, and they can keep collecting their money. But this is a level of arrogance. You are now treating the people like...
What statue would they put there? If they put statue there, that means they've accepted what people feel happened there. Then secondly, that place is a business place, and what the protest was about was not even about the toll fee. So they weren't even thinking that if people were protesting on the toll fee, that maybe it's too high, and they gathered there and that happened, then if they now bring out the fee, we might say, why would they now bring back the fee?
The protest was not against the booth, essentially, but that space is the one space that just captures the whole entirety of that narrative, because the NSAS essentially is the Lekki Toll Gate massacre. So they are lying completely, but I agree with what you said, but I also agree with...
The sad part is the people that the people that runs the toll gate, they know that thing was going to happen, because I have somebody that works in NLC that sent us a text like, they've asked some people to come and remove the camera. He doesn't even know why they've asked them to come and remove the camera at that point. Until we now hear the killing. So we can now refer to it like, that was why they went to remove the camera, because obviously they know what was going to happen. And that was why I believe the people that runs the NLC know that thing was going to happen, because it was not the soldier that came to remove the camera. It was NLC that sent people to go and remove the cameras there.
But Sam is even telling us that did anything even happen is the question.
I understand his position, because sometimes, at least, Lai Muhammad was saying his own part of the whole story too. And from where we stand, I saw a video, the live video from DJ Switch when it was happening, at the moment the thing was happening. And obviously, we saw people injured. I didn't see dead body, but I saw people with gunshots. But there were claims, and there are doctors in close by hospitals that said people were injured. And obviously, I think they did a clean out after March, because everybody ran for their dear life. So I think the soldiers did the clean out. So even if there were bodies, they probably took them away and clear every evidence out.
All right. But to solid suggestion that there should be a monument to acknowledge what did happen, should that not then be just the rallying space for the agitation to still hold?
You see,
should they not be agitating for that? That we want a monument, and with that they hold that narrative still alive, because that narrative is now dead along with.
That's our problem in that country. Even if they put monument there, does that solve the problem? Why they were really fighting?
No, but it's a constant reminder now. Then it keeps that conversation alive.
People will forever remember 2020, man. People will forever remember it, regardless whether they put monument there or they didn't put monument there. It's something we'll never forget again. It's just like the June 12th thing too.
How many demonstrations? You think that was the first demonstration? How many?
You know, that kind of thing. So they won't go and put statue. Them even erecting a statue or a monument somewhere just so like they agreed that the thing up, because they are denying it. So giving attention to that is more like, so you people know something happened. And people too will even feel more offended, because is it monument we want to chop? So there are a lot of things. I just think, and that's why I kind of agree with Sam, like the process was a bit, the strategy behind it, the follow-up was kind of poor, honestly.
So where was your voice when Sam was getting a beating then, when you agreed with him?
No, I came on and I spoke to the space a bit. Then I went off, because I just want people to... I understand how people feel, but it's kind of... If you look at his position too, you have to think out of the box sometimes too. And I think it kind of have a point to the way they handle that thing at some point, because obviously I think the momentum was quite really sensible the first week. Then after then, it turned to where everybody that lives on Lekki, and all those areas just come out. And obviously that was locked down because there was COVID situation then.
Okay.
Because I was locked down.
But
so everybody just had an
DOG,
opportunity to come out and socialize and have fun. There is DJ
Yes.
playing, people are drinking.
but
Some people
DOG,
brought food there for people
It
to
was an
eat.
Ajebota protest.
You know that kind
It
of
was-
thing. So, and at the end of the day, what happened. Nobody said, "Oh, this is this," and all these people that were even spearheading, all these celebs, they are even spearheading. Most of them are behind all these politicians. We've seen some of them even went in group to visit politicians in their office.
Wait. If I may interject here real quick. Wait.
Okay, go on. Then we go back to Solly after that.
One man, how are you doing, by the way?
I'm good. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Let's come as usual. Then you try to make it interesting, but we know your game. But carry on.
My brother, you know my style now. That's
Yes,
how I do.
okay,
But you know, it was the platform was full, so I couldn't come on. You know.
No, I just.
Yeah. No, I want to.
You don't hate me, don't worry. Eh? You don't hate me. I'm not going to go. We will catch you. Don't worry.
I hear you too. No vex, I beg. No, my guy. What? I see you're criticizing the celebrities. You're criticizing the way they were protesting. You're criticizing.
I was not criticizing. I
was
just pinpointing.
You're pinpointing the wrong things, my friend.
Okay, what should
people were murdered.
Aizon, how you doing?
My brother, how you doing? People were murdered. Wait. Before you say any other thing,
that
people were murdered by their government.
How the thing could have went well.
No. You're saying you understand like what Sam was saying. I listen, my brother. Let me interject now. Okay, you talk. When you finish, I'll talk.
Vote them out. It's the same thing. We know the narrative, but we are not
hold on. Hold on. Now
better?
we have to. Let's hear. He wants to put a particular. He being Aizon wants to put a particular position. So let's hear it. Aizon, yeah.
Okay, thank you. What I was saying was, there is nothing you can say at this point. There's no criticism of the style, the methods, what happened before, what happened next, who was in charge, who was not in charge, what this and that. No. People were murdered. It was genocide. People were killed by their government when they should have been protected. They were peacefully protesting and they were murdered. There is no explanation. None. There's nothing you should say at this point past that. I understand where he was coming from and trying. Where was he coming from? That he was denying that people were killed? Is that where he was coming from? That DJ Switch likes to just move to Canada for fun and her life was not in danger?
I don't
understand. I mean, wait. No. I listened to you carefully. I'm interjecting because of what you said. There is not. I'll let you talk. Let me just make my final point, please. There is nothing to understand, my brother. They killed your fellow citizens. You should be angry. That's all I have to say.
We are angry, my friend. You listen. We are angry. We are all angry. Everybody's angry. I'm sure you're not even as angry as I was. But what I'm saying is, what we are saying on the platform is, is that the end of NSAS? So obviously, we know what happened. We are all angry. Now we are now pinpointing. People are saying, maybe they could have done it better because at some point it looks like it's now fun. So if we are pinpointing that doesn't mean we are writing the genocide off. So you can't just come and put that on me like I'm saying, I don't care. Why wouldn't I care?
My brother, what I was saying was
sorry. I think Aizon is saying is that that space, what happened was so monumental, was so outlandish and outrageous that you should just hold that full stop. No excuses, no what ifs and what maybes.
But your
sovereign
question
state actually sent out army to go and kill its own citizens. Yeah, but is it
so
not?
That's what brought us to what we are now talking about. We are not now focusing on the genocide. You are asking, the killing of the people, is that the end to it? So if I now come and start saying, they just kill people, how am I answering to that question?
Okay, my thing is this. You are saying you understand where Sam was coming from. When I was listening to Sam, when I was listening to Sam, one man, I was doing cartwheels.
Don't quote me wrong.
I was losing my mind. When I was listening to Sam, when I was listening to Sam, I was doing cartwheels. I was losing my mind. Because he was talking nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
One at a time now, guys, please. Now.
I said, Sam said, I agree with Sam when he said at some point they lost focus and they didn't handle it well strategically at some point, which I think is right about.
Who lost focus and who didn't handle it well?
The protesters.
Or the military. The protesters or the military?
No, the protesters.
The protesters.
How did they not handle it well?
In Lagos. I have people that live in the Highland.
How did they not handle it well? Please.
And I mentioned the fact that there was lockdown then, so people is like an opportunity for people to even come out and play. And clubs were closed down, so a lot of people that go there, there's a DJ playing music.
Yes, they turned it into some Notting Hill carnival.
Some people are smoking weed there, so they turn it.
Look at that. I'm a go protesters.
Okay,
I'm not writing of that.
At least we are protesting.
We should always listen to each other.
But one
man, they were smoking weed. They were drinking. They had DJ. Even if they had strippers, even if they had strippers there, one man. Even if they had strippers,
they don't deserve to be killed. They don't deserve to be killed.
They did not deserve to be murdered.
They deserve to be killed.
You understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
it doesn't. Listen, my brother. You can say what you want.
Hold on, both of you. Can you hold on?
Let me ask you a question.
No. When I say both of you, that includes you, D. You see, what is going on is that you are at different phases of the event. What Aizon is outraged about, and rightly so, was at the end of the event. But what D is speaking to was the early to mid stages of the event. So what he was saying is, in the actual protest itself, there were mistakes made by the protesters and they lost focus. But what Aizon is saying is, irrespective of whatever happened, what happened at the end of it is so outlandish that
we all agree to that.
Hold on. So that's just it. Nobody is saying you don't care.
So that's why I want to ask him a question.
No, DOG.
Let's get back to Solly, who has the floor. Yes, so Solly, back to you.
DOG. So what you are saying is that there are rules on how you protest. Who created those rules?
No, that's not what he said.
No, because he keeps on saying, "Oh, we did this in the protest."
No, did they lose focus in the protest?
Yes, but that's
the point he's making. That's the point he's making.
If people are taking action and you are not, you have
was the protest hijacked somewhat at some point?
Yes, it was hijacked.
So that is the point. So we cannot.
Well, it is not.
We are all at the crescendo outraged at the outcome. But in the processes, we can interrogate that too, and that is where D is interrogating. He's saying that they made a lot of mistakes.
Can do his own protest
and they turned it into
properly, since he knows best. Simple as that.
One man, that's part of the reason why they won't give them a monument.
What's the meaning of that?
No, do it. Since you know best.
You mentioned monument.
You are better than them. Do it.
I'm in your position. But you are saying about monument. I'm saying, is it monument that we want to even? Is that what we even want? Would that even solve the problem? Would that bring back the people that are dead? And they will never do that because it's more like they've accepted what they've done, which they are disagreeing to. So what have I said that is wrong? That I say I should go and form my own protest.
All right. Let's just move on because of time. Let's not get too hung up on that. You see, almost every time we bring up this topic, it always ends. This was how we went with Sam, and this is how it's going with Solly, who is even more in sympathy with these thoughts and Aizon's thoughts, but it's just such a delicate space, you know. The conversation, maybe it's too raw still for us to discuss it. The wounds are still too raw, maybe, for it to be a talking point.
But one man, if we are on the same page, it will not be lost, isn't it?
Yes, I agree.
Yes,
but one man is the manner in which it happened. You know,
yes.
It was on social media live. You could hear the gunshots in the background. You know, the way the Nigerian state. Me, I wasn't surprised though, my brother, because I'm from the creeks. You know how they did us over there, JTF. So I wasn't surprised, and I was telling people that were younger. I said, you people, you don't know your government. Come on, government. You don't know your government. These people will kill you, hands down. Nothing will happen. You don't know your government.
Can I make a statement?
You know, I was telling people, they were saying, oh, I can't believe. I said, look, this Nigerian government, you don't understand the amount of bodies they have on their hands. It didn't surprise me. It didn't surprise me. But I didn't think it would happen on the island in Lagos. You understand what I mean, one man?
Yes, because they don't do it. And because if you look at, I jest that is an Ajabota protest, but it was actually a middle class protest. So one, you don't expect it to happen on the island of Lagos, and then you don't expect it to happen to those type of people. People from educated backgrounds, from privilege and money, they were largely the backdrop of that protest, and they still went and killed them. So, yeah, it's just...
Do you know what baffles me most is that this UK you are, if children...
Don't reveal my information. Why are you telling... You want to send DSS after me? Look at this guy.
No, woman.
You know they have a spare room next to Kano's, what's it?
No problem. If people witness what the people witness in Nigeria, they will be in therapy now. Serious therapy. Just feel the trauma people pass through that we see live. This is not doctored. This is live thing. Woman, anytime we talk about this Lekki Toll Gate, you normally see me. I'm furious because this is not story. This is what we see. This is a live event. People will never forget their life, even though I'm not in Nigeria. My own brother, my sister, they witnessed this scene. They saw the aftermath of this crime.
Thomas, trust me, give me 10 years. Give it 10 years. Nigerians will forget about it. Trust me.
Yeah, they've forgotten about it already, I think.
One man, I have a question for
trust
you.
Trust me, man. In the 90s, we saw a lot of it during the military time. Trust me.
Military, you are terrible.
Forget about it. That's where Nigerians
are. One man, Mike, I beg to differ. We haven't forgotten about it. I think we have been conditioned to accept oppression because of the number of years we were under the military. Make no mistake about it, my brother. We have been conditioned to accept abuse because of what we have experienced. I'm telling you.
I honestly think it's just our nature.
But if we've elected democratically elected officials, we're not expecting that kind of brutality.
My brother, you'd be surprised.
We expect it to be different, you know.
They are the worst ones.
Laws. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's hear from Obina. Sorry, guys. Let's hear from Obina. Obina, you've been with us. Are you driving? Because you've been quiet all the way through.
Yes. I was.
All right. Can you give us your sounding of this now? It seems to be the most controversial topic that we're discussing, and understandably so for reasons we all know. But what are you making of this conversation around the ENSA space, and especially the reopening of the Lekki Toll tolling, the reintroduction of tolling to that link bridge?
Yes, good evening all. Yes, so it's very unfortunate and very emotional because when this ENSA stuff started, it was a lot of people have been shouting. We've witnessed how those days you will see them catch so-called alleged armed robbers, because they've not gone through the system. So they will catch them, you know, they've overpowered them, and then they still kill them, you know. So maybe if people found themselves, maybe let's say the armed robbers kidnapped somebody in the process, you just kill them because they're associating with, you don't know what happened, you just kill them. So this has been going on, oppression and everything has been going on, and this gave rise to that ENSA's protest. The ENSA's protest was being handled, when I mean handled, from the angle of the protesters were very responsible in the way they were doing it. And when they say, "Oh, it was a carnival," that was the way that the way they were doing it was to block the toll gate so that they can get government's attention. So however they do it was just, you know, eat, drink, bring water, all those stuff was peaceful. They were not destroying anything and everything. So, but then it now escalated. How did it escalate? My opinion is that I think hoodlums, maybe sponsored by government or not sponsored by government, but hoodlums took advantage of it and started creating kiosks by attacking stores and destroying stuff. In my opinion, it's not the NSAS protesters because they were responsible that did it. Yes, Nigerians are angry and everything, but the way that it was being handled.
Obina,
yes.
Sorry,
yes.
Can I interject quickly? You said they were looking for the attention of the government.
Yes, to the main purpose.
I will go there. The miscreants that actually hijack it are from government, because there were videos that showed that they were coming out from exotic jeeps. Obviously, those guys don't have those jeeps.
Yeah.
You know?
So the thing is, look. So
but you went there. They said that, like somebody said earlier, they said they don't have anything to say to him. So what is the attention they want?
No, so that's what I'm saying. So the thing is, the attention they were getting, yes, the attention wasn't Sanwo-Olu's attention that they were looking for. They were looking for the president's attention. The Sanwo-Olu cannot change or modify SARS.
The SARS, yes.
Yes, he can't do nothing. At least you can see that this is the president's attention. That's why he came and begged and said, "I will take your request to the president," and he did. He took the request to the president.
It was more of a national protest than a
this was a national protest. It wasn't. It was in maybe the one in Lagos was highlighted because
who would have taken the? Why didn't they go to Abuja if Sanwo-Olu is not the one they should be talking to?
No, so the thing. Listen, guys.
Let's just hear from Obina.
Yeah. So the thing was a national protest. It wasn't only in Lagos. If you notice too, there was one governor that I've forgotten the governor in the Southwest, where I think they even pursued him or something. It was a national protest. Even in River State, it went worse in River State with
Wike came out killing to them. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not even that they were killing policemen and everything. But I don't know. I would say it was hoodlums too. But the thing is, things happened. Atrocities were committed by the military at the toll gate. The reason, if not for anything, let me play and say, oh, nothing happened. They didn't kill anybody. Why did you remove the camera? But my point is, the camera, that toll gate, I know that the system they use to collect money from there is it's a prepaid card. But what if people maybe don't buy the prepaid card and just jump the toll gate? Then I think the purpose of that camera is to capture the plate number, because Lagos State have a way of identifying who owns the car, the vehicle that passed. So they have cameras live there. So that cameras would have given us more insight. So for the fact that, let's just say we didn't even see any blood, nothing, we didn't see any life, for the fact that you removed the camera, to me, has already indicted them that something happened.
Obviously, I was trying to cover up. Somebody sent us a text that they sent them to come and remove the camera while the protest was still going.
Yes.
I was on that. I was not supporting the government
because if you see this police, some police, I think Lagos State now has implemented body cameras on policemen. But if a policeman deactivates the camera, not that he wants to do something bad, because he knows that whatever he wants to do is not something he wants any other person to know. So that's the fact. So atrocities were committed, and the NSAS gained a lot of momentum, got the attention of government, and everybody was like, yes, the request. And that was why they took steps to disband it. But the thing is that it's hoodlums, the way the government used to do in the past, it played out again, where they brought in hoodlums, scattered the whole place, divided, made it look like it was hoodlums that, and just made it, and then came and brought military and dispersed the whole thing. So I think there were two opportunities that were missed. Opportunity from the people who were protesting. Maybe there should have been a way to coordinate and focus on that, and then maybe reconvene and give the government ultimatum. If you don't do this by this time, we will reconvene at this also time. That's one. Then on the part of the government, this was an opportunity to say, oh, I listened to you people. We understand your pain and everything. We will do this. Instead, they used that to brutalize people who did not bring out weapons or bring out the people. My problem is, why is it that government is so powerful when unarmed citizens are talking to you. But the ones that are armed, you cannot defeat them. Those power that you have, go to the north and defeat them and stop using it. That was my anger. My anger was because I became mute that time, because when I'm overwhelmed with anger about something, I just don't, there's nothing to say. Why don't this power that you know you have, use it against the people that are bringing arms against you? Stop using it against citizens that don't bring arms against you, because you make it look like, okay, the only language you understand is when we bring arms. That's the impression. It's like, okay, for us to get government's attention, the citizens need to bring arms against the government. Then you will now start talking, oh, we'll negotiate with you, oh, we'll give you amnesty. These are people that did not bring any weapon, nothing. They were just sitting down, eating and drinking, and just doing a civil protest.
But you know that day, that day too, there was a curfew. There was a curfew at 8 or something that day too.
They put the curfew there to prevent people from protesting.
Exactly.
Protesting is supposed to be.
Sorry, Obina. You know that curfew, they brought it in late in the day, and then they gave them just a couple of hours window to observe.
That is wrong. Yes, and do you know what is called civil disobedience? Civil disobedience is whatever the government says we will not do, but we are doing it civilly. That means we are not violent. We are just coming out to say, look, we are coming out to express our displeasure of the government. So even with the curfew, as far as you come out and you sit down one place, then you're not doing something wrong to me, unless there is a martial law or state of emergency, which there was not.
All right, thank you, Obina. So let's get back to Solly to round off his thought on that space. So Solly, back to you.
Yes.
You've lost where you were.
Yeah.
Can I interject 1 minute? Obina says something now that is very interesting. That why should Nigerian government? Why should they? I mean, what did you say now about arms? That why can't they? Why is it that they prefer people to take up arms against them?
Yeah, they should point the arms at Boko Haram, not protesters, is what he said.
Yes. One man I sent you a video yesterday when they are celebrating Boko Haram.
Yes.
You saw the video? Over 500 Boko Haram reformee that they went through training according to them, and they graduated from their training, and they give them some money. They were well dressed up. They are doing graduation for them, and they will go back into the society.
Omar, can I say something real fast? Now, you see why?
Can you show that video and let people watch?
Yes, let's hear from.
So it's kind of like an incentive to take arms against the government. Yes,
but we have a lot of people in a displaced camp that government have not done nothing to them, but people that disperse them from their villages, that kill their family, that destroy their livelihood, they are rewarding them.
All right, let's hear from Mike whilst I try and get Danle Koko's video.
And that's one point I was making before in the past. I was telling you guys, listen, I have studied the nature of all these
we can't hear you, Mike. Sorry, can anyone hear me?
You said
no. Yes, I can't hear you. We can't hear Mike.
Oh yeah, Mike.
One man. I think the one more point to what Ajene Koko was saying about that Boko Haram indoctrination into our military.
We have to learn one of you.
It's also a national security issue, a heavy one, because now you've put terrorist cells into our armed forces. Tomorrow, if we do something that offends a certain part of the country that doesn't like it according to their religion, those guys can be activated.
Boom.
Who knows what they will do?
I say we need our own country.
Oh my God, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now. Carry on.
Okay, so that's one point I was making in the past. I was telling you guys, listen, in nature of requesting or demanding anything from any government, they don't respect weakness. You have to learn one of a few things from Europeans. When they want to do protests or anything, they go straight, they organize the planning, they go straight to the government building, and actually right there they know that government will have something to lose. Or they actually, I want one group of people I always respect, that I say I will respect when it comes to revolution in Nigeria. That has what it takes, the tendencies to carry out true revolution, are the Northerners. When Northerners are doing protests or anything, they go straight to where they need to go to. There's no such thing as peaceful protest and you get something out of anybody. You can't. That's why I keep telling people, you are wasting your time. They just laugh
protests
at
have
you.
you seen Northerners carried out? Where did you see Northerners carrying out protests? Where?
They riot, they don't protest, they riot, they go straight to this thing, and the government always listens to them. Whenever the Northerners look at the way they do, even you said just spoke about it now, they can Boko Haram straight up. Northerners, they don't play that. They will, Northern Nigeria, I never see them do peaceful protest. They really want
Mike, Boko Haram was terrorism, wasn't a protest though.
Mike, when has this happened? This is your example of the Northerners going to protest and the government actually. When did this happen? Give me one example. Just one. No, I don't even want plenty. Just one.
When Northerners want something in that north, whenever they want something and they go and say they're going for it, they're going all out. You understand? They don't do peaceful protest.
Mike, one example.
And when Europeans want to do their protest,
Mike, one example of the Northerners doing that. Just one.
No, throughout their history, they've always, whenever they want to go out for something.
One example. Give us one factual example.
Mike, I think what Soli is trying to say is it hasn't been in their nature to have.
They don't have a history of protest in the north.
Let's have a look at what do you call?
Let's have a look
to
at
To me, Boko Haram is a form of protest, to be honest.
Boko Haram is a form of protest.
Kwami local government area of Gombe State.
Karamar hukumar Kwami. Ta jihar Gombe.
I under he can raise his hand.
Ni.
Do solemnly swear by the Holy Bible.
Na rantse da littafi mai sarki.
That I will be faithful.
Zan zamo mai gaskiya.
Obedient and committed to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Da biyayya. Jajirce. Ga ƙasa ta Najeriya.
In September 2015, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, established Operation Safe Corridor to encourage willing and repentant Boko Haram members to surrender and go through a well-structured de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration program.
Look at their face. Criminals.
This program began effectively in 2016 by a committee constituted by the Chief of Defense Staff.
Those are not protesters.
The mandate of the Commander-in-Chief. Consequently, personnel were drawn from 17 services, ministries, departments, and agencies to execute the concept of operation. Since the DR camp became fully operational, a total of 1,070 ex-combatants, otherwise referred to as clients, have successfully gone through the program.
Just imagine, they won't even call them by the name.
Reintegrated into the society. This morning, another set of 559 clients will be graduating from the program, and they too will be reintegrated back to their communities subsequently. The graduating clients arrived at the DR camp between 15th July and 6th September 2021 to commence the various rebuilding activities of the program.
Please, let's move on. This video is irritating.
One man, just take this thing off.
Yes,
So have you guys learned one or few things from
Hold on. No, you don't let that's not. That was just two things that I picked up. They were swearing on the Bible, which which was somewhat curious.
Odd.
But
that was Bible, Quran.
No, they said that they swear on the Bible. That's what they said. So that's one thing. But the other thing I did not hear was that they were being absorbed into the army. What they were said was they were de-radicalized and reintegrated back into society. So those are the two
I
things.
think that too. I mean, what
Yeah.
even
one man, if I may.
He called them clients, or what did he call them? Is it clients or what?
Ex-combatants.
Ex-combatant clients, whatever.
One man, if I may.
He used ex-combatants, clients. I mean, there's what he used.
One man, I think Nigerians don't fully appreciate or comprehend the danger in what just happened. He said 1,070.
And then an additional 500.
And an additional 500 have been incorporated. Wait. Yeah. Former terrorists with an ideology. Grown men, not children that you took in and put them in school to change their mind. Grown men with an ideology have been incorporated into your armed forces to now act as patriots for your country. You've put cells into our nation's military. Do you know who Majid Nawaz is?
I know who Majid Nawaz is. He's always he's on LBC now. Yeah.
Yeah. I bought his book when it first came out.
God.
And one of the things he said as their strategy, because when he got arrested after 9/11, he was in Egypt. One of the things he said was that his goal and his organization's goal was to go into these Muslim countries, radicalize a bunch of people, get them into government, into military, into national security outfits, and then they will then overturn the government from within. This was a known strategy he was operating under, and he was doing this in Egypt.
Right.
When the US
let's not get so
one man. I'm not making this up. This is an ex.
Yeah, no, but you are reaching to apply now. I know that.
Are you saying that
a UK guy? This guy is now.
Yes. Yeah. But he traveled around the world. He was doing the work of it's just like the UK guys that went to join ISIS. Okay, so let me give you an example. So are you saying that there isn't the possibility of what's going on here?
Let me align with what you are saying, but not wholly from where you're coming at it from. Where I align is that those people are not 1 inch de-radicalized. And do you know why I said that? They made them. These are Boko Haram combatants who are fighting for Wahhabis.
For Allah.
Yeah, for Allah. And they have been de-radicalized, and they are now swearing their fiefdom on the Holy Bible. So that tells you that they are not this. What is their business with the Holy Bible? So that tells you the whole thing is a sham.
Another question is one other question I want to throw out is how are we sure these guys are actually Boko Haram? It's not some kind of some generals trying to siphon money through some kind of means.
That's almost likely what's going on. But Nigeria, a place of eternal mystery. But let's get back to Solly to bring things back on stream. So Solly, back to you.
So yes, the reason why I said they should put a monument there is just to say sorry. Is it so they can collect all their toll gates money? Nobody cares. But is it so hard to say sorry to the people? Me, I don't believe that the people will see the statue and start.
But if they say sorry, would that not be admitting, as Adi said?
Yes, but
thank you.
One man in all this in countries that have moved forward, isn't that something that is normal? Will people now get angry and start revolting?
50 years on, they've not said sorry for Biafra.
For Biafra, can you imagine? Slowly, listen, man, you have to understand something about this life. Nobody respect the weak. You understand? Throughout human history, nobody achieve anything by begging or asking. You take, you fight. That's the nature. You actually show the opponent something to lose, where before they will listen to you and take you seriously. That's just the nature of life. That's the point I'm trying to prove here. There's something I learned from military training. They just say in life, that's what's going on in Ukraine, all these things. The action is what people respect. You can't sit and say, "Oh, give me monuments, give me." No, it doesn't work like that. You have to put something at stake. What the government will say, "Oh, we got something to lose." So that's when they will talk to you. They will invite you to the table.
Something to lose like what? Something to lose like what?
You have to figure it out yourself. You have to find, you have to put something on the line where the government know that there's something on the line they will lose before they will talk to you. But if you are saying this, that's why I was laughing at you guys when you guys say we want to draw a nation. Let's go and do peaceful protest. I'm like, what? And you want me to join you? Someone like me already know. I already know nature of warfare. Nobody respect the weak. They will smile at you. They will encourage you to keep doing your peaceful protest. They will encourage you to keep doing it. That way it's working. When in fact, in the closed door, they are laughing at you. Nobody in life give you anything easily.
I don't. Okay, the only solution is a solution that obviously involves violence. But
that's the only way you can get anything in life.
After that violence, would there be coordination, or will the violence just run spree?
No, I'm not saying any other violence. It has to be something you plan well, very organized, very strategized.
Okay, but
and when you
now my issue is that yes, even if we want to do that, is the country is not united.
Exactly. So you're not ready.
The north, the west, and it's not about being ready. It's the north, the west, and the east. This is a problem. If you want to start revolution in the west, the north will not agree. The east may not agree also. If they start in the east, the north, even though it's going to favor everybody. So we are not one. We are two different. We have little to no. Zero.
And sorry, that's why somebody like me, when I come here to speak, I always tell you guys, listen, Nigerian youth, you guys need to stop thinking like your fathers. All of you are in the same mess. How about you unite under that cause of trying to free yourself from your condition? Because whatever the condition is, certain youth is in, a northern youth is in the same condition. Eastern youth, you are in the same condition. How about you understand that what it would take, no matter how I hate you, what it would take for me to get to where I need to get to, I have to put my hatred against you aside and let us work together and get ourselves out of our mess. But you guys are busy thinking like your fathers, beefing, calling each other stupid names. So you're not ready for freedom.
Mike, it's not about being ready. Stop saying it like we are the ones doing it.
Well, you said it yourself now. You said we are not united. So you're not ready.
Now, can I answer you? I agree with what you are saying. But don't say it in a way that we are the ones doing it intentionally not to make it happen. First, for you to make that thing happen, we have almost everybody in the south has to go to the north to interact with these people. Almost everybody in the north has to come to the south to interact. But our transportation system is poor.
You don't have to. On this platform alone.
Mike, excuses, are you going to listen?
Excuses, thank you.
Which excuses?
He's saying it is boss. You're not serious.
Mike,
I thought it was going to make a bigger point.
No, it's not bigger. Let me finish now. If you want to go from the north to the south at this point in Nigeria, you are risking your life.
You are not ready to fight then.
Oh God.
Anyone that's ready to fight risk their life. Look at Ukraine. They are risking their life.
Wait now, Mike. Just to even have conversation.
Okay, talk.
Okay, I'm not even talking again. Don't worry.
Talking now.
Why are you so sensitive? Sorry, you have to. You've been here long enough now. Look at this guy.
Sully, argue your point. Make your case. Don't let Mike bully you.
Mike,
come on, man.
Okay, I'll keep quiet. Talk, Sully.
Come on.
Go ahead.
I'll keep quiet. For you to have that agreement to come together, don't you have to be able to transport yourself from one point to another? Is everything going to be on social media? Are you not going to meet the people in the villages? Now, if you can't get there, if ordinary just even going to make your point is threatening your life, where are you going to start from? Do you understand what I'm saying? This is how the government has crippled us. You have this issue that we're talking about. We cannot even get fuel or diesel for train. So we cannot even go to so they've crippled us from even going there to even communicate. When you want to communicate and interact with people, you need to be able to transport and connect with each other one way or the other. How am I going to connect with somebody in the north through social media? How am I even going to find them on social media in the first place? How?
Okay, how you doing? Can I respond?
Okay.
Sully, you yourself, you came here the other day, and people like me, Aizon, were trying to plead to you that listen, stop this attack on Northerners, all these things.
What I said now, is it an attack?
Even when we come here on this platform, a Northern person will come here.
I just said, you are not addressing what I just said.
Well, I'm going there now. I'm going there. And you have to start from some. You have to start from. Listen, if you want to go somewhere, you start from your thinking, right? Before you materialize into action, you start from your thoughts, right? Your thinking, your attitude, before you actually get into your action, right?
Okay, please.
Our attitude alone does not show that we are even ready to get to that point. Because wait now, let me talk.
You are not addressing what I said. You are
all right. This is somewhat a pedestrianized.
No. What I'm trying to say is this: even when we come here alone, we'll bring a northerner, someone like Black League or someone from the north. Our attitude towards that person alone already know that we are not even interested in.
You are not here to address what I said. You just want to say your own narrative.
You mean the infrastructure to get to the north?
Yes.
Okay, the Russian soldiers, I mean, the people that really want, if you really want to get something done, there's no excuse. You find a way there. You understand? You can't be complaining, say there's no good road. Then you're not ready for freedom. If you go and read history of people that fought for freedom, you
You
find
see,
out you see what they went through.
if the infrastructures were there, then the problems would not be there. Do you understand? If you were able to easily en masse travel to the north and there to you, then that means already that's a Nigeria that is working. Then
When it's time to go make money in the north, you find your way there. You find your way there. But when it's time to go find freedom in the north, you can't find your way there.
All right, that's somewhat of the conversation.
So
is
what
not.
are you saying? If
All
we
right.
could go to the north easily to make money without any problem, do you think people will not be running there?
Millions of Satanás go to the north to do business, whatever it is. But when it's time to go there to go and do actual move,
all right. Thank you. I don't really know what conversation you're having.
You don't want to address the challenges. You don't want to address.
We are lazy. Just accept it. We Nigerian youth, we are just lazy to get things done. We give excuses for everything.
No, we are not lazy. I don't agree with you.
No, when it comes to actually getting something to achieve what we want to achieve, we are not lazy in life. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we are lazy people in life. But when it comes to actual freedom or things that we need to get done, to get to where we need to get to, we give excuses.
Show us how to do it, Mike. Be an action man and go and do it. Since you are a man of no excuses, go and do it.
All right.
Listen,
what conversation are you having? I don't know what conversation you're having, but I want to just to move on from there. Let me just go on to Thomas.
Oshibanjo.
So let's go to Thomas.
No, we didn't talk about Oshibanjo.
Yeah, go to Oshibanjo then. Sorry.
Was it my turn for Thomas?
I don't
then I'll come to you.
For Oshibanjo. I don't know what he's trying to do. He's trying to sneak his way into there. Maybe he has started listening to the voices of people pushing him, and he's just trying to appease. But me, I feel like it's more favorable for Buhari to give it to Oshibanjo because it's somebody they can easily control. So,
can you blame him for being interested? He will never get a better chance to be president of Nigeria. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah.
It would be a disservice to himself if he doesn't go for it.
Yeah. And if he learned from the book of Atiku would have, I'm sure he's regretting the mistake he allowed Obasanjo go the second time.
Yes.
So, yeah.
If he had been a good boy with Obasanjo would have given him the presidency. Atiku. He wanted to do tough guy, and look where it landed him.
But I think if he has the favor of Buhari, you will definitely beat Tinubu to the title.
It's a funny one though, because they said Buhari gave him pretty much the same response that he gave Tinubu, which is, you do have the right to do it, and I wish you all the best. I certainly am not an impediment in your way. So he did not commit to him to say that I support you or anything, but he just said good luck, which is what he seems to be saying to all of them, But what is he saying to his Aboki clansmen? It's the thing. They say, okay, go and give it to the T-boy or give it to the, MC Oluomo godfather.
And I don't even think people in the north will even vote for Oshibanjo. They will not like his weakness.
No, I think they like him, Do you not think he's liked in Nigeria or Oshibanjo? I think he's somewhat liked.
No, I think he hasn't made any strong positions yet. By the time you start making strong positions, let's see whether
I think they not like him for what they perceive as his loyalty.
They like him because he's a weak man. He's a weak Yoruba man.
But they see that as a loyalty. They call it. But yes,
I don't agree. I don't agree. Oshibanjo is weak or he's not.
Yeah. One man. I have a question about that. Yeah. Why are people saying that he's weak? Can you give me an example?
That's my point.
In Nigeria, if you don't beat your chest, they believe you.
Oshibanjo is not weak. Forget you're serving under a president. I think he's applying decorum because there's one boss at a time. It doesn't make you a weak person.
There's no decorum there.
Wait, sorry. I'm not. Based on what I've seen from Oshibanjo, I won't classify him as a weak person.
It's not a weak person.
But you seem to say he's weak. So I want to put the same kind of question that you put to other people on the platform. Can you please explain to me why
Why you say he's weak?
See him as weak, and give me concrete examples.
There are positions, for example, now, all this kind of answer situation, why didn't he say anything? Even if Buhari is not going to say anything, why didn't he talk? He didn't address the people. There are other times that he could have made actions that you know the president is wrong. Can't you just say something? But instead, he's hiding like a rat.
That's a political suicide, solid.
No.
As a politician, just don't talk.
No. Then that means it's not for the people.
No, so the thing is, I don't know if I can talk, but the thing is, I don't think
the vice president already. He's the vice president already. What more does he want? Okay, president. So they basically sacrifice everybody in the country just because you just want one tiny position.
But do you know something? Do you know that?
We can understand.
If you look at it. If you look at it this way, it's not every time that a politician comes out to talk that you know that the person in the position is for you or not. Do you know maybe he might be doing something behind the scenes So if they agreed, listen now, if Buhari had agreed to dismantle the SARS, maybe what if Buhari was stubborn on it and it was Osinbajo that had to prevail on him behind the scenes to do that? I'm just asking. There are so many things that you might not know.
What if? But you don't have
I don't.
To back it up.
I don't. But the thing is this.
Okay, give me one example.
A lot. Okay, so a lot happens. Let me tell you something. A lot happens behind the scenes than outside. When he is in charge, I don't need to give you example.
If it's behind the scenes, then you won't have the example. Otherwise,
exactly. There's no example.
So you are just talking based on hope.
No. I'm not talking based on hope. I'm talking based on I'm not talking based on hope, Sally. I'm talking based on his actions when he was acting president.
What are the actions?
When he was acting president, I don't need to tell you. It was public.
He sacked that man. He actually demonstrated the positive action when he was acting president.
You saw what he did when the SSS misbehaved. Boom, he sacked the SSS without even consulting Buhari. I mean the director. The CJN that they were dragging their feet on, he confirmed immediately. I think somebody on this platform mentioned that don't be surprised that by the time Buhari comes back, that they've released Nnamdi Kanu. So when the man is in charge, you see the kind of things he does. And I believe that he plays this kind of role behind the scene, trying to, when he's not in charge, because there's one president at a time. That's a fact. And if you're in a position of leadership, you have to defer to the person who, if the president says, don't say this is the position of government for now, what will you do? Will you go and disobey him? And then do you understand what I'm saying? So you don't know, but at least you could tell from the character of how he has acted outside when he was in charge to say, okay, it's possible he will be doing this kind of things behind the scenes. That's where I'm coming from.
So you have to understand, action is not by running your mouth. Action is actually by doing something. I don't know how people believe that you have to be talking before they know that you're tough. You understand?
Exactly. It's not by
Sully, one more point. So, sorry about that, Robin. And one more point is that at the end of the day, he's in APC, right? If he comes out and speaks against Buhari and criticizes his boss in public, how is he going to rely on that same Buhari to support him when he's trying to run for office?
But how come this argument is presented for Osinbajo, but it's not presented for Tinubu? Because people are saying, why wasn't Tinubu speaking to the Fulani headsmen and whatnot? But the same argument you presented for Osinbajo now, it still applies. If Tinubu has interest political, then why would he speak to something that would truncate that? Just as you're saying that why would Osinbajo truncate his own career? So why is it a narrative for Osinbajo but not a narrative for Tinubu?
Because Osinbajo was directly reporting to Buhari. He was directly under him. Tinubu, on the other hand,
is aspiring to replace Tinubu.
But Tinubu, on the other hand, is an independent power broker, kingmaker.
No, come on, man.
He has
a political.
If there's anyone that's in position to be talking between Osinbajo and Tinubu, it should be Tinubu, because Tinubu actually doesn't answer to anybody. So he should be the one that
he's an independent, as he said, one man. He's a kingmaker. He's a kingmaker with a power broker in the Southwest who has put people into the administration. He's beholden to no one. I understand your point
What do
about
you mean
he
he's
still has to.
beholden to his ambition?
Yeah, he's beholden to his ambition, but he
Yes.
doesn't directly report to
And speaking
Buhari.
to
And one man,
to
and one
space
man
casually does not aid his ambition in any way.
Yeah, but one man, there is a way to speak about issues, especially when people of your ethnicity are being murdered, without infuriating the person that you rely on later. He could have addressed the situation and spoken about added security and spoken about
the situation. He did not need to address the situation because there was nothing in that space that required his pronouncement.
People in the southwest are being invaded. One man, true or false? In Oyo State, they were being invaded.
He's not an Oba. He's not a governor.
Yes, but
so in one instance you describe him as a private citizen, and then in another instance you describe him.
Not.
Asiwaju of what?
Asiwaju not the political leader of Yoruba land.
His gang.
Look at that. So
the guy's looking for northern votes. You guys want him to sabotage his votes?
Yeah, no, you can't ask him to sabotage his ambition.
One man, let me ask you
a question. The guy need a northern vote.
He can.
Let me ask you a question.
At the expense of his people, at the killing of his people, right?
So he's talking is one that will stop the killings. He's talking is not relevant to anything. So there's no point. It's not like he's talking.
But guys, so here's the thing.
Never happened. Because the killing never happened to any one of your family, that's why we talk.
So it's Tinubu that I will need to come and talk for me. If something is happening to my village, it's Tinubu that I need.
Mike, see,
when I have the president.
Mike, here's the thing. You can speak about an issue and say there needs to be boosted security in Oyo State, in the southwest, to prevent these murders. Nigerian citizens are being killed. Wait, let me make the point. No, it's not ethnic point.
But it's going to the north to give them money.
One man. Let me make the point now. Let me make the point. As he's speaking about the issues facing, he's a politician. As he's speaking about the issues facing people in southwest, he will also say at the same time, we also need to bolster issues facing the people in the north that are being massacred by the bandits. So in essence, he's addressing. But in essence, one man. Wait. One man is how you say it. Is not what you say. In essence, he's addressing the situation.
You are totally wrong. You are totally wrong.
No. I'm not, because you can address as a potential presidential aspirant for that matter. You should be able to. You should be able to speak to an issue facing a nation. Security issues are an issue facing the nation. Yes,
he does. Do you know?
I haven't heard him speak about.
I've heard him speak about it.
So when he's speaking about those issues, he can talk about the southwestern issue as well as the northern issue.
No, he doesn't have to. Do you
so you're saying that he shouldn't say anything about the southwest? Or the people that were murdered?
No, he doesn't have to. Do you know why? Because he wants to present himself as a nationalistic figure. And
but he spoke about the issues in the north.
Hold on. Because he needs that vote.
He needs their vote now.
You're not naive. You're not naive.
This is politics, guys.
No, one man, but you see that is
politics 101.
If indeed,
you're not naive to that.
Listen, there are politicians. I'll give you an example. When Trayvon Martin was killed in the United States. Okay, you don't want me to give an example. When Trayvon Martin
you are going to go to America,
when Trayvon Martin was killed in the United States, and Obama wanted to speak out against it, he spoke out against it, but he also spoke out against a larger issue also facing the police and ways to train the police and make them better. There is a way a politician can address an issue without having to totally ignore the fact that as a traditional respected person from the southwest, you don't ignore that. You speak about the national issue, but you also talk about the issue facing the people in Oyo State.
No.
Come on now. Come on, let me talk about Obama. You can't say that.
Like,
he should speak about.
You're trying to set him up.
No. I'm not. I'm saying that it was an opportunity for him to show leadership. And he dropped the ball. He dropped the ball.
He did not. He's not an idiot, though. Go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead, Mike.
One man, he didn't make any.
One man, do you know that Obama speech really hurt him? He ended up that Obama coming out to put his mouth in that.
What is wrong with this guy, internet, man?
Vision. Do you know that he ended up telling that Democratic Party, because that's what Trump took advantage of. People, wait. The white Americans started looking at him like, okay, what is this? Why is he taking side? And then that's when Trump capitalized.
Mike, you are deep in and out.
You are breaking up, Mike. But,
no, he really heard him. You heard the Democratic Party. You heard because that's when Trump saw, because a lot of whites, and that's when Trump.
Oh God. We didn't hear half what you said.
Can you hear me now?
You are breaking up, but
okay, I was going here now. Am I clear now?
Okay, go on. Yeah.
Okay. So Obama coming out to speak into the race issue in America, the whole Trayvon and all those things, it ended up hurting him because a lot of his white support.
No, we can't hear. We can't hear your Chinese
system. Let me help Mike. I know where Mike is trying to go.
Into American politics.
Yeah, but see, one man. The point Mike is trying to make is a moot point, and the reason why is because even after Obama made that comment about Trayvon and stuff, he still got reelected. The reason why the Democrats lost the House and the Senate after Obama's first few years. Wait. Let me just make the point. I see where he's trying to go, and I just want to debunk that point. The reason why they lost the House and Senate was because of Obamacare. It had nothing to do with race. By the way, Obama took the middle road, but he also talked about it. So the point I'm trying to make is Tinubu, as a politician, as a skilled politician, which he claims he is, could have addressed the issue facing the Southwest and address the national issue of security, which would have encompassed the Southwest anyways. No, it's not a setup.
It's a setup now. You're trying to
say leadership.
But he addressed it, not addressed. What is the situation now with the party now?
No.
It doesn't look like they're going to give him the ticket.
No. Yeah, that's a different issue, isn't it? So we're one issue at a time.
Because he has been. Okay. Okay. You want to speak? One man?
No, because you are now taking us to a different space. But take us there.
No, what I'm trying to say is this: that he speaks to the issue that was facing his people. We're talking about the Gongon and the killing of the Fulanis. I mean, he's speaking, he doesn't speak. The question now is, is it seeming that they're going to give him that ticket now?
They've not given the ticket.
Of course, but I mean, is this seeming because with the
we don't know. We come here all the time to say that the situation is so fluid that you cannot really read it until it actually happens.
Correct.
So, but we can see the massive support coming from the north towards him, Sha. Obviously, we can see.
No, so but even that might not mean anything. But ultimately, we only know when we know. But really,
if he would have been putting his mouth in the Southwest issues, I don't think those Northerners would have given us that big support.
That's the point, though, isn't it, Mike?
Yeah, because they will see like, okay, is this guy supporting Igbo or is he?
It's a setup now.
You'll be a setup now. You'll be a setup.
But one man. But do you think there's another way he could have approached it, even though he's not criticizing anybody?
No. Can I tell you what he did? Can I tell you what he did?
He's not Yoruba man.
Huh?
Is he not? I mean, Tinubu is not a Yoruba man.
He has a presidential ambition.
He could speak in a way. He could speak in a way.
No matter how you speak, somebody will take you out of context. That's just a fact.
Aizan has already said that. But let me just present a counter something, which is something I've heard him say severally over a series of times in many incidents. He speaks to the security situation in the country, and he says that Buhari is trying his best, and we must all collaborate to work together to resolve it. Tinubu says that all the time. Can you hold on? Anytime he speaks to the security situation, he says the security situation in the country is alarming. Buhari is trying his very best, and we must all come together to support the president. So that is a nationalistic statement because he has nationalistic ambitions. If he starts to say Yoruba land, my ethnic grouping, he immediately becomes these people, they don't want to give him the ticket. He knows they don't want to give him the ticket, and he knows that they're looking for an excuse to park not giving him the ticket under. So if he starts to serve himself up as some ethnic jingoist, then that is just setting himself up.
You start saying that Yoruba man.
You cannot be being ethnic, jumping up and down.
You've only spoken like a spokesman for him, so we shall see how.
Please,
one man.
Rational mind, please. I'm going to invite you not to keep doing that. I'm not a spokesman for the guy, but because you keep on saying that, I present a counter argument to pretty much all narratives. So please don't do that.
And again, you guys have to remember the reason why Obama won his first election as well, because when he came into politics, he kind of separated himself from the other Black American, the whole black thing.
No. We don't want to do Obama anymore.
No, I'm just saying.
No. Thank you.
No, I'm not saying Obama.
No, one man. Here's the thing. I think the calculation. We agree to disagree on this one. I think the calculation is that for Tinubu on that piece was the wrong one, because I think he could have addressed the national security issue like you mentioned, but at the same time used examples which would have included Igongon and said, hey, this thing is happening in Igongon. In Benue, we have IDP camps. In the Northwest, we have this. And no one would have frowned at it. At least he didn't say what Bala Muhammad said when Bala Muhammad made his comments about Boko Haram people coming to Bauchi and this and that. But after all, Bala Muhammad still tried to run. He's still trying to run for national office. The thing is, on one end, it's not okay for someone from the south of Lokoja to talk about his ethnicity, but the Northerners make no mistake about doing that every chance they get. Akin Baba Ahmed went on TV and talked about people criticizing certain states for their lack of action with some of these bandits. So it's not one. You can't say it's good for one and not good for the other. Other people are doing it. He just has to have the spine to say what is right, but do it in a politically correct manner, so it doesn't offend too many people. He could have done something now.
But rational mind said, however it plays out for him in the ticket, we then show if he was right or wrong to follow. But I personally, I think he's right to follow the trajectory that he has followed. So we know they play ethnic politics in the north, because that is the coloration of their politics. And you have to look at the Nigerian numbers as well. They have large numbers, so that rhymes with ethnic politicking. But the South, they need to cut deeply even more into them. So I think it's calibrating properly, but like a rational mind said, we'll find out soon enough if he gets the ticket or not. But let's progress
one
the
thing
conversation.
again, one man. Sorry, one thing again.
I wanted
I've
to leave that
noticed.
space now, but go on. Yeah, go on. Since you
No, I'm
started,
not even
go on.
saying anything on that space. I just want to make some few points.
Yeah, go on.
So I've noticed if we say something, instead of us to face realities as Nigerians, you see that we put sentiment or emotions into it. Mike made a very serious point, like, why are we even fighting with each other? Youth, we say, oh, Hausas, this. Do this. Solely made give an excuse. Instead that we give one excuse or put sentiment into it. This guy, I just want to use him as an example. Shina Pella. This guy has been liaising with the Northerners, meeting the emir. He formed a forum, a youth forum. They've taken that forum from the southwest. They've taken it to the north. They have it in the north. He goes to the north often now because he has an ambition. I don't know if he means well, but this is part of what I'm saying. Like, people need to join this party, play your part, and work your part to that position we want. But if you keep giving excuse, they will say this. People, oh, why didn't this person go out? But that same excuse will work. If they mention another name, they will use that same excuse for that person. But another person can't use that same excuse. We always give excuse, put sentiment into our decision making, and I think that is why we are where we are today as Nigerians. We don't face the fact. We don't face it. Thank you.
While we are silent here.
Sorry. All right. Thank you, D. So thank you, D. So let's go from D. It's just for reasons of time. That's why I'm pushing it so hard. So let's go from D to let's go to Obina. So Obina, who has been he's driven all the way from work and back again, and we still
hello, I'm here.
Yeah, no. I was just saying that you've been with us all the way through. We've had a full day, and we are still just talking jabba on here. But let's hear your own jabba, and let's take it to the fuel subsidy or fuel scarcity, should I say, space.
Okay.
Alan Onyema alarming that the aviation sector in Nigeria, they only have a 3-day worth of fuel left to power their aeroplanes before the whole airspace in Nigeria is ground to the floor. Saraki came out to tell us that they've imported the petroleum 2 months ago, so there's no reason for that scarcity and there's no reason for the spike in price. So what are you making then of the 5th to 7th largest oil exporting country being unable to provide petroleum to power their cars and fly their planes? Nigeria, Buhari style. Obina.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, my people. So, on one end, I will say that might be a possibility in the sense that since we have decided not to utilize and break down our own crude oil product, we've decided that we will still be an exporting or importing country. We love importing, even to import our own product. So now we are now dependent on other people refining our own crude oil products. Crude oil can be broken down into several petroleum products, including aviation fuel, PMS as premium motor spirit, kerosene, diesel, even the coal tar, the stuff that we use for the road, tarring the road is also from crude oil. The plastic, plastic or something like that, they're all coming from petroleum products.
Jelly also comes from
yes,
it. That's
everything comes from it. So we can do, to show you that we have the technology. Look at, in Rivers State alone, we have, even in Abia, we have a lot of illegal refinery going on. These are people that just put stuff together. So they know how to break this down. All we need is to train these people and give and put resources with private sector and have our own refinery that will refine our products. Now we are dependent on world happenings for us to, we that even produce the crude oil that contribute to the world's crude oil consumption. We are the ones, we are even at the mercy. Now that's on one end. Secondly, to deal with the way that we do things is once something happens, if dollar goes up, even the woman selling granite to the market will tell you that dollar is up, or so she will increase her. That's the way we are. We always take opportunity of something that has not yet affected us to cause harm, or to as an opportunity to even to gain more from our own fellow men and women by increasing the price. So this is the pattern.
This is how it's done everywhere, though.
Yeah, but this is the pattern.
You just in Netherlands, they increase gas bill, they increase electric bill. They increase if you go to shop, they'll say it's because of war in Russia.
Because of the thing hasn't trickled down yet to us. Yet we're already taking advantage of it.
How do you know it hasn't trickled down?
No, it doesn't. It's just the war just started. No, what I'm saying. No, I'm not sure Netherlands produce the kind of oil we do. And moreover, we do a lot of import. We claim a lot of imports and claim a lot of subsidy. So now how come all those things we claim, all those major consumption that we claim, because we are claiming this where fraud is coming from, subsidy. Now we claim that we get all these products. So how come all these products that we claim we have, we no longer have them? Even Saraki that is complaining, if he's in that position, I'm sure it will even be worse. So they should, maybe because he's interested in the presidency, that's why he's complaining. But it's good so that it checks all these people. But that's the fact. The system is so screwed in the sense that there's so much corruption going on in that crude oil sector that even these people when the President Jonathan, I wanted to remove the subsidy, because he saw that was a lot of fraud was going on through there. He wanted to remove it completely. This same government refused it. They came in and then the same thing, they now want to remove subsidy. But they protested against him removing subsidy. So the subsidy number one has to go. Then we need to start looking at we need to start looking at our own, refining our own product, breaking down our product. Look at the gas that we're flaring. We need to start looking at how to break it down internally. Countries, because petroleum is not supposed to be, having petroleum product is not supposed to be a cost to us. Look at countries like United Arab Emirates. See how they've transformed oil into like what do they call this again? Hotel industry, into tourism. Yes, like their hotel is booming now. They don't even need the oil, even though the oil is still there. They don't need the oil. That's what we're supposed to do. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was saying, let us save. Our governors, led by Amechi at that time, said, no, let us not save. Let us spend the money now. Now, look at what is going on. If the thing is, when we're in a position, when we have the energy to make money and everything, and we have the resources, let us utilize that time and try to divert or divest, so that at the time when maybe there's a problem or a crisis or something, we would have something else to lean back on. That's once we do that, then all these issues we will not even be complaining about them.
No, all right, thank you, Obina.
Yeah.
So, Obina, still staying with matters politics. Let's go to the PDP and Wike and Obaseki. You know, once upon a time, I used to really like Wike, but in recent times, I'm starting to recoil from him a little bit. He talks too much and is always often too bombastic, and some of his pronouncements is just foot in mouth sort of talking. Just the other time, he said he was behind the removal of Dave Umahi by a court, to the point that people then investigated to find out that that judge was on his payroll. So still in the throes of that, he's now launched at Obaseki, calling him a betrayer and all manners of names, attacking his deputy. Obaseki fights back, and ruffle fight ensues. So is the chances of PDP being diminished by Yemson Wike, is this now something that we have to consider, Obina?
Yeah, so the thing is, just like you too, I've always admired Wike, especially maybe for the way he started, as a local government executive chairman, and then he became governor. He was chief of staff. He was secretary to state government, I believe, under Amechi and everything. And then the way he's verbal, he speaks against, maybe evil stuff and everything. But I think that maybe to some extent, that might have gotten so much into his head. I think there was something else you mentioned. In terms of when I listened to when he talked about he had a hand in it. That was the way he said it. I think people misquoted him. He took him out of context because he said that the governor is saying PDP. Did he say yes? We are all. I'm a member of PDP, so that means I'm part of it. So I don't think he meant it from the angle of he paid the judge. No,
does he just talk too much anyway?
Yes, he does. So yes, because where I take exception is calling people out of their names. Like, what does it mean by just look at the deputy, maybe kind of ordinary deputy governor? That's what it looked like to me. So does it mean that you don't respect your own deputy governor? Then you talked about Kaki. Then what other things? The way he even spoke to traditional rulers. I think he should, as a leader, you should mind the way you talk. As a leader, you should mind the way you talk.
Just talking about that traditional ruler space, there was a time that he gathered them all to his office and he was lambasting them.
Yes, they are traditional rulers. They are not your employees. Forget that the state has a hand in confirming them, but the state does not employ the traditional rulers. In fact, it's just the way. It's just like saying the chief judge is the employee of the state government, because there's a process where they after the process is completed, then they recommend the person, the chief judge, to the governor. It's not that the governor just goes and appoints. No, the NJC would recommend the person, and the governor would just sign and appoint. It's the same way, kind of, not similar, but almost similar in traditional. The people, I think the kingmakers, they sit and then they recommend to the governor, and the traditional institution should not be bastardized at the level where, because he went to Uniport with you or he was your junior or something, it doesn't give you the right to lambast. People can change positions at any time. And even you that is a governor, it's not a king, it's not forever. You're going to leave that office. You don't talk to people anyhow. That's where I have issues with Wike. As much as I liked him, but I don't like the part where you lambast and bring and run people down just because you feel like you're talking. I mean, I think there should be an extent to how much you express yourself, so that you don't go and start annoying every other person. Then on the deputy governor, really, when he spoke, because I listened to what he was saying, and I feel like maybe the governor Wike would have allowed the party chairman to handle that, because the party chairman was seated in that occasion, and the deputy governor was actually addressing the party chairman. He wasn't really threatening. He was saying that these people have refused. I mean, these people, they will not be integrated, and if wherever we go, is where the governor will go. Now, the party chairman, now even when he now responded, he even talked about the national, I'm talking of Ayochayu, he said he now gave a history of how even Obaseki came to PDP, how even PDP lost Edo State, how it was infighting that caused it. So what he was advised, because he got the message that there's a lot of infighting and this could cost us the governorship again. So please, you people should sort out your issues. So Wike coming in is coming to escalate and call people out of their names. It was uncalled for. The party chairman, he should allow the party chairman to run the party. Like, why you focus on River State? There's a lot of work to do in River State. Let the party handle the party. It's not in your place to say, oh, I would instigate something and make sure that the party discipline. It's not in your place. The party has a machinery. That's why the party has a national working committee. It has a structure to deal with any issues. So that he should separate. And yes, I understand he has been there for the PDP, but the other governors that sponsor the PDP too. There's Akwa Ibom State, Udom Emmanuel. He's another strong supporter and financial of the PDP, but they don't make too much noise. That he doesn't talk doesn't mean he doesn't sponsor. He doesn't do. He's not an influencer. So a lot of people are not happy with the way he handles things, and I think he should apply restraint there. Then for Obaseki, I think Obaseki is very stubborn from what I've seen, and not in the sense of maybe his misunderstanding with, but I think it's because he has the yam and the knife in this. Normally, I understand when a governor moves to a party, and he's expected, the way he started saying, "Oh, I'm the leader." No, you don't do that. Everybody knows you're the leader. There are some things that everybody already knows, but you don't have to put it to their face. You just warm yourself in. You're just coming in. You just warm yourself in. Then you have the yam and knife. So now you want people to trade positions. Then what are you trading it in return? People have run this party. You were even part of the people that made sure the PDP did not win positions because you were in APC. Now you've come. You need to work with these people, not work against them or try to change them. No, work with them and see how you people can come together. I'm sure that even because there was horse trading in regards to deputy, I'm sure PDP wanted to produce a deputy, but he had to stand by Shuaibu. So now you have to trade positions. There has to be something. So I think Obaseki needs to calm down and release and reduce that is stubborn, the hard stance, and try to calm down and accommodate them because he can. And then also moving on to, I think the issue with his State House of Assembly too has overstretched because now you've begotten the governorship, but I don't think you should continue holding on to that. Oh, they didn't come for proclamation. This is getting to you continue running around the circle until it gets to the tenure end, and you have 15 House of Assembly members not being sworn in. So I think he needs to calm down. I think the PDP leadership need to be like this. What do they call this? Like peer review. Like all of you come together as governors. Okay, CEO, this way that you're doing things like this, please. Why don't you do it like this so that it will reflect good on the party? There's a way that they should handle. I think they should come together and try to talk sense into him so that he can also reduce his stance on that.
Well, all right, thank you, Bina. Yeah. And to the space that seems to be generating the most controversy, the Lekki Toll Gate space, they are reintroducing tolling in that space. Yes. And I was suggesting that does that mark then the final chapter on that ENSA space, and what exactly has been the outcome of it? Because a lot of people allegedly killed, a lot of controversy and destruction, but it came and it went, but it never seemed to impact. So what has been the impact then as they nail the final nail in the coffin of ENSAS, Obina?
Okay, so the thing is, I feel like a lot happened, a lot of emotions happened around that toll gate. So I think it's business as usual. They're coming back to start charging so that they can make money because, what happens with this toll gate stuff is they invite the private individuals to build the road, then have a contract with them to own the toll gate for a number of years so that they can recoup the money that you spent on the road. So I think that is where that is coming from. But what we should be focused on is the reason for that protest. How far has it been implemented? Changing, saying, there is no SARS, but now you've replaced them with another set up. The SARS is just one of the problems for the police. There's a lot of issues, but I don't think we can start covering all of that now. But we need to address the issues, the reason for the protest. Then we need to also address what happened at the toll gates. If government wants to be sincere, they need to come out and apologize to the public, both the federal and the state government, the state of Lagos. They need to come out and apologize to the public. And I know that the governor, because the Osinbajo directed all the governors to set up commissions of inquiry, which they did. Now, the results of the Lagos own, at least that's the one that has to do with the toll gates, also indicted the military. The military were not happy. So, but I expected that in the commission of inquiry, the people who were affected in terms of their loved ones that lost their lives or were injured should have come to that commission of inquiry to also lay their claims and everything, so that compensation should also go out to these people. It might not replace the lives. It will not, of course, it will not replace the life. It will not replace, the psychological effect that it had on everybody. But at least it will go a long way in cushioning. And when you agree or you accept responsibility, I think it goes a long way in starting reconciliation. So I think that we should move beyond, oh, it did not happen, it happened, it did not happen, it happened. The Lagos State has indicted the military. So I think they need to go out and apologize and make moves to reconcile, themselves with the youths.
All right, thank you, Obina. So thank you, Obina. So let's go on from you, Obina, and let's go to Rational Mind to take his soundings on where you just left. The EndSARS space, a lot of divergent views, even heartfelt, even you could hear people quivering in their voice because that space is still so raw in people's emotions. But what are you making then of the reintroduction of tolling in the Lekki Plaza, Lekki Toll Gate Plaza, Rational Mind?
Well, I think a lot has been said on it already. Emotions and all of that. It's just when we try to deny that event actually happened, that massacre or whatever we want to call it happened. That's when we are doing a disservice to those who took part in it. For the fact that to this very day they could not produce bodies, even though bodies were later produced, and they said they were never part of the EndSARS. They were just some people who died, random people that died somewhere else. We've seen all kinds of things said on that. But then the thing is this was a lot of cover up. I mean, they did a very good job in trying to cover up, and that I hope that will haunt them for the rest of their lives. People died. There were people who came, families who came and said their sons were part of the EndSARS protesters. They never saw their dead body. They only hear their friends telling them that, oh, they saw him there, and that was the last they saw him, and nobody heard from him. So anyway, Buhari is guilty. The generals are guilty. Whether Sanwo-Olu is guilty, that's what I don't understand. That is what I won't be able to say to. I think Sanwo-Olu made a grave mistake, asking them to intervene. Maybe he never knew the scale at which they were going to, or the mode of operation. Maybe he never knew. Maybe he thought maybe he was just going there and flood them with koboko and maybe tear gas them and pepper spray them, and maybe that's all. But he never knew they were going to use real brutal force as a result of their killing. So in any way we slice and dice it, whatever. I mean, I just think people died. If even people never died, the brutal way they were handled, at least we saw DJ Switch, the live recording when she went live, and how we could see the chaos and the beating and everything, whatever, and the confusion everywhere. That tells you that something really happened. And then a place that has a security camera. So what happened to the security camera? Why suddenly the security camera stopped recording at that point? So these are to tell you that a lot of things they covered. But then we should not speak like like our friend who spoke, which maybe he was just speaking the way he spoke. I want to believe that's what it is. But let us not speak in a way that shows like we We don't care about what happened to these people. These people were fighting for what is for our own good, for the good of the general people. I mean, people generally, because the whole clamor was for a good remuneration for the police, a better condition of service for them, and disbandment of this terror group or the terror squad in the police. Police should be more civil, not militarized. Like they call them police force. It should not be a force. They should be a more civil part of the society. So, but then you see, we can just say a lot because people will always argue, where are the dead body? Present the dead body, But obviously, people died because people were missing after that NSAS. They were never seen again. So, just for me, I just hope Buhari, as he leaves office, that will haunt him. I know definitely they would have briefed him of what happened, and maybe it's just.
Do you think he will really? Do you think he cares?
I know he doesn't care. He doesn't care. We are showing it that he doesn't care. Look at how people have been killed under his watch. He rarely even
because this is a guy that has been killing since the Civil War. If we look at how many lives this guy has seen off this planet, you would. If we go all the way from the Civil War up to Lekki Toll Gate, this guy has seen off a lot of people from this planet, either directly or by command or by inaction, or he's seen off a lot of people from this planet.
Yeah. So, it's you can tell from his body language. I mean, we hear of people, a lot of things. He just jet out of Nigeria when he left the country in a total mess. And he calls himself the Minister of Petroleum, and look at what is going on. Ever since he has been Minister of Petroleum, I mean, what have we seen? What change? What impact? We were just talking about the refineries that they've been using. They've been voting billions and billions of dollars. If they've built 6-5 modular refineries with that would have at least solved a little bit of the importation of oil. I mean, they use modular refineries does not cost a lot of money. The modular size, we have them around here, where they have modular refineries. They don't have to build a huge one like what they have, Agote is building. If they have it all spread across different parts of Niger Delta area or the south, I mean, that would really help, if not totally help the whole crisis. So he left the country in disarray and then just jet out. All his concern was about his own health or his own resting in London. I mean, London is the second home now. So you see, this man doesn't care. I mean, this man, even when he was in Nigeria, they were killing. He really sends condolences. They have to tell him and shout before he later sends condolences to people. But I tell you, let somebody he died in Ukraine, a Ukrainian died, or somebody that died in Saudi, or somebody died in the US. You hear him sending condolences to them. But your own, oh my God, it's just to tell you that these people they don't care about us.
If I may interject,
NSAS is not. I'm not surprised if it went the way it went, or they tried to sweep it under the carpet.
Yeah, come in, Aizon.
Yeah, Solly made a comment yesterday about why can't white men come in and take over?
Yes, and Thomas repeats the question today. Yeah, so
and we gave him hell.
Tony that opened up. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, we gave him hell, and rightfully so to a certain degree. But I was thinking about it, and the maybe how they put the question or the suggestion forward wasn't the best way. Maybe if it was put forward as instead of saying white people should come over and take over, you say, why don't we get some really solid technical expertise to come and work within our NNPC and revamp the organization and the technical capacity of NNPC, so that way they can produce and they can function. That might be a better approach. So we're hiring technical experts to come in that have experience running petroleum corporations, so we can start to refine. That might be a better approach instead of.
What about Atiku's policy suggestion during the 2019 election that it should just be sold off? Just sell it off, the NNPC, and just get rid of it.
I think Atiku's approach it just sounds a little too crude, Why? Just sell it off. Okay, there are a lot of questions that come up when you say those sort of things. Like, okay, just sell it off and get rid of it. What does that mean? Who do you sell it off to? Okay, what happens to the proceeds? What kind of arrangement? Who is this person coming in that you're selling it off to? And then what happens then?
No, you don't sell it off to a person. You unbundle it, you slice it up, and then you sell it off one for an outlandish amount of. We're talking about what? 500 billion to almost a trillion, because we're talking about a vast something. And then there's royalties to be added on from that private person that is. So they'll continue to pay royalties and pay some sort of income to the state still, but it is sold off to them as a private enterprise. And there'll be a lot of things packaged into that selling off, the cheap petrol for the Nigerian nation, all of this sort of stuff. But essentially, just remove it from the government and let the privateers handle it.
Yeah, it can work. It all the devil is in the details. It all depends on how it's implemented. If he gives it to just his friends who are looking for access to the petroleum industry, the control, and we now end up with Nigerian oligarchs who are controlling our petroleum, that would be a disaster. Now, if he tries to identify really competent and technical people who have a history of doing this, and you bring them in and they get the best minds that they can hire, and then they run this thing, that can work. So I think it all comes down to, in Nigeria, people who say these things sometimes.
Because it's not working now. It is.
Yeah, it's not working now. No, it's not working. It's an idea that can work. Yeah, it can work, but it just depends on how it's implemented. Nigeria, everything gets K-leg when it now starts to run. You find out that, these people in Adamawa are now running our petroleum industry, and you'll be wondering what happened. So I think on the surface, it might sound good. I'm not too excited about it because I think it comes down to the implementation of how it's done. But the minds and the technical expertise are out there to get us producing and refining oil. And again, this might also fall into the hands of, taking certain things off the exclusive list and giving, like what Rational Man just said, giving people the ability to refine oil around the country. So, we'll see.
Those licenses are available for people. But I think there's one. Walter something in the south, who is a privateer that has a decent sized refinery with a reasonable capacity. So the facilities, the licensing is there. You can apply for the license. I'm sure it'll be tough to get, but rightly so. So I mean, Dangote applied for the license and he got it. So maybe the privateer should come in some form. I don't know.
Yeah, one man, and what I've heard, again, and the people I heard it from are people close to Timi Silva, who is the Minister of State for Petroleum, is that a lot of people that have been getting licenses now are all people from a certain region of the country. If you know what I mean. Yes, and they've been getting licenses, and they are fishing around to find people that will come and do the work, and it's all being done behind the scenes. So, that's what I'm saying about this thing is, yes, when he says this privatization thing, what does he mean? Are we going to end up like a Russia situation where oligarchs end up just taking control of everything and, everyone is left carrying the bag? Or are you going to empower regions? Because like we know, there's oil in Ondo. They said they found oil in Bauchi. Okay, well, let's try to empower regions to do certain things and work with them so they can produce locally, hire people, train people, do things, improve the economy, keep the money inside Nigeria. There are Nigerians that are technical experts. There's a guy in Texas. His name is Lawal. I've forgotten his first name. He's a big oil guy in Texas doing major things. He's friends with George Bush, Nigerian guy. There are other people around the world that have this expertise, that have been trained and have worked at the highest level around the world. One of the issues in Nigeria is they don't really tap into the technical expertise of their diaspora community. There's so many of us in every industry you can think about, one man, around the world, highly qualified, highly excelling in different fields that will come to Nigeria, and if you give them the support, they will execute flawlessly. You don't need to hire foreign people for anything in that country. Nothing. We have the people, but these guys, for some reason, You know, and I go back to when Obasanjo was president. One time he came to the US and was bragging about how you have over 5,000 Nigerian doctors that were trained in Nigeria working at the top hospitals in the US. And it's sad because he didn't meet with those doctors to talk to them about how they can come and create a healthcare system in the country. So this is one of the fundamental flaws. We have all these people around the world. Look how many Nigerian doctors are going to Ukraine to get degrees. They're going to end up working in Ukraine. Do you think those guys are going?
I saw an interview today of an 18-year-old girl who was a first year. Was she 17 even? No, she was 18. Who was a first-year medical student in the Ukraine and has struggles to escape. You know, it just melted me somewhat because she was 18. You could see from her the way she was that she comes from some sort of middle-class background. And you could tell just from how she was presented, she didn't say it, but almost certainly the first time she's leaving home, leaving the bosoms of mommy, and then she's been sent abroad, and they would have packaged that with a lot of money to insulate her into that space, and then suddenly she finds herself in a war zone. You know, so it's just these little stories.
One man in Nigeria, and that's why what's her name? Lady for Diaspora. Dabiri, yeah. Yeah, tap into these.
She's a punk. She's just in it for the dollars.
Yeah, we have one man. Sometimes I meet Nigerians doing. I'm like, what industry do you work in? They tell me. I'm like, wow. You know, it's almost in every industry you can think about. Even aerospace industry. The Nigerians doing. One of the people that came up with the vaccine.
You know the vaccines for COVID was. You know the first female pilot for the Emirates is a Yoruba woman.
You see, it doesn't surprise me. Look how many of our doctors Saudi Arabia is poaching right now to come over there to work for them.
Do you know how many Igbo people are in NASA?
Hey, there you go. I see stories every day, and I always wonder, what if the leader of this country just sits back and says, you know what? We're going to find these people and bring them in.
You are getting it wrong. Did you say leader in that country? They are not leaders. Leaders will look for their best to come and run their country. So they are not leaders. So they are just there to loot your resources. So,
but Ajanlekogo, this was what I was saying to one man is, you know, I frown my face. I'm ready to jump off a cliff if I have to prevent Tinubu from becoming president. But my hope is that if he does win, because we can't control the outcome, if he does win, one of my hope and prayer is that he uses his experience working for a big accounting firm and all these things he has done to at least try to identify some of these technical people and empower them and use them to create industries and do things. You know, that's the only bright side I can see about him. You know, but that's
just to that space. You know what defeats it all? For about 2-3 years, she was dusting around Nigeria unemployed. But then the international community, of course, they would not allow it, such a talent, and they immediately rushed to pick her and made her the head of the World Trade Organization. What was Buhari looking at when Madam Ngozi was just going from media house being a panelist talking on television? Did he not spot the talent in that woman that the World Trade Organization went to headhunt?
There's a question.
Zainab, zoom.
There's a question I've always asked, and I asked this question. I think I told you of my story when I went to Ghana one time to address the National Sports Commission under Bolaji. What's his name? That was
and they prepare brown.
They give me a star code. They give me a star code. I close. I take them. But woman, when I was addressing them, the way these civil servants were looking at.
Look at this guy.
Woman,
look at that. And he has a temerity to come here and criticize Buhari. Look at that.
Woman, they give me a star code. Woman, I opened that envelope and crisp dollars. Crisp. These things had never been wrinkled. Very smooth dollars. Anyways, let me go back to the point. So the thing is, when I was addressing them, I looked the way these civil servants were looking at me. As a matter of fact, one time, one guy said, the Nigerian people won't go for that. I asked him, I said, how do you know? He sat down there, he just kept quiet. He couldn't answer the question. And the thing is, one thing dawned on me, and I had to ask myself that question when I went back to the hotel room was, do these people despise knowledge and expertise in Nigeria? And that is a real question. So you're asking this question about Madam Ngozi. The thing is, sometimes you have to ask yourself, can you imagine Madam Ngozi in a room with Buhari, giving him real facts on economic policy? How would he receive that information?
It's not able to digest it now.
Yeah, you have to understand.
I still query that the language of communication with Buhari is his own native language, because he speaks English also. We cannot say he doesn't speak English, but can he think in English? Can he think at an educated level? When Madam Ngozi is trying to, because she would have reduced it to the barest irreducible minimum just to say that this guy is a dunce, so let me just, children's size, but he will still struggle to understand it now because she has to still speak of it in economic terms. But what would Buhari understand about anything that Madam Ngozi has to say?
And it's not just her.
Just ask her, can we shoot it?
There's so many people, and one man like you, like me, like Ajale Koko, like all these people, like Rational Mind. We want to contribute to our nation. All these professionals I've spoken to, my friends that are medical doctors in the US, people that are engineers, professors, you talk to them, they're like, they want to contribute.
Nobody likes living abroad,
No.
I don't like living abroad.
We are contributing already. Do you know how much each of us send home every time? We are contributing to that nation building.
It is not like you being there superintending a 10-hectare farm or building a complex factory, or really going to that local government meeting to say, no, you, Mr. Suleja, whatever your name is, you don't do it that way because these are the regulations and I know where to report you. It's not there. It's not like us being on the floor to assert what is right and repel what is wrong. So this is the thing. But
one man, I don't know. I don't know if you've ever done this in where you're from, your state. I've done it in Delta. And when you get into a room with these people and you're talking, they all keep quiet. You can hear a pin drop. They all keep quiet. They're listening. And then someone will now say, well, this is not America, so I don't know if that it won't work.
That's the end of discussion.
You know that now. They go that so easily. And maybe that's how you do it in America. And then they turn you into a foreigner. That's how you do it in America. But this, you have to understand, this is Nigeria.
That's the end of discussion right there.
They don't even want to try. And I'll ask them, have you done anything like this before? They'll say no. I say, how do you know it's not going to work? They'll be looking at you.
They will say this is Nigeria.
This is Nigeria. I'll say, my brother, try. So you just want to sit down here and complain and wait for the federal government to give you a check, and then you use that check, you share it amongst yourselves and the community, nothing will happen, and tomorrow you complain again. What are you going to do? Why don't you come together? Why don't you bring this person in? Why don't we try and raise money? Story. They will look at you, this one. And that is the problem. That's why a lot of people that I talk to, they're like, man, listen, bro.
I know a local councillor. I say I know, he's actually my local councillor in Lagos. This guy has about 3 hotels, takes his mom to Jerusalem to go and do that, whatever it is they do in Jerusalem, all that kind of stuff. All off the back of being a councillor.
Can you imagine?
So what then is the chairman of the local government? If a councillor is able to, he has about 3 hotels, travels around the world. What about the chairman?
One man. Councillor,
and the road is not tarred, by the way, due to in this space.
Councillor is well paid than professor in Nigeria. Professor, somebody that been a professor for 25 years is not well paid as councillor. That primary 6 dropout, or what do you call him, is better paid in Nigeria than professor, than being a professor for 25 years in university. That's the country.
And the thing is, one man, you are saying that, oh, someone like me should go to my area and run for office and this. The thing is this, one man, if I became my local government in Delta State, if I become local government chairman, I will fire all of them now. Overnight. I will clean house.
They will put something in your. They will put something in your tea. They will put something in your tea.
They're going to kill you. What are you talking
exactly,
about?
That's what I was telling one man. I said, for me to do the change that I know is necessary, I have to be gangster. I have to go in there. I'm telling you, I cannot be nice. I cannot be soft. I have to go in there. I have to tell them, okay, this is how I'm doing it. But I have to have muscle behind me.
Like
so if anyone,
you have to
you have to be hard. You have to be hard. Not a dictator, but you have to be hard. You have to clean house. I will fire all of them. I will put people that are competent. I will hold them accountable, and I'll say these are the things we're going to do in the first 3 months. But these things have to happen. James Manager has been the senator of my region for almost 20 years now, unchallenged. He doesn't do anything.
You know, if you go in and fire all of them, you have to be very quick in how you act. So you have to put like a landmark, a marquee project to justify that. So you sack all of them, but then you do something.
Say you want to fire?
All the stragglers that are just collecting. If it's the chairman, they will just maybe he's not able to fire whoever needs to be fired to enable
you cannot cancel. You cannot fire councillor because they are elected by their people from their ward, and the civil servant too. You can't fire them like that. There are civil service rule that you have to follow before you can do anything against anybody. Otherwise, you'll be running against the law. They can take you to court and they can take you down as well.
It will be a fight. Angelico, going to be a fight. If I enter, because I will immediately. I'll say, you guys have messed up. You put me in charge. I will hold all of them accountable. The chopping of money stops today. They will hit. It will be a fight, and those kind of people, you're interrupting their livelihood as far as they're concerned. They will try and take you out. Court. They will use courts. They will use juju. They will use everything that they can find.
So forget court. They will go and rub something on your seat.
The
moment you sit on that seat, you become a chicken and you'll be you start to
now secretary where they work for you in that your office. Now you go be your Nigeria. What do I say? Now you go betray you, go carry medicine, go put there. So
woman, if you want to govern in Nigeria, you have to be a gangster. No, not because you want to be, but because people have to fear you a little.
You know, Aizon, a lot of people say that the intellectuals and the middle class, they don't come into Nigerian politics. But the reason, I think a lot of it is what you just said now. The things that you have to do to get a foot in, if you want to play clean court, they will kill you now, or you won't even get there. But for you to get in there, the things you have to do to get in there is not what a lot of people that have other options, nobody wants to, get that messy now. And you have to get messy to get in there and stay messy to be in there. Did you hear that clip of Wike that we played yesterday? Some audio.
Yeah.
You know that he's telling you you will not leave this state alive. How many has it taken that? It will take you down now.
Wike was Wike used to be close to Amechi. Wike was Amechi's strong arm now.
Was he not the commissioner in his government?
Wike, nobody today. Wike start this thing now. That's how he made his name in Rivers. He was a strong arm man, and that's why people already feared him. So when he entered, they knew, this guy is not to be trifled with. They knew that already, and they feared him. And that's why he can call traditional rulers. He can give them orders. He told the all traditional, if they don't show up to his meetings, he will remove them. Told them he will remove them. You see what I'm saying? He's a thug, but he's a thug by necessity. In that River State he's in. Because if you're not,
you see as Wike, you see the way he addressed those traditional leaders. The way he was slamming them, and one of them was just shaking his head. What of you? What are you shaking your head for?
Yes.
Are you not the one that came the other time to beg for he insulted them. That was too crude, though. But that was too crude, though.
Wike told his local government chairman.
Wike is. I mean, the moment he step out of that office, oh man, people will come after him big time everywhere.
Yes, they will come after him.
They will come after him. He has stepped on so many toes. Ah man, oh God.
I feel he wants to contest for senatorship. I think he's going to contest.
You know, that's why they all do that. They go and hide in there just to continue, because a lot of them, they can't afford to be an ordinary member of the public, you know.
No, yes. The moment they are not in power, they become useless and non-entity.
And one man, that's why someone like Sheyi Makinde has always surprised me, because he seems so. He doesn't seem like the kind of person that should be governor of Oyo State. You understand?
Yeah,
he's young.
Like somebody that should be like
he's
an
laid back.
In some bank.
Yeah, I look at him every time and I went, how did this man become governor?
Even Sanwo-Olu too. Sanwo-Olu has that persona, like is. I mean, you see him as somebody who's just a cool-headed guy who doesn't have that.
But rational mind.
Sanwo-Olu is a puppet now, but Makinde is not really a puppet. But how was he strong enough to get the Oyo State seat?
Yes, and Makinde is PDP in Southwest, holding a state like Oyo State. You know, he has to have some kind of strong. I wonder who his godfather is. He has to have a strong backing. There's no way he should be governor of that state.
I think people of Oyo people were just tired of APC. They were tired of APC and their constant wahala.
No, you know this Ajumobi, Mr. Integrity. That's the one they were tired of.
Constituted authority.
They were tired of it. He was messing with some Oba, the Olubadan, all those Oba in that area, and he went to even created additional 4 Obas in Ibadan. So people were really bad. Were really mad.
There was a time he ordered the Adalaf into his office. Can you imagine?
Yeah. So there are a lot of things he did that people said, okay, I do there. So that was what helped Makinde to win. Yeah. It's not that Makinde had, it doesn't have...
people were just tired of APC,
Yeah, they were tired of APC, and that's why they voted. So, but that Makinde too, they said he's not an easy guy. He's just a cool guy. They said you didn't hear Fayoshe was lamenting about him that that guy that look, he's a creative guy, yo. He can send talk to you. He's a
they're all just a bunch of killers and
rational man. They are all thugs. They are all thugs, and it's not because if you are not a thug and you go in there and you want to hold
remain relevant, you just have to.
My brother.
Do you think you can be a governor in Nigeria without spilling blood?
There's no way, one man.
There's no way. It's rare.
There's no way. There's no way. You might not do it directly, but people will do it for you.
People will do it for you, yeah. People will do it for you.
It's unbelievable. All right, gentlemen, we're coming up to the 6-hour mark, and you know what that means. So we start to round off. We start to round off, and we start off with Solly, who I suspect it might not be with us because it's not like Solly to be quiet. So, Solly, are you still there? Yes, I didn't imagine it was, because he would have said, hold on. I don't agree with that. I don't agree. All right, so thank you, Solly. So Solly has been traveling, so he must be tired by now. I wonder if Ete of Africa is still with us. Ete, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Brilliant. Good of you to stay, and a real delight to meet you today, and hopefully we hear more from you. I was especially impressed by how you took a position and held on to it despite everybody coming at you to redirect you. So that impressed. So hopefully you come to impress us some more. So we're taking closing remarks now, which is just a short window to have your final say on whatever it is of your choice. So just closing remarks, Ete.
Okay. I think this discussion we have today, even the closing discussion we have today, we can all see that the problem of Nigeria is the elite. The elite are the problem, whether Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, whatsoever. The elite is the problem. It's not the normal lay northerner or the normal southwest or eastern person. So
we should find a way to unite and find a way to get somebody that can serve our interests, not shout this nation, that nation, those nation, up and down. That's it for me today. Thank you.
Oh, all right, Ete, thank you. So we're here every day from round about 9:30 there about UK time. So anytime you're free, if you want to take a break from changing nappies, then come spend some time with us. So that is Ete of Africa, a new name to conjure with.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
All right. Good night, Ete. So that's Ete. So from Ete, we go to Rational Mind. Rational Mind to you.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to omit myself here. My system is like anyway. So just to conclude my thought on that NSAS, I think that's it. Yeah. So my closing thought is just that well, they just have to continue their business. The toll gate, they need to continue because I think they got the Lekki consensual I can't even speak. Lekki consent or whatever. So let me just say that. So they were the people who paid for that that road and everything, and they need to make their money back. I think they signed a contract for about 70 years. They collect that money. So anyway, they need to do their business. But however, those who are responsible for the killing needs to be prosecuted. They need to be brought to justice and let justice take its place. But whether in this administration or maybe in the coming administration, I just don't want them to sweep that NSAS matter under the carpet. And with that, I want to conclude. Have a good night, everybody.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Rational Mind. So that was Rational Mind, Rational Thoughts. So Rational Mind, Rational Thoughts are his on with the big grammar. I think it's been taking it easy with us these days. There's actually been no isms, but can we escape a whole session without an ism for his on? Let's find out your words.
No isms, though. No isms. no isms today. No, I just want to say, one man, the thing is, we have to look at this situation or listen to all the points being made. The NSAS protest, that's just a travesty of the highest order in Nigeria. Not the first time it has happened, not the second time, not the third time, not the 10th time. And unfortunately, I hate to predict, but it's not going to be the last time that the Nigerian state has unleashed on its own people like this. And nothing has happened. Rational Mind said that they should be brought to justice. Is going to be difficult, because these people play politics, and whoever is going to bring them to justice will have to come in and bring Buhari to justice as well. If I was a betting man, I won't bet on that happening. As it relates to some of these other issues we've talked about, with the upcoming elections, I think I'm in the camp of Ajanle Koko that, we should mobilize if we can. If Sowore can somehow try to mobilize people, and get some people behind him, that don't belong to either of these camps, and then mobilize as much as possible. He may not even win, but if he can get enough votes and make enough stink about himself, it can really, inspire people to understand that there's some hope to change the system. Because sometimes you don't have to win. Sometimes you just have to show people that the situation is not hopeless. That, if we can, our numbers mean something. If we can come together, if we can push, it means something. And if a Sowore can become one of the major candidates and make it to a debate, that to me will be a victory in itself. It doesn't have to win the final seat, and this is the thing that we have to look at and, try to see how we can support this guy or anyone like him. It doesn't even have to be him, but anyone like him who's independent, who doesn't belong to this cabal or this ilk, because APC, PDP to me is one party. They're the same people, so just that's my stance on this, and I'll just let you go for that point.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Aizon. So that was Aizon, one of your favorite voices on the platform and one of mine as well. But my number one favorite voice, of course, and yours, Ajanle Koko, the mighty one. Ajanle Koko, your word.
Thank you, woman. I want to thank everybody that came on the platform this evening. your contribution quite meaningful and thoughtful. So, and Nigerian state is unfortunate that we have a country that is so blessed with so many mineral resources. Among them is crude oil. We have it in abundance beneath the earth in that country. We have 4 refineries, 2 in rivers, 1 in Delta, 1 in Kaduna. All of them packed up. They are not working. Only for the country to rely on importation of crude oil. Recently, we imported adulterated crude oil. And people that are responsible, number 1 of them is the president, because he's the Minister of Petroleum, and nothing happened. All of them in that sector remains in their office, and nobody is ever investigated, nobody is ever punished, nothing happened to them. We all have to pray that aviation fuel that is running out of stock now in that country won't get adulterated. Because if that happens, that means that we are going to see airline crash. We are going to see death of innocent people just for the carelessness and corruption that is perpetrated by the state and the administration in particular. So the price of gas has drastically increased. It's unaffordable now to most Nigerians. The diesel power the country is the energy that power the manufacturing plant in that country. Now the diesel, within a week, the price has increased from 300 naira to 900 naira. There's no way manufacturing plant, small scale industry that runs generator with diesel will survive. A lot of companies, if something is not done quick to get this this diesel available for those companies that are struggling to operate manufacturing plant, small scale industry that are struggling within that hostile business environment, if nothing is done to give them that diesel to make it available for them to continue to operate, a lot of companies will close down, a lot of people will lose their job, and that is going to be economic hardship across the country. So, having said this, I just hope that a lot of us that come here every night to talk, all of our listeners around the world, will start thinking about how to rescue the nation. My proposal, the only way out to rescue that nation is to vote against these criminals we have in position of power. All these criminals are spread within the 2 parties. The biggest party, as they call them, the big for nothing, the useless 2 parties, the APC and PDP. Vote against them, vote for different parties, and then we start a new journey from there as a country. That is the only way out. Other than, having said this, I want to thank everybody listening to us around the world. If you have not hit the like button, please hit it right now. Like, share, subscribe, hit the notification button so that anytime One Man Went to More is coming on live, you can get notified. I thank you again. One man when Tomo, the eagle, the man that we know as the eagle, and I believe one man, the eagle, will land again tomorrow, and we will continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man.
Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Always a delight. Ajan Lekoko's voice, of course, the session never really fully calibrates unless and until you hear from Ajan Lekoko. So the final word as ever goes to Ajan Lekoko, who has already invited you that if you're not already subscribed, please do that. And more importantly, click the like button because that is what propels the platform. We explain this all the time, but not a lot of people seem to be listening. So if you want us to have greater numbers and have more engaging conversations, you've heard all of the voices that you have heard. You've heard how they presented. We had Eti come join us as well because some people pressed the like button and that the platform was then presented to him. So that is how it works. It's just it's a mechanized system. So there's no magic to it. You interact with the platform, and then the algorithm picks up that interaction and it recommends it to people who might be interested. So that is how it works. And all of that is wrapped around all that clicking of the like button and the subscribe. So that's why we invite you to do that. So do that immediately and right now. And I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here I say peace.